You know what I mean? When virtually everything that you can observe is going against everything that these guys say. Like, I want to know what kind of, like, who is the type of dude that watches and goes, hell yeah, they're doing so many deals, dude. They're doing so many deals. America's on the up and up, dude. Trump brought in $100 gazillion, dude.
Dr. Navarro, welcome back to the programme, sir. First of all, I think we've got to get into the ruling overnight. Have you spoken to the president? And ultimately, what's his reaction to what we heard?
Haven't spoken to the president yet, but...
This is the libbest you've ever been, maybe. Because I'm desperate, man. I'm desperate, okay? I'm desperate. What are you talking about? It's literally the same reason why I was like, look, man, I don't really care. Obviously, it's a bribe that Qatar gave Donald Trump a $400 million plane. Like, it's not... That's a bribe. Like, everybody knows that's a bribe. This is just how he operates. If that bribe moved him even marginally in the direction of a ceasefire era, it's awesome. I'll fly to Qatar right now, you know, and kiss the feet. Do you see what I mean? It's more so coming from a place of desperation rather than joking. You're spot on that anything that drives him insane is great. Yeah, I mean, that's funny. It's funny that it drives him insane. But it's also like when you're that desperate, you'll use whatever you can to your advantage. Why is the view count so low? What's going on? I started early today, and when you start early, it just like cooks. I've trained my audience to basically watch me after 11 a.m. And instead I started at 10, which implies that it probably doesn't send out notifications to many people on Twitch. Anyway, let's keep going.
I've spoken to the people who have spoken to the president. Look, we're in a situation now. Big picture here is IEPA. We were using the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. There's no question that there's an economic emergency with respect to both uses that we had. One is we are in a world where China has killed over 1 million Americans with fentanyl poison, and we took this step to stop that. We will continue to press on that. At the same time, we invoked that rule to stop what has been 20 million illegal aliens streaming into our country, driving down wages, taking jobs away. That's an economic emergency. And on top of that, the world continues to steal about $1 trillion a year as measured by the trade deficit. And that's an economic emergency because it's transferring our wealth abroad. So we think we have a strong case. Yes. We will immediately appeal and try to stay the ruling. But at the same time, the court, interestingly enough, basically said we were right, just use different rules and laws. So nothing has really changed here in that sense. We're still, as we speak, having countries call us and tell us they want a deal. So these deals are going to...
I want to close my eyes for a moment and imagine, like, I want to put myself in the shoes of a guy who hears Peter Navarro say this and then believes it. You know what I mean? When virtually everything that you can observe is going against everything that these guys say. Like, I want to know what kind of, like, who is the type of dude that watches and goes, hell yeah, they're doing so many deals, dude. They're doing so many deals. America's on the up and up, dude. Trump brought in $100 gazillion, dude. And you're like, Dad, that's not a real number. You just heard that on television. Who told you this? Nah, you don't understand. America's on the up and up. It's the hottest it's ever been. Everyone on Facebook is unironically that guy. React to the necessary conversation. What's that? Like, who's listening to this and going, yep, sounds good to me. Sounds like we're winning, okay? Big time. At this point, there is like, it's gotten to it's gotten to a point where it's like hard to, I don't know. Like, what is the purpose of all of this? They just lie about everything, like all the time with great frequency. And I guess people kind of believe it. You know, people just believe it. They want to believe it, so they believe it. We're moving into a new formation. We're moving into a new formation where it's just like AI, cults, politics is just cult-like. It doesn't matter. No more interest in the truth whatsoever, even when things directly impact you. But I guess you can always lie, and then once push comes to shove, and once like you start recognizing the impact of these statements, the impact of the actual harm, once you actually recognize the real harm that you're experiencing from these decisions, well, then by that point, they'll move on to the other thing. They'll move on to another thing to get mad about and redirect your attention to something else.
To happen. So that's kind of where we're at. And it's troublesome here because if you look broadly at the pattern, we've got courts in this country who are basically engaged in attacks on the American people. The president ran on stopping the fentanyl poisoning, stopping international trade unfair practices from stealing our factories and jobs. And courts keep getting in the way of that. The courts get in the way of our trying to deal with the border issues. Now they're getting in the way of our trying to deal with the fentanyl crisis. And that's where we stand here. And I think part of what's going to be important about this ruling demonstrates yet again to the American people that the judiciary in this country has been in ways which are contrary to their interests.
Well, Peter, you would have heard a lot of people come on this program and ultimately say you still have tons of options. And you alluded to one of them. You will, of course, appeal. But could you describe what you might do in the interim, the way you might pursue your ultimate objective anyway, with the tools you have still available to you?
I'm going to let Jamison Greer, the USTR, inform you on that, and you'll be hearing from him soon on that. But I mean, look, any trade lawyer knows there's just a number of different options we can take. If you look at the kind of things we've already done, it kind of give you a roadmap on that. There's all sorts of numbers out there. There's 122, there's 301, there's 232, there's 338. There's all sorts of things we can do well within the law. But look, we think one already is perfectly appropriate. So that's why the appeal will take case. But, you know, it's like, interestingly enough, I was scheduled to come on the program today to talk about the bond market and the big, beautiful tax bill. But there is a bridge to.
I love that they're calling it the big, beautiful tax bill. Again, another point for the complete devolution, the complete regression of American political discourse, American politics in general. It's just so, it's signaled to the dumbest guy you know. Everything that this administration is doing is signaling to the stupidest person you've ever encountered, okay? Incredible, fantastic, phenomenal. I was here to talk about the big, beautiful bill, but we got numbers. We got numbers we can use.
To that, and if I may, we have a situation where the bond market, we've seen like a 50 basis point increase in yields in the 10-year since April 2nd. And a lot of the hysteria around the big, beautiful tax bill centers on the Congressional Budget Office scoring that bill in a way which says there's going to be a $3.7 trillion addition to America's national debt over the next 10 years. And so, of course, you got to finance that, and that drives interest rates.
Yeah. Obviously, one might ask, why do we have this? Why is this bill supposed to add to the deficit? I don't understand. I thought Republicans cared about the deficit. I thought they were deficit hawks. Oh, that's right. It's because it's a massive wealth transfer. Once again, it is supposed to offer ginormous tax cuts to the wealthiest in American society. And in order to make up for that, in order to make up for the trillions of dollars in tax cuts, you have to take money away from someone. And that money that they're taking away from people is the working poor. Many of them are in the Trump base, as a matter of fact. Many of them who rely on Medicare, as a matter of fact. 8 to 12 million kicked off of Medicare coverage, SNAP benefits taken away from tens of millions of people with children. Fantastic stuff overall for the working poor. Get back to work and enslave yourselves. You're able-bodied enough is the attitude. Very cool. Very cool to do this, I think, in America. Big, beautiful bill. Gonna be awesome. Can't wait to win and win harder and win more. I'm just so tired of winning.
Up and heads explode. When in fact, if you do the math properly and you look at the history of the CBO forecast, you actually see about a $5 trillion swing to a $2 trillion.
Sorry, Medicaid, not Medicare. Did I say Medicare? I meant Medicaid.
Surplus from the bill. And I'd like to just walk you through the math there. It's like the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, historically has been very bad at estimating impacts of tax bills. In the 2017 tax cut that President Trump did, they got that totally wrong. They underestimated the GDP growth by a full percentage point. And what that does, if they make that same mistake here, which they have done, when you add that, that's about $2 trillion of additional revenue because you got greater economic activity. And then,
Peter, you also have the revenue from the tariffs, which I saw your opinion piece in The Hill. I just want to get back to the I just want to get back to the tariffs because you don't have that revenue.
Well, that's another $2 trillion.
If you don't have the legal authority to use it, though.
That gets us in.
But can I just ask, you mentioned Ambassador Greer, we're going to hear from him soon. Are we going to hear from USTR about the bridge, potentially what John was talking about? If you can't use IEPA, potentially you're going to come out, the administration say we're going to use 122 in the interim.
Well, the court did in some sense tell us to do that, which was interesting. But look, here's the thing. Fentanyl, people need to wrap their heads around the fact that every day here in America, people die because communist China puts 50-gallon drums full of these chemicals that come over to the Mexican cartels and then are made not just into fentanyl. They use the fentanyl to spike heroin, to spike methamphetamines, to spike ecstasy, and they're even putting it in prescription drugs like Xanax and Valium. And people are dying. It's been over 1 million people, 1 million Americans. And it's an economic emergency because a lot of those people are prime age working force here in America. So this kind of court ruling, the judge, look, the lead.
Does anyone believe that the Trump tariff stuff is for fentanyl? I feel like obviously they wanted to do this in a way where they could declare a national emergency so that they could have even more power. Because normally a lot of the tariff stuff, especially if it's directional, especially if it's like industry specific, is usually left up to the executive authority. Congress has historically allowed the executive office, the White House, to make decisions on tariffs. But Donald Trump knows, or at least Donald Trump's advisors know, that he can't make these broad declarative, and not industry-wide, but broad declarative tariffs on every single country in the way that he has. Obviously, as the courts also have ruled, you do not have that kind of power, right? And therefore he had to find, I guess his advisor had to find a devious way to give him this awesome power, this extraordinary power, right? And part of that comes from declaring things a national emergency. If you declare something a national emergency, then the White House has more power than it did prior. Okay. So in order to declare something a national emergency, or in order to use the tariffs as a weapon to wield, he basically said, oh, this is the fentanyl. It's because of fentanyl. Fentanyl's coming over the border. and that is a national emergency. Too many people are dying because of fentanyl. And then he turned around and said, that's why we're tariffing fucking Canada. And I feel like when he just did it on Mexico, it was one thing where most people are like, yeah, it is coming from the southern border, even though ironically, a lot of the tariffs are, a lot of the fentanyl is coming from China by way of regular points of entry, okay, through, normal routes of commerce, okay. But having said that, when he was like, oh, that's why we're actually putting a tariff on Canada because of fentanyl, everyone was like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, it's just, none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. It doesn't, like, I don't know why he's even, like, who believes this? Who's like, yeah, this is actually a great crisis by adding tariffs, by basically slapping a sales tax, a broad sales tax on all consumer goods. We are combating fentanyl.
But if the court said, if the ruling said, Peter, and we've been talking about this, page 34, 35, they say, basically, you are in your right if you use Section 122. Why didn't you guys do that from the beginning?
Well, Section 122 only gives you 150 days. So there's your answer right there.
So are you, Section 122, if you use this now for 150 days, would it be a bridge to 301 or a bridge to 232? What are you thinking more long term?
You can be the strategist on that, but those are the kinds of thoughts. And look, if anybody thinks this caught the administration...
That's not... You guys are throwing up question marks, but again, the president has, by Congress and through precedent, broad powers on directing trade. Okay. So the question that they're asking Peter Navarro here is not the wrong one, where it's like, you already have these powers. Why wouldn't you use those powers? Why are you instead trying to do this unconstitutional way of, or this illegal way of applying these broad tariffs across the board? And I guess it's maybe a trial balloon. I really don't have a good answer for it. I think that's because they didn't use it because they didn't know. No. That's not true. I don't think that. Like, yes, Trump is stupid and Peter Navarro is stupid. A lot of people at the top are stupid, but they have actual advisors. Stop. They have actual fucking advisors. Please. Especially Republicans. If you think Republicans don't have devious methods, no shot, dude. No shot. This is all they do. Like Donald Trump right now is following through on 40 years, almost 40 years of the Republican agenda. It's not out of pocket at all. Every action that he has made in terms of creating this unilateral power structure in the hands of the executive office, in the hands of the White House, that is not new, okay? That is just a continuation of the unitary executive theory. This is following the Heritage Foundation's project that has been around and been implemented slowly but surely for almost 40 years. This is not new. It's not new at all. And I think part of the reason why they're doing this stuff, part of the reason why the Trump administration is doing this stuff is because they think this to on the power of the executive office by simply calling something a national emergency and then behaving this way and then testing out the courts to ensure that they have this kind of broad sweeping power. I think that's the reason why they're doing it. Because once again, if you think that the Trump administration doesn't have advisors like Heritage Foundation guys that aren't constantly looking at different ways in which to increase the power of the executive office, you're wrong. The one thing that I believe they're too incompetent to do is just like set up a false flag to greatly expand on the powers of to greatly push for, I don't know, some kind of new war or additional emergency powers that allow them to start deporting American citizens, stuff like that. I think they're too incompetent to set up like a psyop or a false flag. I don't want to make predictions on that though. Who knows? But right now, when I look at like the way that they operate, it's pretty basic. They're kind of blundering into a lot of these positions. They're trying to just basically hip check their way into this agenda. One of the greatest examples of this was what happened with Mahmoud Khalil. Like they are basically working with groups like fucking Beitar. They could have started this process by going after like actually undocumented migrants or documented citizens that weren't legal permanent residents that had said a lot of violent stuff, you know what I mean? Even though it's still constitutionally protected, they could have at least like massaged this in a way where the public sentiment would not be broadly against this kind of anti-1A, anti-First Amendment initiative. But they didn't do that. They just worked with Beitar and thought that Mahmoud Khalil, for example, was on a student visa. They didn't even realize you had a green card and an American wife with a child on the way. Like, these are major mistakes that you're making that are actually very consequential when you're trying to work within the confines of the pre-existing system and moving that in the direction of tyrannical fascism. That kind of uncertainty and that kind of incompetence is basically the only silver lining in this admission. Gives me a little bit more courage and a little bit more confidence that they might not be able to implement all of their desires, because I certainly do not believe in the Democratic Party as far as like resisting against these initiatives that the Trump administration is implementing. They're basically failing due to the awesome power that they have, due to the fact that they have greatly miscalculated how much support they have for a lot of the things that they're doing. And we shall see.
Administration by surprise, think again, okay? Because you could see in the oral arguments where those judges were going, and the lead judge in this. I mean, the problem with that court, it's such an obscure court, but it's consistently been globalist, pro-importer, giving us bad rulings. The lead judge there ruled against the 232s originally, and had to get overturned by the appeals court. So that gives you an idea of the bias against the president's tariff policy right on that court. But I think the big picture here is we've got a very strong case with IEPA, but the court basically tells us if we lose that, we just do some other thing. So nothing's really in the world. You're cheating us. We're coming after you. Deal. And let's make this right, because ultimately what's at stake here is the global international environment getting in a way where it's fair to America, and thereby, if it's fair to America and we restructure this thing in a way, we'll have just more stability in terms of financial flows and capital and everything like that.
Dr. Navarro.
It's wildly out of balance now.
Why is the news seriously entertaining this list of students thing? The federal government literally has all their names, data, biometrics, everything. They gave them visas. I don't know what the additional interest is. Like, I think they want stuff that's private, like their GPAs and whatever they can use to justify deportation. Like, if they've ever been like involved in campus groups.
The Trump administration planning now to cancel all of the federal government's remaining contracts with Harvard University. The expected total of that would be roughly around $100 million. That's according to two senior administration officials. This directive is set to go out to agencies in a letter today, and it comes as we're also standing by for a hearing in the legal fight that's already existing between President Trump and the school. A federal judge is going to hear from both sides for the first time since temporarily blocking the administration from halting enrollment of international students at Harvard.
Didn't they also direct the Department of Homeland Security to foreign visas, like student visas or something, earlier today? Amazing.
Now, those foreign students, they make up more than a quarter of Harvard's enrollment. And on Monday, the president escalated his fight and demand for a list of new names of those students even further. And just last hour, we spoke with an international student who's about to graduate from Harvard.
I think Trump is going to make new threats and say new things every day, but we simply have to stay focused. We're going to fight this with all means that we have, whether it's the funding, but I think especially what is hitting the hardest right now at the heart of this community, it is the threat to essentially deport all international students, because without this international student body, then Harvard is not Harvard anymore.
CNN's Elena Treen is at the White House. CNN's Mark Preston also standing by. Elena, let me get to you. You tell us more about this new reporting. You're just getting in about the newest move from the Trump administration.
Yeah, Kate, it's clear that Harvard has really become this symbol of the president, but also that of his top advisors. Their belief that Harvard and other liberal universities are a representation of the woke front. And we're beginning to see some of that retribution and consequences of the Trump administration's actions for what they argue are what Harvard is doing to really go against what the administration believes in. And we're seeing that today with what we're learning now. I spoke with two senior Trump administration officials who told me that they will be sending out, the Trump administration, a letter today to all federal agencies directing them to either cancel or direct federal funding for Harvard to other schools and universities and potentially trade schools. Now, of course, this is the latest turn of the wheel that we've seen the president and his administration try to use to hold Harvard accountable for, again, in their eyes, not embodying the type of principles that they believe they should. Now, I want to read for you just one statement from one of these senior Trump administration officials who gave me some insight into what they'll be doing today. They said that the General Services Administration will send a letter to federal agencies today asking them to identify any contracts with Harvard and whether they can be canceled or redirected elsewhere. Now, I'm also told, as I said, that this letter is going to go out today, but that the entirety of these contracts is roughly somewhere around $100 million. However, we've also heard the president argue that he wants to try and revoke $3 billion or so in grant money for Harvard as well. And just to run you through some of the key actions we've seen this administration take against Harvard in recent weeks. You mentioned some of them. One of them is, of course, the president said that he wants to ban Harvard University's ability to enroll international students, something we've already seen a judge get in the way of and halt that ruling. Another one is that he said he wants the names and countries of the thousands of international students at Harvard University, suggesting essentially that these countries that are hostile to the United States should be providing some of the funding for these students to go there. He's also threatened the president to revoke Harvard.
I don't understand. They're already paying out of pocket. Like, what difference does it make whether the governments are paying for their tuition? Some of the countries do have governments that pay for the tuitions. Like, what?
Harvard's tax-exempt status. That was mainly over what they argued was the university not agreeing to diversity in hiring practices that the Trump administration laid out in a previous executive order. Again, all to say, we are really seeing the president put the full weight of his angst of these quote-unquote liberal woke universities on Harvard and seeing them really bear the brunt of this assault on higher education.
Yeah, the question then becomes to what end? Elena, thank you so much. Great reporting, as always. Much more to come with that. Mark, at the same time, you have this hearing that Elena was talking about, the ban on enrollment of international students. There's a hearing that's happening today. Another one happening on Thursday, just as students are going to be, or this is graduation week. That's commencement day at Harvard. And the question then becomes like, what is actually going to happen here? How does this end?
Well, we're not necessarily sure how it is going to end, but we do have a little bit of an idea. We saw on Friday now that there was a temporary injunction put aside against the federal government based upon them freezing the money. We'll hear that this week. We're also going to hear, what you have talked about on Thursday as well. We're talking about with the international students. What we're seeing right now, Kate, is really an attack on the humanities, the arts and the humanities that we've seen from the Trump administration. We saw it with the Kennedy Center here in Washington, D.C. We see it with Trump now, not only doing this with Harvard, but also other academic institutions across the country who he wants them to conform to his way of thinking. Now, the Harvard president, Alan Garber, spoke this morning with NPR. He said that the federal government needs to take a step back. More importantly, that institutions, the leaders of these institutions across.
Why is the news seriously entertaining this list of students thing? The federal government literally has all their names, data, biometrics, everything. They gave them visas. I don't know what the additional interest is. Like, I think they want stuff that's private, like their GPAs and whatever they can use to justify deportation. Like if they've ever been like involved in campus groups that they consider to be inappropriate, like Students for Justice for Palestine, stuff like that. And yes, it would be confidential information that the federal government is not privy to. But I think that's the reason why that's what they want. As far as like why they're halting visas, it seems like they're halting visas to do a broader search on their social media, like an expansive social media profile analysis before granting visas.
The country need to redouble their commitment to the good of the nation and the world. Basically, what he's saying is we need to stand up and fight back.
Mark Pressley, a train at the White House for us. Much more to come from there as well.
It's as if we are being used as poker chips, as collateral being thrown from the Trump administration between the Harvard into the Harvard administration, while not recognizing that we also happen to have lives and stories of our own.
And the idea that these are...
Yeah, the admin just suspended issuing new student visas while they roll out a program. Apparently they want social media information. Yeah, posts, comments, and likes. It's such a... Oh my God. Steven Pinker looks crazy.
Radical troublemakers.
He looks crazier than he did before.
Totally bonkers. These are some of our most studious students. A lot of Americans kind of take their good fortune for granted, but the foreign students feel so privileged to be here that they try to take advantage of every second that they're on our campus.
And there's more. Just yesterday, President Trump leveled a new threat to pull $3 billion in grants from the university and redirect that to trade schools. Joining us right now is Leo Jardian. He's an international student from Sweden at Harvard. He's about to graduate this week from the university. Leo, thank you for being here. You have been speaking up about the moves from the Trump administration against your school. What's your reaction to this latest threat to redirect $3 billion in grants from Harvard to vocational and trade schools around the country?
I think Trump is going to make new threats and say new things every day, but we simply have to stay focused. We're going to fight this with all means that we have, whether it's the funding, but I think especially what is hitting the hardest right now at the heart of this community, it is the threat to essentially deport all international students, because without this international student body, then Harvard is not Harvard anymore. And, we're continuing fighting for my friends who just went home for the summer and simply don't know if they will ever be able to come back to this place that they now call home.
Graduation is Thursday. I mean, how different is this moment right now? Is it at this moment and also going to be with this really public, very serious legal fight now hanging over campus? I mean, what is the feeling?
Yeah, it is very different. Just personally, I've enjoyed these 4 years so much because of all the great people that I met. And just knowing that I might leave this place and it will not look the same next semester, it is truly heartbreaking. And that is why we're continuing this fight even over commencement. So later today at 5:30 p.m., we are rallying outside of or after the commencement events of the day. We're having international students speaking, including me. We're having Jewish students speaking up. We're expecting a lot of turnout, and we're showing that even though they did this move when most students had left campus, we can still mobilize, and we're gonna send a clear message to the White House that even though you're trying to divide us right now, we are standing united as a community.
You wrote an opinion piece in the Crimson in April, and then saying that students and faculty need to stand up and speak up against this. And at that time, you wrote, "At this moment, we need Harvard to be a leader on behalf of all of us who feel threatened. It is time for Harvard to both stand up for its international students and for the ideals of academic freedom and democracy it claims to represent." Do you think the school has been a leader on your behalf?
What happened to the rocket? It went boom, boom. That's what happened to the rocket. Dude, isn't Harvard older than America? Am I crazy? Isn't that one of the schools? Like, I know Rutgers is literally older than the United States of America. How are you going to get cucked by Donald Trump of all people, you know? That's crazy. Founded in 1636. Okay, I'm getting conflicting reports here.
Yeah, so I wrote that up at about a week before Alan Garber's statement, where he said we will not surrender our independence. And I think that all of campus right now are really proud of Alan Garber, but we're expecting him to continue on that strategy, because there are going to be many opportunities for Harvard to give in on some of the demands. But if there's one thing we know about Trump by now, it's that he's a pretty shitty poker player. If we start to give in on something, then he's going to send a new letter of demands the next week. And we simply have to hold the line, even though it truly...
It's so funny that this kid that is going to Harvard has a better grasp of the situation than like most of the administrators of Harvard.
Feels like, and it is so much at stake, whether it's the billions of dollars in research funding or, you know, the future of thousands of students. We have no option but to continue fighting, because giving in cannot be an option.
Trump warns Moscow, claiming Russia avoided really bad consequences only thanks to him. Putin doesn't realize he's playing with fire. Trump's message leaves little room for misinterpretation until he posts the opposite tomorrow morning. Russia Today saying Trump is hot and cold. He's a phone. Anyway, let's get back to Trump considering new sanctions against Russia as he grows more furious with Putin.
What happened to Russia had it not been for him?
You know, it's really hard to know. I mean, maybe he is thinking that the United States would continue to support Ukraine and send more arms and ammunition, air defenses. Although I think Congress probably had pretty much had its fill of that, Jake. Certainly there would have been more sanctions, and the $300 billion that the Russians inexplicably left in European banks would now be in the hands of Ukraine. But the fact of the matter is, Jake, he keeps saying we're going to be sanctions, there's this and that, but he hasn't really done anything that would hurt Vladimir Putin in the slightest. In fact, he all but exempted him from the tariffs.
You have the Liberation Day tariffs. Do you think that there is any amount of sanctions that would prompt Putin to stop the war?
It's pretty hard to imagine that. First of all, this is in Putin's mind pretty existential. He's lost, you know, a huge number of people, up to 1 million by some estimates, maybe a bit fewer, who are both wounded or dead. It's a point right now where there aren't that many more sanctions the West can put on Russia. I mean, even in the best of days, there wasn't much we bought from Russia. The only thing that could really hurt them is if the U.S. and the Europeans were able to cut off the purchases of Russian oil and gas that China and India are making. And I'm not sure that that President Trump's willing to go do that.
You wrote an analysis about Trump's exasperated message on Sunday when Trump said that Putin has, quote, gone absolutely crazy. Trump has historically shown great deference to Putin. You say, quote, missing from Mr. Trump's zigzags is an explanation of why he has been unable to use his relationship with Mr. Putin to persuade him to halt the violence, even for a 30-day ceasefire, unquote. Why do you think, David, why do you think Trump has not been able to leverage his relationship with Putin?
Well, you may remember, Jake, that back during the campaign and even during the Obama administration, in the run-up to President Trump's first campaign, he said Vladimir Putin doesn't respect Obama or Biden, and he respected Mr. Trump, and therefore that's why this could get solved in 24 hours. He's discovered that he had a 2-hour conversation with Vladimir Putin last Monday, and the result this weekend was the biggest air attack on Kyiv and other parts of Ukraine that we've seen during 3 years of war, mostly aimed at civilians. So clearly he has overestimated what his influence on Vladimir Putin is, and you're seeing that in the kind of frustrated tweets he's sending out and in his comments to reporters. But the question is, what's he willing to back that up with?
Yeah, totally. On this crazy charge, when Trump said that Putin's gone absolutely crazy, let's dive into that for 1 second, because Putin has long wanted Russia to flex its muscles. He's long thought the collapse of the Soviet Union was the greatest disaster in the history of the 20th century. He said that. But there is this craziness question. In 2022, after the invasion of Ukraine, I spoke with French President Emmanuel Macron about Putin and why he started this war. Macron talked about those two other elements that I just mentioned. He also talked about the lack of respect that he thinks Russia gets from the world. But he also talked about this other thing about his psyche. Take a listen.
I would say this is a post-COVID-19 consequence. Isolation.
Because he's been so isolated?
I think so. Post-COVID-19, there was a totally new situation. So he had a window of opportunity, and he decided to completely break the linearity of this situation and go to the war.
It sounds good when he says it with his French accent, but he's basically saying that Putin went a little nuts during isolation and COVID. And I've heard that from a number of world leaders. What about you?
Yeah, I've heard the same thing. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. But there's also nothing in Vladimir Putin's recent behavior, accelerating the war while talking about how he'd be willing to do a ceasefire under the following 9 conditions, that's inconsistent with things that he has done, at least since the invasion of Crimea in 2014, which also seemed crazy to us, right? So, the president being surprised that Vladimir Putin is acting as a brutish authoritarian who's invading a nearby country or a bordering country, I mean, there's not a whole lot new there. We are horrified by seeing what Russia's doing, but were you really surprised?
You've covered Trump for many years, Trump and Putin, his handling of it. What's your takeaway with this uptick in rhetoric, and will that uptick in rhetoric be met with action?
I'm not sure it means a thing other than he has a reason to use a lot of capital letters right now. Crazy in
he likes to do that.
Not just bad, but really bad in capital letters. Look, when I talk to national security sources and State Department folks, the Kremlin, let's face it, doesn't seem worried. Vladimir Putin seems to feel very confident that he's holding all the cards. A couple of weeks ago, someone compared it to Lucy and Charlie Brown and the football, with Lucy being Putin. So, look, we're hearing about sanctions. We're seeing these posts. Vladimir Putin does not seem to want.
Russia called Trump emotional over his tweet. I mean, they ain't wrong. Listen, when they're cooking, they're cooking. You know what I mean? Are they wrong, though? Probably one of the few instances where they're not wrong. Trump is a very emotional guy. Have libs gone completely insane from lack of materials analysis? Between this and the New York Times saying the U.S. can't bring back iPhone manufacturing because Chinese women have smaller hands. I've just about heard every nonsense under the sun. Yeah, that was my favorite. The New York Times saying that Chinese women have tiny hands and therefore their delicate fingers are better for high precision manufacturing. They did say that.
Want to change what he's doing in Ukraine, and until he does, I'm not sure these posts mean much of anything.
But there is this bipartisan pressure that is now growing. From
where we're at now, President Trump warns Moscow, claiming Russia avoided really bad consequences only thanks to him. Putin doesn't realize he's playing with fire. Trump's message leaves little room for misinterpretation until he posts the opposite tomorrow morning. Russia Today saying Trump is hot and cold. He's a phone. By the way, rockets only do this when they're under major stress. Okay, so don't laugh. You're laughing, but like rockets only do this when they're under great distress. I'm a rocket expert.
Every minute I see of this.
Yeah, I mean, what I mean by other, basically when the ship started tumbling, as soon as something was obviously not nominal, that is traditionally when you lose
we had lost attitude control of the ship and entered into a spin. The team made the call to do what's called passivate the vehicle, so we're essentially venting all of the remaining propellant overboard, and it's going to make an uncontrolled reentry. Important to note, this is a contingency that is planned for, and we clear the zones in the Indian Ocean where these entries could take place.
For more sanctions, as you're referring to, there's this bill that Senator Lindsey Graham has with Senator Richard Blumenthal in the Senate. It has more than 80 co-sponsors, and there's a push for a vote on that. Essentially, snap in sanctions, primary and secondary sanctions on Russia could be significant. This is what Senator Grassley, Chuck Grassley, the longest-serving Republican senator, said. He said in 2 posts on X, he said, "I believe President Trump was sincere when he thought his friendship with..."
I love the way Chuck Grassley tweets. He's literally the oldest senator. He's the oldest congressperson, and he sometimes tweets like a child, like enough. Takes against Harvard, like letters missing. 95 years old, by the way.
Putin would end the war. Now that being the case, it's time for sanctions strong enough so Putin knows game over. He went on to say in a second tweet today, President Trump should take the decisive action against Putin that he takes against Harvard. Sanctions for Putin like no...
You need to refund the points, brother. I don't know how to do that. I don't think there's any way to do that on the next run. Okay, calm
Fed
down.
grants for Harvard, as Chuck Grassley's famous shorthand on X. But nevertheless, I mean, will Trump act facing these calls from Republicans?
Well, I think the president's very clearly frustrated with Vladimir Putin. And we have to remember that Russia has basically one product, right? They sell oil and gas products mostly to Europe and Asia. And so a round of sanctions can hit Russia pretty quickly and hurt them pretty badly. They can't make money if oil drops to $50 a barrel. Putin begins to bleed muscle at that point. So I think Trump will probably consider sanctions because he's clearly decided that his previous approach is not getting where he wants to be.
I think it's worth noting this is essentially the Biden administration's approach to this conflict, one that Trump pilloried on the campaign trail, said that he would come in on day one and would be able to end the conflict.
He even criticized sanctions at the time.
He did, absolutely. And now he's sitting in the seat.
He signed sanctions too.
But now he's sitting in the seat. We're making where he's having to deal with the reality of the tough decisions, and his policy is looking a whole lot like what the Biden administration tried to do. So, I think it's also interesting. You talk about Republicans and Grassley. We know that a lot of Republicans who had a lot.
American foreign policy is unchanging. What did I tell you? I told you. Oh my God. How shocking. There's only one alternative here. Either you, I don't know, fucking destroy NATO and allow European countries to send in their own troops, or you literally force Ukraine to lower its conscription age to 18 while simultaneously engaging in the mass deportation of Ukrainian men living in the Western world that have gotten refugee status, forcing them into the front lines. Anything short of this is not going to change the dynamic of the battlefield. sure, you give satellite satellite targeting capabilities and long range targeting capabilities to the Ukrainians. They start hitting Russian Air Force, Russian airspace. They start hitting inside of Russian territory. Okay. Then Russia, in retaliation, goes nutty mode again and starts bombing Lviv and starts bombing Kyiv extra hard. Maybe starts doing more hacking and all different sorts of like weird shit that they do to European countries because they're mad. But ultimately, his son's so mad. What? Why would I be mad? What? Do I seem mad about this? You okay?
A lot of misgivings about Trump's approach to the conflict in Russia and Ukraine. We're absolutely willing to say on the campaign trail, that they were fine with where Trump was going, and now there's I think there's a reckoning.
They are already doing that. What are you talking about? What they're fucking doing mass deportations of Ukrainian men to send them to the front lines? Is that what is happening in Europe? Maybe I'm not aware of something that you're aware of. Look at their Hassan mad. Look at their PFP. What is this? Bro, what I don't understand is, like, yeah, you don't really understand politics, which is fine. Okay, that's okay. But, like, how do you not understand how human emotion is conveyed? Like, I'm not even angry. I don't even understand.
I think one of the big things too here is this is personal for President Trump. He has prided himself, and part of the brand around Trump is the art of the deal. That is something I still consistently hear supporters. Just a few weeks ago, I was in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, swing area, and talking to folks who voted for Trump. Part of what they want to see is him really cutting deals, making things happen, whether that's on tariffs and trade or that's on Ukraine. That is something that he, again, has touted is part of the persona. So this chips away at that if he is not able to deliver on some kind of progress, on some kind of movement on this war.
If there was true justice in the world, of course, do you think this can stop without military intervention? Yes, it will most likely stop without military intervention. Yes, I do. Because it's if something can be stopped with one phone call, then it'll be stopped with one phone call. Because there is no military intervention without the United States. Do a 180 on Gaza right here.
You and I.
On, I believe this was on May 20th. Here, this is when he officially he went from soft launching his support for Hamas to hard launching it.
Listen, you and I have talked about this war in Gaza for ever since it started, this phase of the 75-year conflict. And I have resisted going as far as you have done in your criticism of the Israeli government. I resist no more. I think we've reached common ground about what we view is happening and has been happening through this period of this blockade, which frankly is just starvation of the people there, including so many innocent young women and children. And I think that the incessant bombing and killing, and we don't know how many civilians have been killed, but it is on a daily basis. It looks like hundreds of people every day, with no apparent attempt, it seems to me, to have any real plan for how this ends or what happens when it ends, other than if you look at what Smodrich has been saying, probably the most right-wing member of a very right-wing government, he is talking in a genocidal language about kicking all the Palestinians out. So I think you and I have reached a place in the last few weeks where we are in agreement. But my question for you, Mehdi, is how does this end?
I don't know the answer to that question, Piers, and I'm glad we're in agreement. I wish we weren't. Actually, I wish I had been wrong and you were right. I wish that a year ago when I said on your show, you said, well, if it's not about the hostages, what's it about? And I said, it's about depopulating Gaza. It's about conquering Gaza. I wish I'd been wrong. But as you said, Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister...
Yeah, I mean, I have a solution. Intifada revolution. Okay. All jokes aside, I mean, I have a solution. I think... dissolve the apartheid. Like literally, one phone call from the American administration, consistently continue applying pressure if you're outside of the administration to your politicians, to members of the media, to keep up the focus and keep up the pressure and keep up the attention to Israel's Nazi regime, to Israel's Nazi, and then get the move, or at least like if you're in Europe, you have a better opportunity to get your government to move in that direction, to decouple from Israel, to apply sanctions to Israel, pressure the European Union to apply sanctions to Israel, which then will put Europe and European leaders at odds with the American foreign policy and make America's allegiance to Israel more costly, okay? And then eventually cause the United States of America to make that final phone call where it's like, it's done. If there was true justice in the world, of course, do you think this can stop without military intervention? Yes, it will most likely stop without military intervention. Yes, I do. Because it's if something can be stopped with one phone call, then it'll be stopped with one phone call. Because there is no military intervention without the United States go-ahead. And the United States is not going to say, go and invade a coalition of the willing, go and invade Tel Aviv. They're going to just make the phone call and get Israel to stop before that comes to fruition. It's that simple. Chinese intervention, though, dude. Okay. Chinese intervention is less likely than America invading Tel Aviv. Okay, that's how unlikely it is. Get out of here, dude. Like, goddamn, I glaze China for the good things. Okay. China's foreign policy against America is great. Okay, they do all the right things. Mostly focusing on trade, mostly focusing on development, mostly focusing on generating goodwill. But China, when it comes to directly standing in opposition to the United States in a matter that would be considered interventionist, no, they don't do shit. They don't even use interventionist policies in their own backyard in like the Philippines or whatever, when they should be doing that. China is unimaginably non-interventionist, or when they do intervene in the affairs, they usually side with the state repression. Okay? Whether it be Indonesia or Myanmar, China will always side with the repressive forces of the state. Okay? Because they value stability within their neighbors more than anything else. Okay? I'm not talking about like invading Vietnam, Chad. I'm talking like contemporary China. Okay? And even if you were to like bring up the Korean, that's a very different time in China, in Chinese history. We're not talking about China under Mao. We're talking about China now. Okay? If you think China under Mao and China now are following the same vision, you're wrong. Okay? If Mao was alive, then yes, you would be seeing a very different. Well, if he was alive, he'd be really old. But if Mao was still alive, you'd be speaking Chinese right now. Okay? China really some bag chasers on my granny. Oslanda Pierce Morgan. This is a Turkish chatter, I think. But they are, yes, you are correct, chatter. China really be some bag chasers on my life.
In the Israeli government said this week, we are there to conquer, cleanse, and remain. Those are his words. We are disassembling Gaza, he said. We are leaving it as piles of rubble. He says we're doing something that no one's done in the world.
Do you think the U.S. will make the phone call or rather die with Israel? No, there will come a point when the phone call will be made. That's going to happen eventually. Because, as I've said with Russia as well, all wars end up with treaties, okay? There will come a day when that call comes. I just wish it would have come a year ago.
Before he bragged out loud and he said, yes, the Gazans will have to leave. So all of those things are stuff some of us were saying last year. I wish we hadn't been vindicated in this horrific way. The killing is ongoing. The starvation is ongoing. And look, I do hope that a dam is bursting. You mentioned the word. Shmuel Lederman, who is an Israeli researcher, spent much of 2024 saying it's not it. He was interviewed by a Dutch newspaper last week. He said, I've changed my position. It isn't. He said, in my field, there's a consensus among scholars that it's, in fact, that Dutch newspaper interviewed 7 leading scholars of every single one said, we think what's happening in Gaza is it. In fact, this week, Piers, you have an Israeli former general, Yair Golan, saying a sane country does not attack civilians, does not kill babies as a hobby, and does not expel civilian populations. That is Yair Golan, the former deputy chief of the Israeli policy. He was a hero on October the 7th.
He's so mad. Stay mad, you Nazi.
Fought Hamas himself on October the 7th. This is what he said this week.
Yeah. Yair Golan is Hamas. Ehud Olmert is Hamas. Go to Gaza. Why don't you go to Gaza? If you like Hamas so much, you have become Hamas. Go to Gaza.
What is a proportional response to what happened?
Finkelstein about to be like, Mr. Benny, I too do not entertain transgender ideology like Hamas. No identity politics, Mr. Benny. You are a fantastic moron. I love Norm Finkelstein so much. Oh God, he is what a incredible person, dude. Yes, it. All right, let's watch Benny Morris go toe-to-toe with the Norm Finkelstein.
Lives. Show me the gas chambers.
He spoke about objectivity or something. The man is a total Hamas propagandist.
Fully one half of Israeli Jews believe that Israel should conduct a genocide in Gaza.
That is a lie.
I know, Benny, everybody's lying.
We are looking at a live on 4K screens, and our politicians, our human rights organizations feel helpless.
It may not be the death of absolutely everybody, but it means killing a lot of Palestinians and kicking the rest out of the area. And
I can't believe Pierce did not bring a sex pest to this conversation. This meeting of intellectual giants could only be made better if you were to bring in a guy who's going to summarize the most damning quotes from a Wikipedia article he read, okay?
That is something which is carried out systematically. That's not what...
Yeah, Benny Morris, by the way, even fucking Benny Morris, who is a horrible monster. But even he, if I'm not mistaken, as recently as like a couple of weeks ago, was like, we are in the beginning stages of maybe some taking place. So, you know. He is, after all, the guy who famously uncovered the planned campaign of the early Zionist brigades and then said it was awesome and good and it had to be done.
What is happening? They may even have a genocidal mentality, but they do not control government policy. That's done by the generals and, unfortunately, in my mind, by a man called Netanyahu, who's totally corrupt and incompetent.
See? Even Benny's hitting the liberal Zionist exit ramp. Oh my God. Even if they're being genocidal in their statements, I mean, that's just, you know, it starts at 13. Okay, yeah. All right, let's get into it. Let's get right into it. Benny Morris and Norm.
The war, Professor Norman Finkelstein and Benny Morris, Israeli historian. Well, welcome to both of you. Benny Morris, my main question right now for Benjamin Netanyahu, I put it to him on X directly. And I said, if you're doing everything by the book and everything is justified and everything is legal and you're not committing any of these things, I simply asked him one simple question. If you're doing nothing wrong, let international journalists go in and see for themselves.
Pierce, are you Hamas? Why you not trust Israel? Why you not trust Israel? Journalist? More Hamas? Is that what you want? More Hamas? Anti-Semitism.
And I think it is completely shameful that the Israeli government continues to stop international journalists from doing their job. And it's down to the individual risk assessment will be by the journalists and their companies. You know, it was put to me on 2-3 days ago by an IDF member that somehow this has been done for the safety of the journalists. It's not. It's complete nonsense. And that's not down to the Israeli government anyway to make that call. I mean, do you at least accept that it is wrong that journalists are not allowed in there?
I completely agree with you, Pierce. The government has made a terrible mistake in not allowing journalists in, and whoever dies...
By the way, the government's made a terrible mistake not allowing journalists in because we could have killed more of these f***ing annoying journalists. You know what I mean?
There dies, but they should have allowed them in. But I would like to make a comment about what your previous guest was saying. He said he spoke about objectivity or something. The man is a total Hamas propagandist. Half the things he said were outright lies.
Dude, give it like a couple more months. Pierce is going to be like, Pierce is going to be talking about glory to the martyrs, okay? Give it a couple more months. Pierce is a horrible stenographer for the imperial interests of all of these Western nations, but he also is a content man first and foremost. And now, as an independent content man, he's a room reader. And as a room reader, even he recognized, the tides have shifted. He came out and apologized to Mehdi Hassan and said, it isn't, and I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm so wrong. I was so wrong. And now he is slowly letting his opinion be known that it is I suspect that he will still take the approach of like, well, no one else should resist to it. Something along those lines, which will be still very fucking annoying. Okay. Having said that, give it a couple more months and he'll be raising the Al-Aqsa flood banner. Okay. Behind him.
Lots of doctors have been abducted and have disappeared is total nonsense. I know of 1 or 2 cases of doctors who were taken to an Israeli detention center. What happened to them afterwards, I don't know. I don't think they've been killed. I think
it's just kidnapping. It's just kidnapping. Pills. It's just kidnapping. Doctors of Hamas.
They are under arrest for whatever reason. But
so they could have been abducted.
Many doctors have been. Many doctors.
You're basically agreeing with him, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that he talked about.
You just said you know of some doctors who were detained. You know idea what happened to them.
I know of 1 or 2
but
doctors.
You're confirming his story.
No, I'm not. I'm confirming a small part of what is true. The rest.
God, it's so interesting seeing him apply the same annoying techniques for once to the correct side. Okay, like every time I've been on this dude's show, he would gum up the works. I could not get a single statement in edgewise before doing 10 Israel highs and 10 Hamas condemnations. You know what I mean? And now he is Hamas. Pierce, you are Hamas now. He's one dude. I swear to God, if before next month ends, Pierce Morgan is going to demand condemnations of the state of Israel. Okay, I'm calling it. He's going to be like, do you condemn the actions of the Israelis? I mean, he's basically doing that without those words, for the record. This was your viral clip from October 2023 with Piers. Yeah. Just so you understand, a lot of people have yelled at me over the course of these past year and a half. Over the course of the past year and a half, a lot of people have yelled at me. This was my position on October 2023.
Allowed to defend itself from the worst terror attack since 9/11. If their mission now is to get rid of Hamas, then what they are doing is consistent with that, isn't it?
No, you said Israel has a right to defend itself. Absolutely zero people think that this is a ridiculous statement. However, how Israel is defending itself is collective punishment. Collective punishment in the form of depriving 2.2 million people of electricity, of water, of food, 51 people dying in the West Bank where, there is no Hamas in the West Bank, killing 3,480 Palestinians so far in Gaza. 1,000 plus children, 22 hospitals being bombed. These are horrifying crimes that you would openly say are horrifying and unjustifiable when Russia does it, but when Israel does it, Israel has a right to defend itself. This is identical to the same talking points that I've heard from every Israeli administration official. It's the same thing that I've heard from everyone else in the media. You might have been against the Iraq war, but you're using that for evil, in my opinion, at this point, if you are not sitting here and condemning those acts of violence, those acts of collective punishment.
The other one that's like my famous clip of me yelling at the pink-haired twink is also me yelling at liberal Zionists who try to both sides of fucking genocide. A lot of people forget, but that was me yelling at a person who was trying to fucking both sides of genocide. I was like, what the fuck do you mean both sides are in the wrong here? Like, what are you talking about? There's no both sides. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything. Can we watch that clip quickly? I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Is this it?
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand perhaps what I'm trying to imply here.
That's very patronizing.
Utilizing the hostages Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about Palestine and doing a both sides are fucking fine type bullshit where you're talking about how you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously, you know, both sides got a lot going on. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Listen to...
I was so mad. That needs cleanup, okay? But I was so fucking mad that I just couldn't. I couldn't get the words out correctly. The girl one is better.
Everyone wants to criticize the IDF's response, but nobody wants to tell me what should Israel be doing to retaliate October 7th, eradicate Hamas from preventing another October 7th, and bring the hostages
I have an idea.
Do you have a solution?
I have an idea. How about not killing the hostages?
I have an answer.
Thank you for proving my point.
It's called the
yes,
dissolution of the apartheid regime. Dissolve the apartheid regime.
So what would you like to see happen, Hassan?
Breathing room. Do you not understand the English language? Dissolve the apartheid regime.
You need a Xanax, first of all. You need a Xanax. They had a chance to rebuild.
You need a Xanax. You need a Xanax, first of all. Shut the fuck up. I have maintained the same position over and over again, but while there is no moral equivalence between Hamas and Israel, Hamas is clearly on the right side and Israel is clearly on the wrong side. Hamas is a fucking group of orphaned soldiers that were born out of the Israeli occupation. Okay, whereas Israel is the most powerful nation in the fucking region, backed by the most powerful nation on the planet with nuclear arms, and is currently doing a genocide. Imagine if I was fucking rocking the Al-Qassam Brigade's banner on my head while talking on Piers Morgan. I would go to prison, okay? But she gets to wear the IDF dog tags. How come she gets to wear the IDF dog tags? Those ugly ass fucking dog tags. I hate them. They're so large too.
But they spent the last 15 plus years crying that they don't have enough land because there is never enough land for them instead of rebuilding civilization.
Has
just build
not
terrorist
allowed
tunnels to keep hostages
Palestinians
in.
to have a nation state that they deserve by international law since the inception of the Israeli nation state. The fact that you brought up the last 15 years as Palestinians crying is disgusting.
Oh, I have one more question.
You are a disgusting little monster who thinks that not offering contiguity to the Palestinians in the form of a state is just simply Palestinians crying.
You need the Xanax. That's the same chick that pursued I Show Speed. And then I Show Speed was like, oh, she works for the Israeli state, free Palestine, and then unfollowed her.
It's a lie, as is a large part of what he's saying. Had Israel wanted to kill all the Palestinians, that's what genocide.
She recently went on Tim Pool and said she thought you were 21 years old. Wait, what?
How was he, 30?
Oh, so he's not that young. I thought he was.
I don't know how
20.
old he is.
Yeah, I swear to you, I thought he was 21.
How old is he?
Because that's how he acts.
No, he's not 21.
I literally thought he was 20.
He's not 21. This guy is a Hasanabi head, dude. My biggest dick rider of all time. That's the one, right? That's the one who's constantly talking about me on the Tim Pool show.
21.
I literally thought he was 20. He looks like a. Never mind. I'm not even going to start.
Oh, what was she going to say? Hey, yo! Listen, this is why I always say there's one thing you can't deny. All my fucking haters, they all hit the same bar. Stupid, sexy Hassan. Oh, I hate him. I hate how hot he is. Oh, he just fucking looks a certain way that gets me going. Oh. He's so young and hot.
Let's get his actual
Giving him
age.
too much attention.
We're giving this guy a big shot. He's getting big promotion here in TikTok.
Yes, seriously.
Yeah. Oh my God. All 63,000 of these fucking views, man. Thank you, Tim. All right.
That actually means there would have been many, many, many more deaths in Gaza. Each time Israel launches an air raid, we hear of the Palestinians saying 24 people have died, 30 people have died, and I'm sure many of them are civilians, but I'm also sure that the Air Force going in against these targets is attacking Hamasniks. We never hear from the Hamas how many of their people are being killed in these strikes. All we hear about and all we see on television is dead babies and dead women. They never show grown male, army-aged males being taken out of these ruins. And the Hamas uses these things systematically, the schools, the hospitals, various so-called safe compounds to hide in.
But out of interest, all right, but Benny Morris, when you hear someone like Smodrich last week talking about the campaign to just clear everybody out,
he's disgusting. You don't have to convince me. He's disgusting.
Right, but so my question for you, but my question for you though is this: All right, he's disgusting. What he said was disgusting.
Yes.
What he said was also genocidal. Whereas you do not believe it's genocide what's going on, he clearly is talking in a way which made me believe that actually maybe the intention is genocide. It may not be the death of absolutely everybody, but it means killing a lot of Palestinians and kicking the rest out of the area. And that is a genocide.
Yeah, Piers. Guys, Piers is on the right side of history now, okay? Forget about all the stuff that he said before. I mean, that is his goal. He's trying to do that. He's Hamas now.
Genocide is something which is top-down government policy and carried out systematically. That's not what is happening. He is definitely, some of his speeches are genocidal. I don't know what he means exactly. And there are other ministers who speak like him, and they shouldn't be doing that. And they may even have a genocidal mentality, but they do not control government policy, and they do not control what the army is doing. That's done by the generals, and unfortunately, in my mind, by a man called Netanyahu, who's totally corrupt and incompetent.
Yeah, okay, we bring in Norman Finkelstein.
It's got nothing to do with, but it's got nothing to do with genocide.
Well, I think you're getting perilously close.
Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu might be saying genocidal statements, but and all these other politicians in the government might be saying genocidal statements, and that Israel might be doing war crimes that might be considered a genocide, but don't say it's a genocide. It's not a genocide. What is it then, man? You basically spelled it out. Can you imagine doing the ICJ prosecution like this? Listen, you don't get it. It walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. I mean, it's just not. Just take my word for it. It's not.
To agreeing with me, Norman Finkelstein. I mean, the bottom line is, if it sounds from the rhetoric like a genocide, if the actions on the ground are becoming increasingly genocidal, if there's no other plan being put out there for what happens to Palestinian people other than many more will die and the rest will be thrown out of Gaza, I don't know what else you end up calling this. I listened to that doctor. I didn't hear somebody that I felt was a Hamas sympathizer or propagandist. He went out of his way to say he wasn't.
He's just a liar. He's a liar.
Well, he's a liar who's lost 78 members of his family. So, I mean, Norman Finkelstein.
Maybe it's true, and I agree, and I feel sorry for him, but they're caught up in the bad situation where Hamas controls the population and is willing to sacrifice as many civilians as they can to win world support.
Well, which is exactly what Israel's also seems like they're prepared to sacrifice. Norman Finkelstein.
Well, thank you for having me on the program, and I hope that you'll hear me out. Is it a genocide? Well, as you know, Piers, from the first time I appeared on your program many months ago, I said it was a genocide. I said it was perfectly obvious when October 9th, the then Defense Minister Galland said, we're not going to allow in any food, fuel, water, or electricity. Well, for a hermetically sealed population, that's a genocide. When the head of state, Mr. Netanyahu, compared the current situation with Amalek and invoked the biblical reference, it was clear, as the Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem put it, that he was talking about genocide. Now, in the 19 months that have elapsed, adjustments in Israeli policy due to external pressure. That's called politics. So when the external pressures escalated, they had to diminish the genocide. And then beginning roughly when Kamala Harris was nominated for president in the United States, and all the cameras switched to the American election, Mr. Netanyahu, who's very sensitive to and knowledgeable of the American media, he then escalated the genocidal assault on Gaza again. And then, as you remember, because I did several programs with you at that time, as you'll remember, every day there was another massacre. There were so many massacres it was impossible to keep count, and it was impossible to remember. Now again, there was some
first massacre.
Some lessening.
The first massacre, which was launched by Hamas.
Okay. I've not forgotten it, Benny. But you have to remember manners. I'll remember the massacres, and you remember manners. I'm speaking now. So, there were times when Israel, as I said, escalated the genocide and then diminished the genocide. Now, let's talk about the responsibility and the mindset. You've mentioned Mr. Smotrich. I mentioned Mr. Netanyahu. There was also several others whose names have constantly come up. Obviously, Defense Minister Gallant, who was indicted along with Prime Minister Netanyahu by the International Criminal Court. But it's not just the leadership. It's not just the leadership. The most recent poll showed that fully 1/2 of Israeli Jews, we're talking now about the population, fully 1/2 of Israeli Jews believe that Israel should conduct a genocide in Gaza. That's what the poll result showed. 82%.
That's a lie. That is a lie.
I know, Benny, everybody's lying.
There's
but
never been a poll about supporting genocide.
Mr.
This is nonsense.
Benny,
you're purveying lies.
Okay. Okay, Benny.
Is that poll, Norman? What is that? What is that poll? What is that poll, Norman? It seems a very important poll. That. What is that poll you're referring to?
It was a university, if my memory is correct, it was a University of Pennsylvania poll. It was reported everywhere. Benny Morris knows about the poll.
No, it wasn't UPenn. But it was also conducted by, I think it was Pennsylvania State. That's number one. And secondly, the poll was conducted by a reputable Israeli polling organization that conducts all of the Israeli polls. It is a lie, Beta Wolf. It is a lie. No, you can't say it's a fucking lie. You can say that the questioning, the line of questioning was different than normal polls because it's true. The question directly asked, like, should they ethnically cleanse like Amalek? Okay. The verbiage was surely not, do you support genocide, right? No, it was. It was worse than that. A total of 82. Why is it Al-Quds the only fucking... Just send me another goddamn website, dude. Holy fuck. You guys are trying to get me goddamn banned. The poll questions were directional. You can criticize the way that they asked these questions, but it wasn't in an effort to trick. There's nothing wrong with Al-Quds. There's nothing wrong with Al-Quds. It's just that, like, they have this fucking graphic and then people are going to be like, oh, you're being anti-Semitic. Shut the fuck up. The poll that was conducted by not just Pennsylvania, conducted by a reputable Israeli polling organization. Okay. And not only that, but also, and I don't like that everyone keeps saying like, oh, it's a fucking, Haaretz only wrote it in Hebrew. Oh, geocartography. Yeah. Israeli polling firm Geocartography on behalf of Penn State University. And the questions were directed as such. 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to the question. Do you support the claim that the Israeli army is conquering an enemy city should act in a manner similar to the way Israelites did when they conquered Jericho under the leadership of Joshua, i.e., to kill all its inhabitants? The reference is to the biblical account of the conquest of Jericho. 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question.
He's fully informed of the poll, but he's doing his job as an official Israeli propagandist.
I don't like this government.
Benny,
I'm not their spokesman.
You've reduced yourself. Mr. Benny, you've reduced yourself to the level of a Holocaust denier. It's a real shame that you have sunk so low. But allow me to continue. The poll showed that 82% of Israeli Jews, 82% support a forced expulsion from Gaza.
That's not the same as genocide.
Population.
That may be true. That may be true, but that's not genocide.
Dude, Benny Morris is such a unique figure because he always has this like incredible, he'll take like an incredible claim that the average person would look at and go, this is the most insane thing I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. What are you saying? And he'll be like, yeah, this happened, but it's good and it must happen. Like, I've never met someone who is this delusional to the way he is received by others. He'll just be like, listen, you don't understand. Yeah, 82% of Israeli Jews want permanent ethnic cleansing. Yeah, but that's not genocide, you know? That is psychotic. No care or consideration for how that looks at all.
Genocide.
Where did the polls say that? What? Benny is right. They didn't say I support the genocide of Pallies. Beta Wolf, you are a 44-month subscriber. The wording I already gave you. You heard the wording and you went, oh, it's not the same. Like, dude, it literally says, should they kill all of the inhabitants of a fucking enemy city? What do you think the enemy city is? Why do you think the invocation of the word Amalek is significant and is being used in the slightly autistic with it? No, dude, this is not about autism. This is just being fucking either obsessively obtuse. No, this isn't right after October 7th. Why are you trying to fucking defend it? No, this poll was fucking conducted recently. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, this was the article that was written. Yes, the transfer of 82% of Jews yes, the transfer. 82% of Jews in Israel favor deporting Gaza residents. Okay. The poll was conducted in the last couple of months. Or in the last couple of weeks, sorry.
That's not genocide. What you said before about genocide is total nonsense. Total nonsense.
Piers, you're going to have to ask Benny Morris to please allow me to speak.
Well, Benny, I will let you respond to this.
You're taking up all the time, though.
Yeah, Norman, you must give him a chance to respond.
Okay, I will finish. I will finish. Then, one of the leaders of the opposition in Israel described Israeli soldiers as killing children as a hobby in Gaza. Now, yes, he took it back. He took it back after he came under ferocious attack. But he himself acknowledged, when I debated Mr. Morris about a year ago, and I said that Israel targets children, he laughed. He thought it was such a funny remark by me.
It's absolute.
I'm wondering. After the foreign doctors in Gaza,
Dude, 19 months of unlimited child murder, and this fucking animal is still like, it's not true. It's not true. Israel does not target children. Like, what do you mean, bro? What, they just like accidentally perish? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? How many goddamn children have we seen with their like skull completely fucking taken out by an Israeli rocket or a bullet?
After the foreign doctors in Gaza attested that the children were being shot in the head and the chest. And when one of the leaders of the opposition in Israel said that the Israeli soldiers killed children as
I must let Benny
hobby.
respond, Norman. I must let Benny respond. Benny.
There has never been a Israelis whether they support genocide. This is a total lie, and the 50% figure is also something completely out of Norman Finkelstein's imagination, his twisted mind, actually. There is no targeting of children deliberately, and what this politicians...
Yeah, it's just a happy accident for Benny, still, at this point. Just 20,000 little accidents. I mean, it's more than 20,000, but like, it seemingly keeps happening, dude. I don't know how. We're really trying to find out who's doing this, you know? Oh. I sometimes think to myself, is it because like, you're so invested in this false reality that Israel is a force for good because you live there and it's so important to you that you have to fucking defend its honor like this? And a big part of that is just simply lying to yourself? Or is it because you are completely aware of what Israel is doing and you like what Israel is doing, but you at least understand that it's indefensible in the global stage, so therefore you have to willingly fucking lie? it really doesn't matter what the motives are here, because you're still doing genocide denial. You're still doing Holocaust denial. And therefore, under normal circumstances, you would be punished. Like, what Benny Morris is doing, ironically enough, is illegal in Israel, and it is illegal in the UK. Of course, it's illegal in Israel and illegal in the UK only for the original Holocaust, right? Not the one that's currently happening. The one that's currently happening is not yet illegal to deny.
Said, and he's actually a very clever politician and usually tells things straight, and the truth was a slip of the tongue. And he said, I made a mistake. I said the wrong thing and I shouldn't have used that phrase. Stupid phrase. Israeli soldiers do not target, as a rule, children. There may be, and I'm sure there are and have been, war crimes committed by Israeli soldiers and pilots, perhaps, in this war in the course of 19 months. But I don't think we should forget that Hamas is a homicidal, a homophobic, misogynist, totalitarian organization which tried to kill as many Israelis as they could, most of them civilians.
Nothing. There's nothing. All you got is, remember October 7. October 7. October 7. That's all he's got. Totalitarian. Motherfucker, they don't even have a state, nor a standing military. What do you mean?
August, and what befell Gaza as a result is revenge for that attack by the Hamas. And the Hamas said they would do the same thing again if they are revived and resuscitated as a leading organization in the Gaza Strip. And I think that's the objective of the Israeli army, to end Hamas rule and to end the Hamas as an organization in the Gaza Strip. And anybody normal who doesn't support Islamists.
Yeah. Hamas is misogynistic, which is why we have to kill Palestine to liberate them from the misogynistic throes of Hamas.
Doesn't support anti-Semitism, doesn't support misogyny, doesn't support homophobia, should be against Hamas, which Norman Finkelstein apparently isn't.
Yeah, but I don't hear people supporting Hamas certainly in mainstream media or anywhere else. Everyone's of a unanimity that what they did was unconscionable and they should be held to account. The problem is that the strategy that the Israeli government
want to do.
Yes, I heard.
They still want to do and say they want to do.
Benny, let's just assume, because they said it themselves, in fact, the spokesman said it after October the 7th, that if they can do it again and again, they will. So they want to get rid of all the Jews in Israel. Okay, that is Hamas.
And of the state of Israel. And of the state of Israel.
But the problem is, as I've always said from the start of this, what is a proportional response to what happened?
Finkelstein about to be like, Mr. Benny, I too do not entertain transgender ideology like Hamas. No identity politics, Mr. Benny. You are a fantastic moron. I fucking love Norm Finkelstein so much. Oh God, he is what a fucking incredible person, dude. Yes, Norm himself is Mr. Anti-Identity Politics, but he's also like 90 years old.
Happened, and what is the end game? What does Israel actually want at the end of this? And I'm beginning to think they don't have any plan at all. That actually what they're hoping is that they can pursue the line of many of the more right-wing.
Who's anti-Paul? Oh, he's transphobic, yes. Yes, Norm Finkelstein is transphobic. I don't give a shit. I thought everybody knew that already. He's also pro-Russia. I don't give a fuck. I mean, you clearly do. What? No, I don't care. I don't care what his fucking... I don't care what the opinions of a 90-year-old man is beyond his focus. His academic focus is on one issue and one issue only. Okay? Otherwise, you wouldn't make it a point to make it clear he's transphobic. No, I am a normal fucking human being who understands that a 90-year-old man is probably not going to have, especially a 90-year-old stubborn man, is not going to have the fucking same opinions as you. All I'm saying is clearly you care about trans issues, so saying that you don't care is annoying and reductive. No, I don't care. I do not care that Norm Finkelstein is transphobic. Like, have you talked to your grandparents? Have you had a conversation with your grandparents? Yeah. Not only is it inconsequential in this conversation, but like, there are people who have lived for far too long on this planet and have developed certain positions that is impossible to shake them from. And the best your expectations should be of them is to not get in the way, you know, not get in the way of social change, and also not constantly be fucking annoying. Like, I'm sure there's trans chatters in here that can't get their grandparents to be understanding of trans people. You know what I mean? Check my link. Norm has changed. Wait, really? Norm Finkelstein has mind blown by identity politics founder Barbara Smith. Damn. My mistake. My mistake. He's also, I guess, pro-trans now. Trans chatter here. My 87-year-old grandfather is also transphobic. Yeah, some of us cut those family off from our lives. I'm lucky my 88-year-old mom is still supportive of my trans butt. Oh, I thought you meant trans people need to get out of the way. I'm so stupid. No, old people who have out of the way is fine. Like, it's basically about like managing the situation, right? And if the best you're going to get is for them to be like somewhat understanding, or at the very least, like to get them to stop talking about this shit and shift their attention away to other priorities, then great. I'll take that success. I still have to boy mode when traveling to my grandparents' town 6 years into it. Yeah. Like, if you were to ask me, do I care about transphobia being, the norm in society? Of course I do. But the way to tackle that is not by getting 95-year-olds. Like, that is perhaps the least consequential in society for maintaining transphobic opinions. You know what I mean? I would rather make sure that children are not hateful, right? Like, even if they also, too, have the brain functions of a 95-year-old, because children are going to grow up to be adults. Like, they are literally, just let him do it. You know what I mean? It's like when the doctor tells your grandparents, like, oh, he wants to smoke cigarettes, let him fucking smoke cigarettes. He's 99 years old. Like, that's what the doctor told my grandfather, okay, before he passed away. Because my parents were like, oh, you have to be more healthy. You have to be more healthy. Motherfucker was like 99, okay? And basically the doctor was like, dude, if he wants to smoke cigarettes, let him smoke cigarettes. He has lived for 99 fucking years, dude. What are you talking about? Let the man smoke some fucking bogues, right? And that's kind of the whole point with even like transphobia as well. If you're 90 years old and you're like transphobic, it's like the best you can do is just get them to I guess, not talk about it all the time, you know? Yeah. Also, clearly, if you're 99 and like, and fucking chiefing some darts, okay, some lung darts for 99 goddamn years, you probably shouldn't take the cigarette away from him. He might die if you take the cigarette away. Yeah, 91-year-old grandma dead-named me every day until she died. I hated it. She was also racist. She was unreasonable. Some old people will listen to reason and still learn. I agree. I'm just saying it's probably at a certain point better to just like avoid them is what I mean. Because like 91 years old, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of hard. And also, like, you're wasting your time is what I mean. Like, self-preservation is good in this situation. All right, let's keep going.
Members of that cabinet. Maybe Netanyahu himself now has been introduced into this because he has no incentive to end the war, because the moment it ends, he'll be held accountable for allowing October the 7th to happen in the first place, which was hugely unpopular for him in the polls with the Israeli people. The second...
Damn, Piers is even talking about how October 7th, he allowed it to happen.
He's facing corruption charges in a criminal court the moment this is all over. There is no incentive for him to end it. And so this carries on and on with more and more Palestinians being killed. And all right, you might have a belief that the IDF never deliberately target children, but they are deliberately and relentlessly targeting civilian areas, in their estimation, going after Hamas. But in the process, they know they are going to kill on a daily basis dozens, if not hundreds, of innocent people as well. And that's been going on now week after week, month after month. And at some point, you surely have to concede that this strategy is not working. It's making Israel global pariahs. It's making Israel global pariahs. There is no evidence that Hamas is being dismantled. In fact, the opposite appears to be happening.
Oh, no. No, not Israel. Why you not like Israel? You say Israel? Pariah? What does this word mean? Pariah? Why you say? Why you not like Israel? No politic here. Israel number one. No politic here. Do you think Piers is a bellwether of big media? Kind of. I mean, he's independent right now, so that's why he's like probably taking a more aggro tone.
Where for every Hamas terrorist,
I just think he's paid by Hamas. That's what I think. I think Abu Ubaidah got Piers's number and got access to his crypto wallet, and has just been sending him Qatari money like weekly. Clearly, that's what happened.
Is killed, they're apparently replacing them with multiple more people who share their ideology. The hostages are not being released. God knows how many of those hostages may be killed now with these intensifying airstrikes.
No,
Israel now says it's launching.
Can I correct you?
Israel now said, well, let me finish.
You about the
Israel now says it's launching a massive new attack. Well, okay, bully for Israel, but actually none of this seems to be working. And so at some point,
can I correct
I
you?
say enough. Yes.
Why you bully Israel?
Correct me.
Okay, I understood that. Can I correct you on one small point? The Hamas kidnapped 251 hostages, most of them Israelis, some of them Nepalese, some of them Thai, on the 7th of October 2023. Of those, 177 were actually released as a result of the Israeli counteroffensive in interim arrangements.
Well, they were released by diplomacy, actually. They were released through diplomacy.
But the Israeli military pressure is what persuaded the Hamas, because they also.
So why is it not working now? Why isn't it working?
Interesting, because on October 17th, I think, Hamas released a message to the Israeli envoys saying, as long as Israel does not invade the Gaza Strip, we will release all hostages. Israel instantly denied this. Just something strange. Just something strange to think about. October 17th, 2023, by the way.
Now.
It will work. I don't know. Firstly, there's only 20 alive Israeli hostages left in Hamas.
Genuine question. How do you apply your standards of charitability when dealing with people like Piers Morgan, who actively sold the genocide, but then has maybe come around and is now on the right side? Maybe. Do you still extend that same charitability to people who were genocidaires turned anti-Israel? I mean, it's case by case. Like, I would... Like, remember that one soldier that Bin Bayahad was parading around, who literally did like hundreds of days of genocide in Gaza and then turned around and was like, oh, I don't want to go back anymore. I'm actually now a conscientious objector. And it's like, bro, you literally did the fucking genocide. Like, I don't want to say what I think he should do. And it's not like, oh, I'm not like doing a fucking suicide joke or whatever. I don't want to say what I think he should do. But like, you know, like, I feel like if you've done it for 200 days, like, go back. You don't have to quit at that point, and, you know, go back and maybe do something else when you're there. You know what I mean? Like, you have the military training. I don't know what else to say, right? You have the arms, you have the military training. Like, you are not the same as like a fucking 17-year-old who's like, I'm not going to serve in the IDF. You know what I mean? You're a whole ass adult, you know? Stuff like this happened all the time, okay? All the fucking time. And yeah, you have the trust of your fellows. Like, what do you mean? Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, for someone like Piers Morgan, it's different. Right? So for someone like Piers Morgan, it's different because like this is what he does. His entire role here is to basically turn around and either propagandize in the direction of Israel or against Israel. And I am skeptical, but I also treat him as I'm skeptical, but I also treat this as like a positive development, if that makes sense. Right? You're going to ruin my afternoon. Trees, relax. I didn't say anything that's like fucked up, chatters. And I don't think people understood what I was saying. I wasn't saying like, oh, kill yourself or whatever. I'm not saying that at all. That wasn't the point. I was saying something different. But but I can't say. Maybe organize amongst your other the fellow soldiers that have participated in this and maybe feel the same way as you do. You know what I mean? Like, there's only so much I can say. This is a foreign nation's military, but it's not treated as a foreign nation's military. If I was talking about this in America, like doing an officer's mutiny, for example, like advocating for a coup within the American Defense Department is not something that would get me in trouble, all right? Even as a joke, which is what I'm saying. I'm saying that as a joke, okay? But if you were to say that about the Russian military, people would love that. People probably demand it all the time. But if you were to say that about the IDF, all of a sudden, 19 months into a fucking genocide, everybody gets in their fucking feelings, Are you saying do a reverse Pat Tillman? Low key, it's not even a reverse Pat Tillman. There's so many fucking examples of this throughout the Vietnam War. That's all I'm going to say about this. There are a lot of examples of after fucking decades of conquest and death and destruction, there were a lot of, Also, yeah, partisans have existed throughout history. Jewish partisans played a formative role, and not even just Jewish partisans, but like partisans in the resistance in Vichy France, or partisans in Italy against the fascist Mussolini government. Like this part, like what I'm describing right here is simply an accurate assessment of historical events that unfolded throughout historic periods of struggle against fascism. Okay? That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is ciao bella ciao is what I'm saying. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Partisans have existed throughout history. Okay? Yes, Yugoslavian partisans as well. I have no clue what little bro is trying to say. Then fucking Google it, okay? There have been historic periods of struggle against historic fascism, and there were plenty of fucking people within the in-group that was a part of the fascist in-group that actually engaged in armed struggle against the fascist entity, okay? All I'm saying is look it up on Google. Look up what has happened in history, throughout history, on Google, okay? Google it. Stop trying to get me to spell shit out.
Hamas hands. I do believe that the government
you don't
is
know
incompetent
that.
in
We don't know that. We know there are over 50. Over 50 are not accounted for.
We know there's 20 live ones and assume 38 dead ones. That's what the Israeli
but nobody knows for sure.
knows. Okay, nobody knows for sure. The government now, which was incompetent and I think incompetently managed this war, that's why it stretched out for so long. Though don't forget, we also had a war with Iran and with Hezbollah, and we continue to have a war with the Houthis from Yemen. So it's not just been Israel focusing only on Gaza. But
but in the war, if I may say, before I go back, hang on.
He's like, listen, you don't understand. Israel's got ambitions everywhere. Ambitions everywhere. There's so much free real estate just sitting there,
Before I go back to Norman, with the war with Hezbollah, that was a scenario where Israel, in terms of military operation, brilliantly targeted 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists in a way that begs the question, why could they not have...
Oh, okay. Suck my fucking dick, Piers. The beeper pager attacks was a severe violation of international norms and international rules of conflict. You cannot booby trap things. You cannot intercept normal supply lines by which commerce is normal supply lines by which commerce happens, and disrupt those normal supply lines at the behest of creating an incredibly sophisticated large-scale terror attack. This is yet another example of Israel violating the rule-based international order in such a spectacular fashion that it potentially could open up the floodgates if America's adversaries or anyone else's adversaries, for example, has the same approach. It's insane to me that it has gotten this set of coverage in Western news. It is insane to me. And the very fact that Israel was able to do that when it also operates Pegasus makes you wonder about what level of Israeli surveillance is seen as like appropriate and sophisticated by the likes of fucking Piers Morgan. Imagine if they did that to like American first responders one day. Imagine if your fucking iPhone just exploded and it killed your daughter because you talk shit about Israel. It is crazy.
Have done a similar operation on Hamas. And I've heard all the excuses and explanations and arguments. But in one case, Israel has now, since October the 7th, 2023, just launched endless strikes and assaults on civilian populations in Gaza, killing, we don't know how many, but we know it's many tens of thousands, including over 20,000 children in a population with 50% under 18.
This is why what I always said post-October 7 was the solution is to dissolve the apartheid. Because the reason why October 7 happened is because of the occupation and apartheid. Like, there's no world in which, like, oh, there's a sophisticated way to do these things. Like, what do you mean? Fuck that. Yeah, the most sophisticated way to do this would be to dissolve the apartheid. That's it. That's the main problem here. October 7 is born out of the frustration and the anger and resentment, born out of the unlimited violence that Palestinians are subjected to. That's it. They didn't just like materialize. They didn't just come out of the womb and we're like, oh my God, I can't wait to kill Israelis. Like, or sorry, not even Israelis. Sorry. I can't wait to kill Jews. I hate Jews. Like, that's not how this works. That's not how this happened.
And in their offensive against Hezbollah, which was incredibly successful, they targeted 3,000 terrorists with pages, which have got explosives in. You know, there's a massive difference in the way that Israel's gone about these two counter-terrorist operations, as they would put it. And I would argue the way they went...
Doc, what are you talking about? Israel did Gaza shit to fucking Beirut as well. Part of the reason why they did the fucking pager attack before they did the Beirut Gaza equivalent was because they wanted to literally use... They wanted to use their last-ditch effort before they were outed. And then it accelerated the bombing campaign because like, if he's mad about Gaza, he should be fucking really pissed off about Beirut. Like, what are we talking about? Did we forget what Israel did in Beirut? Like, did we just forget that Israel also Gaza-fied southern Lebanon? The pager attack was an act of terror, but it was the opening salvo. And a part of the reason why they did that was because they wanted to cause as much chaos and confusion as possible within the ranks of Hezbollah so that they could do an endless amount of bombing in Lebanon without any sort of defense against it whatsoever, without any serious repercussions. That was the success. Because under normal circumstances, it had its command structure, okay? And, by the way, they killed a bunch of civilians in the process, too. They literally fucking attacked first responders that were using those pagers. They attacked civilian Hezbollah members who are part of the Lebanese parliament. But a part of that was also, a part of that was to cause as much chaos as possible so that there was no retaliation when they turned around and actually did unlimited bombing campaigns in southern Lebanon as well.
But after Hezbollah had global support in a way that the way they've gone after Hamas in Gaza is increasingly making Israel a global pariah. Norman, your response?
I agree with you completely, but there were two reasons for that. The first one is that the Hamas has systematically hidden behind civilians and in tunnels underneath civilian centers.
Are we having
let Norman respond.
A monologue?
Norman.
With all due respect to you, Piers, I think there's a misunderstanding about what's been happening since October 7th. Once October 7th happened, it was a crisis for Israel. About that, there's no dispute. But it was also viewed, as the cliche had it, it was also an opportunity. And the opportunity was to once and for all solve the Gaza question. Now, from day one, it was perfectly obvious that the goal of Israel was to solve the Gaza question through three methods. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, mass killing, mass death and destruction. Now, if you look at it from that vantage point, the operation has been hugely successful. I don't know why, with all due regard, and I do respect you, I don't know why you keep saying it's been unsuccessful. They've destroyed about housing in Gaza. They've destroyed about half the hospitals in Gaza. They've destroyed about half the universities in Gaza. They've destroyed about half the arable land in Gaza. Gaza won't be habitable anytime in the next 2 decades, according to the best estimations by the international community.
I'm from Lebanon. My aunt's apartment was destroyed. She's a civilian, 40 years old. She had to go back to the mountains to live with my grandma. She doesn't have any money to fix the apartment, and there are no repercussions for what happened. It's just like she's supposed to cope with it and shut her mouth. So disappointing. Yeah. And the entire world fucking turns around and like celebrates those actions, which is so shocking to me. They just don't think anyone else is a fucking human being. What? The U.S. promised the PLO that they would ensure the safety of the Beirut civilians in return for them leaving the city. Right after the IDF facilitated the massacres of multiple Palestinian refugee camps, over 1,300 civilians were killed by the LF. The U.S. was guilty then, just as guilty now. I think you got timed out by the auto modding because you kept spamming, or maybe you wrote something too long. It was Falsabot. Yeah. Also, surprisingly, I never thought I would say this, but yes, I think the number Norm arrived at are undercounted. The arable land is I think I might be wrong about this, but I think the arable land destroyed is like even larger than 70%. I thought it was fucking 90% of arable land that has been destroyed. Like it is virtually impossible for there to be any sort of agricultural output in Gaza. Yeah, it's not even 70, it's 90 or 95%.
National organizations, the World Bank, the...
Personally, I'd like to hear from Rabbi Shmuley Boteach. I appreciate that his balanced takes restore the public discourse and peace will follow. See, under normal circumstances, like that is a perfect demonstration of someone being so hyperbolic that obviously they're being sarcastic. Okay? Because there is not a single... Ultra-Zionists don't think Rabbi Shmuley is a good advocate for Israel. Okay? Why do you think they shelved him? That right there is such a stupid statement that he doesn't have to slap a /s on it. Rabbi Shmuley is perhaps Hamas's bravest fucking soldier. A lot of you don't understand this. I had the vision from the jump. Okay? Rabbi Shmuley was the greatest anti-Zionism vehicle of all time. A person that was so repulsive in everything he does that people that have been lifelong supporters of Israel would listen to him talk for literally more than 30 seconds and go, I must dismantle the Zionist entity. People were saying the Shahada and joining the ranks of the Al-Qassam brigades after hearing Rabbi Shmuley speak. Like 30, not even 30, 56-year-old Barbaras and Deborahs were literally going, as a lifelong Christian, and I listen to this rabbi speak and I realize, inshallah, we must win one day. Glory to all the martyrs. Glory to all the martyrs. Inshallah, the Zionist entity will be dismantled. It's like you said, I think Shmuley literally played a role in radicalizing peers in the opposite direction. Yes. There has been no loyal servant of Hamas as loyal as or as consistent as Rabbi Shmuley.
And International Monetary Fund, UNCTAD, and so forth. It's been hugely successful. Where we're at now is the final phase. And the final phase is why all the rats, like the leadership in the UK right now, and the French and the Canadians, they're trying to jump off the sinking ship because they know exactly what Israel has in mind. We're now at the apocalypse, the final phase. Mr. Morris has written a lot about 1948 in Israel. And in fact, what's happening now is very similar to what happened in October 1948. If you read his books, which I have, you see a massive escalation of atrocities during the 1948 war as they're trying to finish the job. And now Israel is trying to finish the job. If you read your own Financial Times, it described very beautifully what this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was about. They were going to set up 2 or 3 distribution points in the south of Gaza. And then everybody from the north and the middle of Gaza would have to go to the south in order to get food or water or medicine. And then when everybody was congregated in the south, what do you think is going to happen? Exactly what happened in October 1948. There were going to be the massacres. You know what they were going to say.
Can I say something?
There was rioting. There was rioting at the food distribution centers. The IDF felt afraid. And then it started to fire. And then they hoped
Piers,
in
can I
one
say
fell
something?
swoop they could
Yeah,
send
Norman, you
the
must-
whole population over the border into Egypt.
He likes to lecture.
It's perfectly
He always likes to
obvious
lecture.
what Israel is doing now. It's the last stage, or I should say, it's the final stage of the final solution. And now others don't want to have to dirty their hands with it. So suddenly
You said that
people like
already. You said
Lamy are discovering that it's intolerable, the situation in Gaza. Guess what?
Can I
It's
say
been
something?
God, I fucking love Norm so much. I wouldn't change a single damn thing about him. The way he carries himself, how stubborn he is, how proud he is. That's exactly what you need. When I found out about Norm Finkelstein decades ago as this like incredibly stubborn man who had been, not decades ago, but like a decade ago, as this incredibly stubborn man who had been, I think it was like right after he got blackballed, like the Allen, was it? I don't remember exactly when it was, but I remember him taking the fucking the largest hit of his career from the Dersh, Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, after Norm correctly called out, after Norm Finkelstein correctly called out the Dersh for plagiarizing someone else's material that had made up shit about the Palestinians. He was right to call him out for plagiarizing, and Alan Dershowitz went on to blackball him from every academic institution.
intolerable since October 8th.
Okay, final word, very briefly, to you, Benny.
As far as I've understood, that firstly, at the moment, there's discussions of a prisoner exchange and a ceasefire between Israel and the Hamas, which may work out and give the Hamas a breathing space of 60 days at least in which to reorganize and whatever. But the Israeli military plan, as far as it's been published, is to take over essentially 75% and maybe by the end 100% of the Gaza Strip and root out the Hamas, kill the Hamas people or get them to surrender and leave the territory, and to supply the Palestinian population in 3 centers, not just in the south, but also in the north, with humanitarian aid. If the Hamas will allow it to come through, because the Hamas have been taking most of the humanitarian
Stop the lying,
aid
Benny.
and then sell.
Benny.
The problem is Hamas is but a name. Okay? For Israel, the problem is not the name Hamas. For Israel, the problem is resistance against occupation. Militant resistance against the occupation. So, of course, reasonable people, even within the Nazi forces of the Israeli occupying force, recognize that there is no military solution to Hamas. Because as long as the occupation exists, then of course there is going to be resistance to said occupation, whether it's called Hamas or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Okay? Call it Sama. Okay? Don't call it Hamas. Call it Samah. Whatever. It's gonna exist. Because you can't fucking occupy people for 77 years. Of course people are going to want freedom. And Israel understands that, right? Israel understands that. That's why they want to do ethnic cleansing. That's why they want to completely ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. Because they understand that as long as there are Arabs there, as long as there are Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, they are going to understandably resist against Israel, okay? They have the moral right and responsibility to resist against Israel, they have the legal right and responsibility to resist against the Israeli occupation. Yeah, I saw this. I saw Laura predicting 2020 was the summer of love. 2025. This is also part of the reason why you can't have sterile zones where aid distribution is happening in one area. You can't package millions of people into 25% of the strip when Gaza already, before October 7, was an open-air prison that was one of the most densely populated areas on the planet. And then having that densely populated area and all of... Speaking of killing children, we are going to talk about the U.S.-backed group and its aid distribution that started and basically was a spectacular failure. We have that on the docket as well. I think it's time to move on to that part. Here's the U.S. bombs, U.S. hunger plan. This is our genocide. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The U.S. is as responsible for the Gaza genocide as Israel was for the Sabra and Shatila massacres. Abso-freaking-lutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Dylan is 100% correct. You might have seen some of the images on the timeline earlier if you were on Twitter or if you're on, I don't know, freaking Blue Sky or whatever you're on. But Drop Site News covered it extensively as well. I'm going to obviously talk about that. Here is my take on it, at least. Mohammed Shahada, thousands of starved Gazans stormed the dystopian Israeli-American aid complex in Rafah after being forced to stand in endless queues and bake in the sun in a fenced concentration camp while being subjected to biometric surveillance. U.S. mercenaries and Israeli troops are opening fire. Israel's Khan reports U.S. mercenaries were likely the ones opening fire at the starved crowds, while reports from Gaza indicate Israeli troops also fired at the crowds. People were told to stand in queue all day while the mercenaries pick and choose who gets aid and who starves. This comes a day after two key figures that were a part of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the GHF, a philanthropic NGO that is directly backed by the Israeli government and directly backed by the American government and American State Department officials, that was based out of Switzerland, was like the two key figures that actually resigned, including the main guy, Jake Wood, Marine sniper turned mercenary, U.S. mercenary, said, "This plan ain't gonna work. It's a bridge too far for me." He had resigned a day prior. Now, of course, I said it didn't take 100 years to get back to this stage of fascism, as you can see right here. Identical, literally identical. Almost one-to-one comparison. What are we doing? What the hell is going on? How do people not see this? How? Instead of allowing aid to be let into the strip, we are doing this shit. Incredible. Israel's Khan reports the U.S. mercenaries were likely the ones opening fire. Israel's Channel 12 highlights and reports that an Israeli helicopter began firing at the starved crowd while the American mercenaries ran away. Palestinian report, chaos in the center of the division, crowed. Palestinian report, chaos in the center of the division. Thousands of Gazans broke into the humanitarian aid complex. As the new aid distribution plan in Gaza Strip was launched, it was reported that Palestinian mob broke through the fences of the compound in Tel al-Sultan, and attacked the humanitarian equipment. It was also reported that IDF helicopters opened fire and at the American company's employees withdrew from the scene. At this stage, there is no verification of the claim. Thousands of Gazans have already arrived to receive food packages, some of them Israeli-made. That's the other side of the story, by the way. Never let a crisis go to waste. You know what they're selling? Or not selling, but you know who gets to make money off of this? Israeli companies. That's right. The aid that, like, we're spending money here in America to fundraise. And then these initiatives are going, they have to go through Israel. No other way to let aid in. Okay. And the food is still coming from Israeli producers. Thousands of Gazans have already arrived to receive food packages. Some of them Israeli made. Hamas has also begun distributing free food in order to sabotage the distribution. Hamas has begun distributing free food in order to sabotage the distribution. Villain shit. You're a villain for writing that. Gaza is the 2025 version of a concentration camp. Tens of thousands starved for 86 days. Then came aid, a chaotic, humiliating spectacle wrapped in barbed wire and guarded by American mercs. Even they fled when desperation breached the fence. This is also part of the reason why you can't have sterile zones where aid distribution is happening in one area. You can't package millions of people into 25% of the strip when Gaza already, before October 7, was an open-air prison that was one of the most densely populated areas on the f***ing planet. And then having that densely populated area and all of the population that has been starved get forced into 2 specific aid zones is ridiculous. There is a reason why the United Nations was like, we don't want anything to do with this. This is ridiculous. Y'all are f***ing insane. They are making a smaller concentration camp inside of a concentration camp. Thousands of people starving for months, crammed together and treated inhumanely. And do watch the American mercenary perched on high, waving like he's at a concert. The image is truly dystopian mix of cruelty and performance, unbelievable but fully intentional. How's the crash out coming, bud? Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, look at this. If you see images like this and you go, wow, I can't believe this person is very frustrated watching the literal Holocaust unfold in 2025 in a post-Holocaust universe, right? Where we know these things are completely unacceptable. If you look at this and go, wow, lol, you're crashing out, you're just a Nazi, you know? You are no different. You are no different than a Nazi. It's shocking. And I'm not even being like, I'm not even like that excited, right? In my commentary here, I feel like it's very reasonable. And you still look at like any sort of disgust at this image as simply crashing out, you know, then you are not a human being, you know? You're just not like, you are not a human being at all. You are flexing your indifference to unlimited cruelty. It is ridiculous. Utterly depraved. This wasn't humanitarian relief. It was a military-backed PR stunt. No system. 15-kilometer walks. Yeah, that's the other side of this. They made them walk 15 kilometers. Zero transport. Detainees mid-distribution. 1 food parcel last 2 days. This is an aid. It's humiliation designed solely for optics, not survival. This is damning. It confirms what everyone already knows. This isn't humanitarian aid. It's humiliation theater. A staged performance to tick boxes, claim success, and justify continued siege, all under military protection. The Geneva Conventions obviously prohibit perfidy, a war crime that includes combatants impersonating aid workers. In Rafah, American mercenaries posed as humanitarians, luring starving civilians into a military control zone with no real aid system. That is not aid. It is a war crime. They made Palestinians, after bombing them, bombing their homes, and then bombing their tents, they made those Palestinians walk 15 kilometers, okay, 7.5 miles, to get to this area where aid was distributed, aid in air quotes, was distributed by the very same factions that are bombing them. And in the process of quote unquote aid distribution, after starving them for 9 miles, after starving them for 86 days, they started detaining people on the line. And of course, predictably, chaos broke out. I've been covering this I've been covering the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation since we found out that this was the plan, talking about exactly what was going to happen. Okay? Talking about exactly what was going to happen. That what happened here is a more restrained version of what should have most likely happened. It is crazy. If the photos coming out of Gaza of Palestinians crammed into cages to get scraps and crumbs of food don't remind you of the Holocaust, that's because you haven't seen very many photos of the Nazi genocide during World War II. It is quite literally a 1-to-1. Yeah. As the Israeli aid scheme staffed by U.S. mercenaries begins in Gaza, there's already a report of a Palestinian being kidnapped when he went to get one of the small boxes of food. His family says he went to the Muraj Crossing Aid Distribution Center. To our shock, he called us under threat from Israeli intelligence officers demanding information about one of our relatives with whom we've had no contact since the beginning of the war. When we were unable to provide the information the army requested, communication was cut off, and we were later informed that he was transferred to a detention center. He is now considered missing. Every single person in Gaza is treated like an enemy combatant. Every single one. Okay? The Israeli military does not make an exception between like civilians. The Israeli military certainly does not make an exception for people who are even like politically involved with the civil governance and civil affairs. They are actively targeting people who are responsible for trash collection or responsible for policing, responsible for like they killed they're killing the agriculture ministers and stuff, and then saying we killed another high profile Hamas target. Okay? They're killing journalists and then saying, well, this person was photographed next to Yahya Sinwar. So obviously he is also Hamas. They're killing children. And they're not even hiding it. They're openly doing it in display of the rest of the planet. And understandably, this has created a lot of resentment towards Israel. Israel has become a pariah state in even the Western world. It was already a pariah state for the global South. Now, even Western countries, the populations of Western countries see this horrifying picture, okay? And they also develop unimaginable resentment, understandable resentment, because fuck Israel. Who wouldn't resent this? Like I say, Tim Dillon is defending it. No, dude, shut up. He was being sarcastic. Oh my God, you're so stupid. I'm not having this conversation any longer. What the fuck?
American and Israeli-backed aid supply group says it's started operations in Gaza, delivering truckloads of food to so-called secure distribution sites. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which uses armed American security contractors, aims to bypass the United Nations as the major aid supplier to Palestinians. It's already...
Oh, here, there's also this. UN experts express alarm at 2 new Israeli terrorism laws that permit life imprisonment for 12-year-olds and arbitrary suspension of child welfare payments, violating the human rights of Palestinian children. I mean, they already have a process where, like, if someone has done like a knife attack or something in the West Bank, okay, against a member of the Israeli military, or even like a citizen, civilian, settler, whatever, right? They will go back and they will destroy the homes. They will literally displace the entire family of the person that engaged. Like, they already do collective punishment with regular frequency. Okay? Which is, again, demonic. It's insane. Instead of like prosecuting the individual, which, by the way, ironically enough, the Palestinians have a right to resist in the West Bank, resist to the illegal occupation of the West Bank, for the record. But even within this like insane legal structure that they've designed for themselves with military tribunals and whatnot, the very fact that they punish the entire lineage is psychotic. And now on top of that, they've pushed this new law through where 12-year-olds can get life imprisonment. 12-year-olds. Yeah, only democracy in the Middle East.
Already seen its own executive director resign in protest amid mounting concerns over the project. The foundation says it delivered truckloads of food to its secure sites on Monday, where distribution began to people in Gaza, although it isn't saying how many trucks were involved. The project has been controversial, seen by critics as politicizing and militarizing aid and using food distribution to cattle Palestinians into diminishingly smaller areas, with selective distribution used to starve out Israel's adversaries. The foundation rejects the criticism, saying its operations conform to the humanitarian principle of neutrality. Let's go live now to our Middle East correspondent.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not. Aid to civilians in a theater of war cannot be given by enemy combatants. It cannot have any military use. It is illegal. That is literally illegal. Okay? The idea that you can use aid for military purpose is insane. But so is doing a genocide. Obviously, it is the worst crime that a state can commit. There is no crime worse than ethnic cleansing.
Correspondent Yolande Nell. And Yolande, this new aid operation is underway. Do we have any more information about how it's going?
We haven't heard any more today about aid reaching these new secure hubs, as the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation refers to them. There are 4. We're expecting initially 3 of them in the south of Gaza, 1 in the center. And the foundation is insisting that it's...
Bro, the U.S. got away with indigenous genocide, so Israel will do the exact same? Yeah, there's a difference, though. Okay? 1, that is, again, an unacceptable crime. It is the crime of all crimes. Okay? It's the worst crime of all time. Having said that, there was no internet. There was no global web of interconnected human beings. There was no like deep entanglement with this process. Okay? There is no comparison. Like in most circumstances, you don't have like we have until this very moment, we have never had a live streamed Holocaust where the belligerent party, the one doing the live streamed Holocaust, is only able to do so because of the unlimited support it gets from Western nations, but especially the United States of America. You are comparing a totally different time frame, not to justify that, which is still, again, unjustifiable. And there was plenty of horrible things that the Americans did at the time, the settlers did at the time, parading scalps and decapitated skulls of the indigenous population. Just horrible, monstrous things. But once again, making comparisons to the past like this also, I think, is a dangerous predicament, because like we must do everything we possibly can to stop it from happening. Otherwise, what lessons did we learn from the genocides of the past? What lessons did we learn? Like, this is the reason why I always talk about, like, the entire field of Holocaust studies are there so that we understand exactly how a society can be moved to get to that point in an effort to never allow it to happen again. Okay, that's what that's the basis for never again. And many people now unironically say never again just means for Jews, no one else. Never again just means like no more Holocaust and nothing else. It's crazy. That was the Kahanist position, and now it's become a commonplace perspective in Israeli society.
Planning to reach more than 1 million Palestinians within the next week. So that would be half of the population of Gaza. All that we saw so far in a couple of official photographs that were put out, the most I could count was about a dozen men, apparently Palestinian, carrying away boxes. And we saw also some lorries with boxes on Gaza to move to the south. It's not weak saying this was to pressure Hamas. All we've seen in the past week or so.
Also today, the occupation announced a seizure of approximately 7 million shekels in cash and the confiscation of gold worth 6.2 million shekels were seized, and 30 citizens were arrested during a raid on exchange and gold shops today in the West Bank. Yeah, they're just like, dude, again, Nazi shit. They're robbing the Palestinians blind with the limited means that the Palestinians already have in occupied territory. They're stealing their clothes. They're wearing their clothes. They're wearing the clothes of the women in the homes that they have fucking displaced the Palestinians from.
Of lorries being allowed to return back to Gaza is about 190 lorry loads, mainly of food going in. And we're hearing, of course, that distribution is very difficult with people just so desperate on the ground.
And Yolande, in the meantime,
it's just such freak shit, dude. It is especially freak-like when, like, so close in your history do you have immediate relatives that were victim to this exact same design, like one-to-one, verbatim, identical design in the fucking Holocaust. To turn around and do it not 100 years after is psychotic. But then again, 1948 was immediately after World War II, was immediately after the Holocaust. The practice of destroying the houses of an attacker's family in the West Bank is so judicially infamous because it was challenged in the Supreme Court by Palestinian rights organizations. After all, the practice was only applied to Palestinians and never to Jewish murders. Judge Solberg, a far-right settler on the court, wrote in the majority opinion, "It is permissible to expect ethnic enforcement because Jews don't need the deterrence." More so that, yeah, we don't want to deter the Jews from doing it. We only want the Palestinians to get this, like, extraordinary deterrence measure. Yeah. This is why people say the Nakba never ended, by the way. I mean, this is like 1948. This is the exact same shit. It has never stopped. It is also being reported the main picture going around with men carrying boxes are surprisingly linked to the criminal Yasser Abu Shabab gang. You in the chat may remember me bringing them up multiple times because they're the same gang that has been working with the occupation to steal aid. I know I covered that extensively yesterday when I was talking about like Israel's depraved starvation techniques and Israel's deliberate attempts of destabilizing aid delivery at the point of delivery as well. They have ISIS affiliate criminal gangs in the fucking Gaza Strip, literally protected by Israeli drones, go up to aid distribution and cause chaos with weapons that they got from the Israeli occupying force, with gear that they're wearing from the Israeli occupying force. The Israeli occupying force is allowing an ISIS affiliate gang leader to literally harass truck drivers and extort them after they enter the Gaza Strip in areas that are red zones, where if you are a Palestinian, Israel automatically kills you. Except for these ISIS affiliates that are allowed to operate in those red zones. With the exception of these ISIS affiliates, no Palestinian is allowed to enter these red zones. Otherwise, they will get fucking lasered by an Israeli drone. It is shocking.
And there's also been another development, a missile attack on Israel by the Houthis in Yemen.
That's right. Sirens went off earlier today, and that's the fourth time in 5 days that that's happened. The Israeli military saying that it shot down a missile and another projectile that were launched separately from Yemen. We've had the Houthis saying that they are acting in solidarity with the Palestinians, although they have agreed with the US to stop their attacks on ships passing in waters going close to Yemen. And, you know, Israel has acted, it's attacked Yemen repeatedly, but we have not seen these strikes stopping. It's 3 weeks ago that Israel hit the main airport in Sana'a, killing...
Yeah. Yemen is the only country in the region that is willing to apply pressure to Israel, military pressure to Israel, as it's doing a fucking genocide. Go ahead, yell at me and say I'm, pro-terrorism all day, every day. That's it. That's what the Ansar Allah movement is doing. People will say, oh, it is because they were unpopular, or the Houthis were unpopular. They're doing this for popularity amongst the, amongst the region. Okay. A lesson that maybe other Arab leadership should take note of. Iran or Yemen? What? Iran or Yemen should clap Yasser Abu Shabab and his fellow traitor as scumfucks? They can't. There's nothing that they can do.
Israel had said it wanted to control the way aid got to Palestinians in Gaza from hubs like this one in the far south. Day one of that plan didn't survive contact with reality. The reality of a populated aid since the start of March. Initially, there had been reluctance to come here. The process included biometric measurement. Hamas had urged resistance against what it called...
Speaking of straight up Nazi shit, here's a statement from Benjamin Netanyahu. I know, I have it right here. I'm going to pull it up. Here's what he said. There's no famine in Gaza. We arrested thousands of civilians to ensure they are not fighters and photographed them naked and showed no signs of hunger. In fact, they don't even exercise. That's what he says here. Every part of this process is deliberately humiliating, for the record, okay? He says there's no famine in Gaza because we arrested thousands of civilians to ensure they are not fighters and photographed them naked, and they showed no signs of hunger. In fact, they don't even exercise. That is a deliberate attempt to ritualistically humiliate the fucking entire Palestinian population. I deleted my Gmail YouTube account and I go on YouTube to see league vids, and up pops a video against you. It's just so weird. This is associated to gamer vids. Yes, gamers, at least like gamer-based content creators, have horrifying politics. Gamers themselves might not have horrifying politics, but the content creators that are gamer adjacent, that don't even like video games in general, that actually despise video games in general, have horribly reactionary politics. Anyway, let's keep going.
Called an Israeli intelligence operation. Israel has denied that, and in any case, soon enough, any idea of control was evaporating.
People stormed the place and stole everything. The Americans started shooting, then the Israelis. More than 20 injured. And then a tank climbed the hill and started shooting.
Each box is supposed to contain enough for nearly 60 meals, prompting some disbelief today. This man carrying the contents in his T-shirt after his box broke.
I saw people running there. I decided to go too. People said it was scary. I didn't care. It was dangerous or not. I was going to go. I want to feed my children.
Earlier today, the Israeli military proudly displayed the operation on social media, prepared and ready, so they said, to deliver aid. The plan had been for nominated family representatives to collect food from the US and Israeli-backed, Swiss-based Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The army said it would stop.
Opposition leader straight up fucking said that this was the GHF was being funded by Israel too.
Hamas looting the aid, something aid agencies said was not happening at any scale to begin with.
We're standing here in this logistical area that the IDF built and will be run by a third party that will give the people of Gaza the aid directly. Every day, thousands of Gazans will be able to come here, reach this third party, and get the aid directly.
For weeks, that idea had been heavily criticized by the UN and other aid agencies as unworkable and politicized.
Fucking Nazi.
The location of the 4 hubs established.
How does this footage get leaked? Do the Palestinians have access to the internet? Yes, they do.
So far, 3 in the far south, 1 in the middle of the territory, also decried for enforcing further displacement. The UN's aid chief, Tom Fletcher, said it would see starvation used as a bargaining chip.
You starve people for over 2 months now, and then you allow a trickle of aid, a trickle of food in, and you ask them to go to Rafah, like where people have to walk for miles and miles in order to get a food parcel. Is this a viable solution? This is a humiliation.
On Sunday, the executive director of Gaza Humanitarian Foundation resigned, saying it wouldn't be able to adhere to principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality and independence. And while established aid mechanisms operate at restricted levels, everywhere evidence of the need for them.
Even when they bring aid, nothing reaches us. As you can see, we're here like stray dogs collecting food from the trash. I swear, this is our life day to day. We collect food every day from the garbage. If we don't gather anything, then we don't eat.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation blamed Hamas blockages and the volume of people for the chaos today, saying it had distributed 8,000 boxes and would be open again tomorrow. A UN spokesman called the images heartbreaking, saying it had a detailed, operationally sound aid plan ready to supply a desperate population.
Harry Fawcett reporting there. Well, Sam Rose works for the UN Relief and Works Agency, where he's the director of UNRWA Affairs in Gaza, and he joins us now live from Oxford. Sam Rose, I mean, absolutely desperate scenes coming out of Gaza again today, at a time when there should be at least some good news with food getting in. What's gone wrong here?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, this is so distressing. I mean, we've seen distressing and heartbreaking scenes for the past 20 months, and this tops many of those. What's gone wrong? Everything has gone wrong. It gives me no pleasure to say that, but everything we said about why this mechanism would not work and should not be put in place, we've witnessed today. The complete humiliation and dehumanization of a hungry, scared, injured, exhausted population, the corralling of humans into what can only be described as castle pens in Rafah, massive overcrowding, no supply to meet the demand, no proper distribution networks. It's
Israel are trying to legitimize the ISIS-linked group in Rafah now. A group called the Counterterrorism Apparatus, led by Yasser Abu Shabab and operating under IDF protection in Rafah's Yargun Pal Aid Center, claiming Gazans are receiving assistance. Abu Shabab commands an armed militia backed by both the Palestinian Authority and Israel, made up of around 150 fighters, mostly former PA members, and based in Rafah's Netzer neighborhood. They secure convoys along the Morag axis and conduct advanced patrols ahead of IDF movements to expose resistance operatives, effectively aiding Israel in its war against Hamas. The group coordinates with Israeli and American officials, and critics claim the role in aid distribution is a part of the broader plan to pave the way for mass displacement. Sick, man. I love having ISIS affiliates fucking take up power in every part of the region. Awesome. Yes. Elias Rodriguez, the embassy staff shooter, was a self-proclaimed Maoist third worldist. I know. What? Is this too soon to cover? I'm literally covering it right now. That's what I'm covering currently.
Harrowing and it's heartbreaking, and it was completely avoidable, and it is completely avoidable if we're allowed to do our work.
I mean, is it possible that this just is an illustration of...
Bro, if you would have said in 2012 that the U.S. and Israel and an ISIS-backed group teamed up, I would have called bullshit. Why would that be bullshit? Who do you think was most responsible for the formation of ISIS? Doesn't it surprise you at all that ISIS, that's supposed to be like ISIS is this like rabid fucking band of brigands, okay? And yet Israel is right there, and they never fucking attack Israel. As a matter of fact, they cooperate and coordinate with Israel, as you are seeing right here. Interesting. Maybe you'll also be shocked to find out that, for example, Al-Qaeda in Yemen were directly receiving American weapons that were being shipped off to Saudi Arabia. Isn't that interesting? Al-Qaeda, the guys who did, remember 9/11? The guys who did 9/11, we were arming them in Yemen. What does ISIS do? Like, what's the goal for them? I mean, they're a bunch of fucking rabid freaks that you can sick on whichever group you choose to destabilize. You are watching what these guys do. You are watching them. It's for control. Because at the end of the day, America does not care about who they align with. They will cooperate with anyone and everyone. They will farm. They will send weapons to anyone and everyone. The Mujahideen groups were armed and radicalized in the buildup to, during the Afghan Civil War, the buildup to the USSR invasion, and certainly after the USSR invasion. Some of those guys became Al-Qaeda. Some of those guys became the Taliban. Not Al-Qaeda, sorry. The Taliban. These were all different factions that were all considered the Mujahideen. They were already the Taliban. The U.S. supports socialist revolutionaries and anarchist revolutionaries in Syria, or supported socialist and anarchist revolutionaries in Syria for the longest fucking time. PG is. They don't care. As long as it causes chaos and beefs up sectarian infighting, there is value in that. And once they're done, they discard them. Sometimes the groups that they're done with will then end up will sometimes turn around and use the weapons and training that they got from the United States against the United States. This is the most consistent American foreign policy. This is precisely what happens over and over again. Whether it be blowback in the form of 9/11 or any other instance of violence in the region turning on the United States of America sometimes.
Of people who are starving. You say, the supply didn't meet demand. Perhaps over the next few days and weeks it will, because many people would say it doesn't matter where the aid comes from, who delivers it, as long as it gets...
Well, the United Nations showed during the ceasefire that we have the ability to deliver aid safely at scale to reach people where they are. This is not what happened today, and it's not what will happen over the course of the 3 weeks for a modality such as this, whereas people are forced to go to certain locations to pick up a box of poultry food items. Yes, they need food, but they do not need food to be distributed in this way. How are the sick, the elderly, the wounded, the infirm supposed to make their ways to these aid centres? How are these people supposed to get the services that they need to go alongside this food? We have tens of thousands, over 100,000 people have been injured in this conflict. How are they supposed to get the food and get the service that we need? And we have no time to wait. The population is on the verge of famine, on the verge of starvation. In UNRWA, my organization, we have the largest uninterrupted UN food operation anywhere on the planet that has functioned successfully for 75 years uninterrupted. We, the World Food Programme and others, we have the supplies on the border kilometers away. Let us get them in and let us distribute to people where they are.
You will be familiar with the argument from the Israeli government, which said a new system of delivering aid was needed because...
No, it wasn't. It's only needed because you want to continue starving the Palestinian population, and you want to use aid distribution in direct violation of international laws and rules of combat to make military use out of aid distribution. That's the whole point. Israel is also responsible for the limited aid distribution to begin with. Palestinians in the Negev found bags of flour sent from Turkey to Gaza thrown in the trash. I mean, it's not surprising. I don't understand how any journalist worth their salt, any journalist who's not even embarrassed to maintain the moniker of journalist, is still treating what Israel says with sincerity. You are the biggest fucking dupe of all time. You are the biggest dumbass of all time, or you're also a willing participant in the genocide of Palestinians. That's it. Like, there has never been a moment where you should have ever trusted what the Israeli government is saying on anything. If you know anything about the Israeli government's track record, of course you're not going to trust the Israeli government. Like, what are we talking about? You shouldn't even trust the American government or any government or the Chinese government or the Russian government. Okay, governments lie all the time. But with Israel, the Israeli government is particularly bad at lying. They lie with the intensity of an entity that never gets checked. Because it's true. They do. They never get checked. There's never accountability for Israel. So, of course, they get away with lying, and they consistently lie in the silliest ways possible. If the Israeli government told me it was raining outside, I would know 100% that it's the sunniest day I've ever experienced. Okay? I was about to experience the sunniest day of all time. If they say anything, it's most likely the exact opposite. I think it was very clear ever since the American pier was built that the distribution of aid would eventually become a facade for military occupation of land. Now tight lines are surrounded by countless troops, shooting anyone who deviates even slightly. I guess under this regime, there's less need for subtlety. Yeah. Genuine question. If Trump wants to end these wars, why does he threaten American military involvement against the aggressors in both major conflicts? He really doesn't care about diplomacy, rules, or his approval. He can't entertain military intervention in Russia because that's nuclear holocaust. But he doesn't even have to entertain military or threaten military intervention in Israel. He just needs to tell Israel to stop. It's that simple. I know it sounds insane, but just as Joe Biden could have, Donald Trump can easily say, it's over, it's done, pack it up. That is the amount of power that America has. That is the amount of control the United States of America has over Israel. Everything that Israel does, you must understand, everything that Israel does is being done with the go-ahead of every single American politician. Okay? Can he do that without Congress approval? Wow, that's really funny. First of all, yes. The answer is fucking yes. Throughout American history, many American leaders, from Ronald Reagan to George H.W. Bush to Joe Biden himself in 2021, have made one singular phone call that ended Israeli sieges, Israeli occupations. One phone call. That's all it has taken. So no, For this in particular, they don't need congressional approval. As a matter of fact, there is already pre-existing laws that make it illegal for America to ship arms to Israel, following the laws that we have in the books. That's number one. And number two, when the fuck has Donald Trump ever listened to congressional approval anyway? Yes, Ronald Reagan did that as well. He called what Israel was doing a Holocaust, and he was right. And what Israel is doing right now is also a Holocaust.
As they have consistently claimed, Hamas are stealing the aid. What's your response to that?
The response is we've seen no evidence of this, neither myself.
Dude, why don't you tell Hamas to stop, though? Dude, first of all, dude, I love how stupid these guys are, okay? Don't ban guys like this because they are hilarious. What kind of fucking influence do I have over Hamas? Do you think I have a direct dial-up to Abu Ubaidah? I'm going to be like, yo, Abu, stop. Also, he's going to, in the phone call that we're having, okay, he's going to be like, stop what? The genocide of my people? Like what are they supposed to stop? And if your answer to that, if your retort to that is, release the hostages, well, I'll have you know, they have tried. Yeah, I'm going to be like, Abu, baby, stop this. And he's going to be like, Hassan, I love you. You are our handsomely paid propagandist in the West. Okay? I love you. I love your content. I think you should game more. That's what Abu's going to say. Okay? But I think you're a little off base on this. Conversation between me and Abu Ubaidah. He's going to be like, listen, I think you're a little off base on this because we have tried to release all the hostages and Israel refuses to negotiate with us and consistently does the genocide that you are watching. Okay? So I'm not exactly aware of like what they should be stopping.
My 12,000 staff, the entire humanitarian community in Gaza, none of us have seen any evidence of this. We have absolutely nothing to hide. We ask repeatedly for this evidence. Our programs, our distribution mechanisms have been assessed and evaluated independently over decades, and there's been no evidence for any of this. Show us the evidence and let the journalists in. If the United Nations are constantly decried, constantly criticized for what we're saying, then let international press into Gaza to see the situation for themselves. Okay. That's what I would say.
Briefly, if you would, you know that the man who headed up this group has now resigned after just 2 months. He says the foundation cannot adhere to the humanitarian principles of humanity and neutrality. What happens now in terms of getting aid in? Should the foundation keep going in tandem with the work that you're doing?
I mean, we've seen what happens if it keeps going. Just by calling something humanitarian.
Why doesn't Hamas do anything about its PR? Like, why doesn't, like, have them clear their name more often? Brother, what are you talking about? It is literally virtually illegal in many places to even recognize Hamas as anything but a group of, like, rapist barbarians. Is this satire? What PR? They already do that. Hamas and Hamas officials, both and even Al-Qassam Brigade side, are very in tune. They are very in tune with the optics. They are very aware of it. It doesn't matter. Most people think all Arabs and all Palestinians and all Muslims are rapist, barbaric monsters that are basically just a parasitic force that then comes into Western countries. Have Abu Ubaidah say, no, we don't steal food. First of all, here's how I know your demands are stupid. They already do that. What are you talking about? You think anybody fucking believes what they have to say? What are you, crazy? They're paying you, right? Maybe you can get some more influencers on board, custom sync music videos or something. You just proved exactly like they do. They release statements all the time. Not a single major publication ever actually entertains their statements. They don't even talk about their statements. Why do you think everyone calls me a fucking terrorism supporter that must be banned and also possibly jailed? What do you think is going on? Why do you think people's immediate reaction to my commentary, my coverage over this is you need to be banned and you need to be killed potentially, or at the very least go to jail permanently for the material support that you're offering to terror groups? That's what the average Westerner's perspective is when someone says, hey, these are normal human beings, for the record, and they're being fucking slaughtered ruthlessly. And it serves us well to hear their side of this genocide as well, considering that they are on the side of they're on the receiving end. Did the U.S. press report Viet Cong statements? This is equally one-sided. Maybe you can find something on foreign press. Dropsite is one of the only investigative reporting outlets that hasn't been criminally prosecuted yet, to some degree, that is offering coverage. The other sites, the other groups that actually will cover Hamas statements and cover this genocide from the perspective of the people being genocided is Electronic Intifada, which has literally had not one, but two of its journalists get raided by the British government, okay? And the other website is The Cradle, which once again also had a raid conducted on one of the journalists at The Cradle. Drops is the only fucking, because they're based in America and America still has like some semblance of free speech, and because a lot of the journalists are not in America at the moment. Yeah. Ali for Electronic Intifada got detained in Sweden, but I think he's been released. What about Zeteo? As far as I know, Zeteo has no direct access to any membership of Hamas, and I don't know if they cover. I don't know if they cover the. I mean, they do cover the genocide from the perspective of the people being genocided for sure, myself included. In any case, there are literal legal repercussions for doing this. As it stands, it is illegal for the government to take legal to issue legal repercussions to people like myself, but that might change. It's very obvious that the American government wants to change that. Here is Red. EU sanctions Red Media founder for covering Germany's pro-Palestine crackdown. The accusations used to sanction Red read like an act of revenge by German state for exposing its own complicity. Red is another outlet. Hussein Doru, an AFA media which operates Red, citing their coverage of Germany's pro-Palestine protests, which the council claims supports Russia. Minor correction, Ali Abu Nima was arrested and held in Switzerland, not Sweden. Yeah. At Chatter, who mentioned the VC, there were over 600 accredited journalists in Vietnam by 1968. Israel lets nobody in. I mean, there is that element too. German media politicians and journalists have begun their whitewashing campaign 1 year and 9 months. They supported genocide and refused to name it. Now they use the word genocide, so one day they can claim we were always against it. You are all complicit, says Hussein Doru. It's interesting because, like, on the one hand, they're doing stuff like this, right? And they are trying to make it basically illegal to cover this shit. But on the other hand, now, because the tides have changed and it's virtually impossible for them to hide, and the population is not oblivious to the death and destruction, they're also all of a sudden coming to that conclusion. Oh, yeah, I guess it is a genocide. Oops. Sorry, we fucking raided your home, Asa Winstanley. UK police raid home, seize devices of Electronic Intifada's Asa Winstanley. British counterterrorism police on Thursday raided the home and seized the several electronic devices belonging to Electronic Intifada's associated director, Asa Winstanley, who used to be a labor guy back in the day, of course. You also have people like Kneecap, Mohara from Kneecap, also getting slapped with a fucking terrorism designation. An officer conducting Thursday's raid informed Winstanley that the investigation was connected with the journalist's social media posts. Attempts to reach the Metropolitan Police Service for comment for the story has been unsuccessful. Although his devices were seized, Winstanley was not arrested and has not been charged with any offense. He's active on several social media platforms. Encouragement of terrorism. That's what they said. Animals, all of them.
And does not make it humanitarian. I applaud the CEO of the Gaza Humanitarian, so-called Humanitarian Foundation for standing down and listening to the concerns and the issues that we had raised. We don't need these two systems to work in parallel. We need the aid that is on the border, the several thousand trucks of aid that is on the border. And I'll be accused of being a liar for saying that, I'm sure, but it is there. Believe me, we need to be allowed to get that in. In 4 days during the ceasefire, my organization, UNRWA, we distributed food to 1 million people. That's what's needed for these people who are facing famine and starvation.
Sam Rose is going to have to end it there, but thank you very much for speaking to us.
we're left.
Norman Finkelstein versus Benny Morris on Gaza, 39-minute debate, which I will be entertaining. But before we do that, there's more I must cover on this issue. One, here is Mehdi Hassan at Al Jazeera talking to the ex-Mossad head on Israel's medical aid to the al-Nusra Front, okay, ISIS affiliates. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because people are asking me about Yasser Abu Shabab, okay? Yasser Abu Shabab is also an ISIS affiliate and a gang leader. However, now, Yasser Abu Shabab, despite being an ISIS affiliate and a fucking drug dealer and a gang leader, is now a part of the Palestinian Authority, an Israel-backed coalition force that is seemingly offering protection to the aid distribution. Yes, al-Nusra is the group that Jelani was affiliated with, the al-Nusra Front, or Al-Qaeda and ISIS, yes. Or Al-Qaeda in Syria.
But to speak up.
It's a branch. It's a branch. It's all the same shit. Al-Nusra is the Syrian.
These amputations, some are, many are burned.
Sorry, hold on. This is what I was going to show you.
Levy, what outcome do you think the Israeli government wants to see in Syria? A victory for Assad or a victory for the rebels? Or is this Syrian civil war dragging on actually the best of both worlds for Israel because it neutralizes a threat on the country's border, as some would say, it's useful, and it distracts attention from the Palestinian problem?
First of all, 6 successive Israeli prime ministers tried to get peace with Syria. 6 of them. And none of them was able to do this. Syria is the key to peace in the Middle East. It has always been Syria and not any other country. Secondly, I want to say very clearly that the problem in Syria today is not the Syrians. It's the external involvement in Syria.
On both sides or one side?
The Syrians entered a civil war. And within the last few years, at least 3 foreign elements have entered Syria. One was the Hezbollah, and Assad tried, with the help of the Hezbollah, to overcome the opposition, and the Hezbollah failed. Secondly, the Iranians came in, and they failed. They failed dismally. And then the Russians had to come in because the Iranians had failed. And the Russians came in, and they also...
And they would all say foreign fighters came in on the other side.
Foreign fighters are foreign fighters. But the Hezbollah had nothing to do there. The Iranians had nothing to do there. And I think the Russian presence is not contributing even to Russian
So to deal with
security.
my question, what does Israel, in your view, want to see as the outcome in Syria? Assad staying or Assad going? A victory for the rebels or the victory for the government?
I think,
or neither?
I think
perpetuation of war?
What Israel would like to see would be an outcome where an independent Syria, independent from foreign intervention, was left to its own and was able to chart its course.
So an independent Syria with Assad in control would be fine, as long as it was...
I didn't say in control. I say an independent Syria in the confines of the Syrian borders would be able to chart a policy of, shall we say, of peace and of acceptance with its neighbors.
It's a wonderful description. I'm sure many people would support it. You're not actually answering the question. With Assad in charge or the rebels in charge?
Whoever is in charge.
So Israel doesn't have a view, is your answer?
Whoever is in charge and is willing to follow such a policy.
So to be clear, Israel does not have a preference between the rebels and Assad. It's whoever sticks to this description.
I think we have no preference.
Okay, you say no preference. There have been reports.
This was in 2016, chat.
Israel has been treating wounded Syrian rebel fighters in its hospitals on the border, including fighters from Nusra Front, which is, of course, the Al-Qaeda proxy in Syria. Do those reports worry you that Israel's helping wounded Al-Qaeda-aligned fighters?
As I said before, in a different context, it's always useful also to deal with your enemies in a humane way. And I think...
Dude, saying that is so crazy. Saying that is so crazy because, like, obviously, even at this point, like, they're not dealing with their enemies, Hamas, in a humane way. They are not offering medical treatment to Hamas, brother. Oh, no. Oh, hell no. Because ISIS is not an enemy to Israel. That's the whole point. Okay? ISIS is not an enemy to Israel. It is a collaborator to Israel. And here it is. Here is how wonderful ISIS collaborators look like for Israel. On Monday, a Hamas security unit called SAM of the Hamas-run Interior Ministry killed at least 20 gang members who attempted to loot trucks loaded with humanitarian aid in a complicated military operation carried out in eastern parts of Khan Yunis and Rafah in the south of Gaza. Speaking to the New Arab, a security source in the ministry who preferred not to be named said, "We carried out the military operation against the thieves gang in cooperation with tribal committees in Rafah and Khan Yunis. We succeeded in killing a number of them who contributed to the starvation of our people by stealing aid and selling it at exorbitant prices. What Israel claims Hamas is doing, ironically enough." The source claimed that Gaza security services monitored communications between these gangs and the Israeli army forces that direct their tasks and provide them with security cover. On Monday, Washington reports said gangs looting Gaza aid are operating in areas under Israeli control, led by criminal elements with a history of drug smuggling and others who were involved in the Islamic State group ISIS, according to Palestinian journalists. Aid deliveries to Gaza are currently at a critical juncture due to the increased looting. Two of the gang leaders, one a drug trafficker and the other previously associated with ISIS, appear to be orchestrating the largest and most active looting operations of aid convoys bound for Gaza. The two leaders, Yasser Abu Shabab and Shadi al-Sufi, who were previously sought by Hamas security forces before the war, appear to be now working alongside hundreds of thieves under the protection of Israeli occupation forces in areas near the Kerem Shalom crossing, the primary entry point for the convoys. What they're doing in the fucking crossing, by the way, and this is from 19th of November, 2024. 19th of November, 2024. 19th, I need you to understand, this is from the 19th of November, 2024. Okay? The timing of this is from the end of 2024. This has been ongoing. Now, that cooperation is official. Okay? Cooperation now is official. There it is. And they now branded themselves a counterterrorism apparatus. And they have a headquarters in the Jargon Palace in Rafah under the protection of the Israeli army and aircraft. They released photos this morning from the aid distribution center in Rafah. The photos, without showing the face of the individuals, were taken to promote the site and claim that Gaza had begun arriving to receive aid. Shadi al-Sofi, a wanted murderer and son of an informant, collaborator with Israel, Yasser Abu Shabab, a drug dealer, are the main warlords responsible for looting most aid under IDF protection. They form gangs of over 200 armed criminals and establish a military-like compound per the UN in an empty death zone, fully under IDF control, where they looted only this Saturday night about 100 aid trucks at once. This way, Israel can absolve itself of responsibility for its deliberate starvation policy in Gaza and say, look, we're letting aid in. It's Hamas' fault that food doesn't reach the people. IDF soldiers fire at those gang members as they loot aid right in front of Israeli tanks. IDF soldiers never, fire at those gang members as they loot aid right in front of the Israeli tanks and troops in a closed military zone that no Gazan is allowed into. The IDF only fires at local policemen whenever they try to prevent the looting. This is also true. Yasser Abu Shabab was arrested by Gaza's local police multiple times in the past for drug smuggling and trading, which is often facilitated by ISIS groups in Sinai. Hamas militants attempted to eliminate him yesterday in an attack that killed 11 of his gang, including his brother and partner Fatih and the gang's accountant. 30 others were wounded. This is entirely backed by the Israeli forces, okay? The Israeli occupying force backs these fucking assholes. Shadi al-Safi murdered in 2020 Jabr al-Kik, a PFLP member whom Israel had sentenced to life and imprisonment for 15 years for killing al-Safi's father during the first intifada for spying on Palestinians for Israel. Okay? The ISIS affiliate Shadi al-Safi in 2020 murdered Jabr al-Kik, a PFLP, Popular Front for the or not, PFLP is what it means. Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine member, okay, whom Israel had sentenced to life and imprisonment for 15 years for killing al-Safi's father during the first intifada for spying on Palestinians for Israel. PFLP guy kills a collaborator who's spying on Palestinians and kills him. The ISIS affiliate is his son. Al-Safi was convicted in a Gazan court, and local police captured him in a special operation in late 2020, before he broke out of prison with the help of ISIS-linked militants and was smuggled out of Gaza to Sinai, then reportedly to Israel's Negev. He returned to Gaza with the IDF ground invasion, where he now co-leads the criminal gangs that loot, aid, and sabotage humanitarian work under IDF protection. This is what Yahya Sinwar started his career doing? Yes. Yahya Sinwar's job, his role in Gaza, for the record, a lot of people will say, like, Yahya Sinwar was a fucking brutal guy. The reason why he was in prison and what his role was within Hamas was to root out guys like Shadi al-Sofi and torture and then execute them. That was what his role was. He was a very brutal man. His role was rooting out collaborators with the Israeli government that was spying on Palestinians. Don't cleanse Hamas, please. What? Cleans Hamas? What? I don't even know what that was. I think Brianna Wu might be the dumbest propagandist ever deployed on behalf of any cause. Quick question. What language was spoken here before the 7th century Islamic conquest? Was it Hebrew or was it Arabic? I know facts aren't Free Palestine's thing, but it was the Jews' land historically, and it's their land today. That's why Israel's the most successful decolonialist project in human history. Chat already is giving the answer. It was Aramaic or Greek. That was the most commonly spoken language in the region. But yeah, here, this is the meme. Yeah, Netanyahu. Yeah, we know Jesus. He spoke Hebrew. Pope Francis. He spoke Aramaic. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying, we have a natural bond. Jesus was here in this land. He spoke Hebrew.
ישו היה פה בארץ הזאת. ג'זו אביסוטופי. דיבר עברית. ארמאיקו. דיבר ערבית, אבל ידע.
He spoke Aramaic, but he knew Hebrew. Bro, yeah, Jesus explaining to the Pope is so funny. God, Benjamin Netanyahu, one of the most arrogant, entitled douchebags on the fucking that has ever graced God's green earth, okay? It is crazy. This comment chain killing me? No. Aramaic was the main language. By then, Hebrew was a liturgical language. Is Aramaic closer to Hebrew or Arabic? All three are forms of the same language family and share many similarities. From what native speakers tell me, if you learn one, then there are others can be acquired easily. It's like English, Dutch, and German. No. Linguists and archaeologists here, yes. No, I'm sorry. Are you trying to educate me on basic facts right underneath an idiotic claim that I just made? No. By the way, it's especially stupid, okay? It is especially stupid because who gives a fuck? Even if literally the language spoken there was Hebrew, okay, which it wasn't. But even if it was, oh my God, I don't give a shit. What is that? Why would that justify the ongoing ethnic cleansing of the indigenous population? You fucking psycho. What are you saying? Like, my attitude, call me woke, okay? But my attitude, the current ethnic cleansing campaign that Israel is conducting does not justify an ethnic cleansing campaign of all of the Jews in Israel right now. Nothing justifies a genocide, even another genocide, okay? Like, I don't believe that. Does that mean that, like, Palestinians don't have a right to resist? Of course I'm not saying that. Of course Palestinians have a fucking right to defend themselves, both legally under international law and also morally. Like, they have the morally correct position. If they want to defend themselves, they have every right to do so. But this notion that, well, you know, they were there in before the 7th century Islamic conquest is so fucking stupid. Okay, who gives a shit? What do you mean? Suck my dick. Fuck you. What kind of dumb shit is this? What is this? Filming yourself harassing a random Palestinian person in public and then writing the caption as if you're the one in danger? Please be serious. Probably shouldn't behave like this without security, but I can't help it. What is this?
I'm Israel High! I'm Israel High! I'm Israel High!
Yo, I'm under attack. I'm under attack. I'm Israel High. Dude, why are all Israel supporters like this? It's so funny. Like, if that person turned around and said, fuck you, back to this person, okay? This would be the most anti-Semitic attack that has ever happened. Why does no one care about the Jews? Why does no one care about the safety and security of Jewish people living in the Upper East Side? This is danger, okay? This is I am at any given moment throughout the day, possibly within smelling distance, within a super close distance to potentially someone who's not only Palestinian or Arab. That's terrifying. I don't even want to think about it. But even someone who might be pro-Palestine, who might actually think that the Palestinians are human beings. We need to put an end to this. We need to purge, just like Israel, the greatest nation on the planet. Israel number one. No politics here. Just like they're doing a purge of all the Hamas terrorists. We have to do the Hamas terrorist purge here in the Upper East Side. Anti-Semitism. No politics here. You are anti-Semite. Why do you hate Israel? You don't like Israel? Nothing you like about Israel? Not one thing? Israel, small country. Israel, smallest country in region. Why you not like Israel? Go to Gaza. Go to Gaza. You are Hamas. Go to Gaza. It's so funny how much that like how much I hear this. Okay, Israel only democracy in the region. Your beeper is beeping. Your beeper. I will kill you. You are terrorist. Yeah. It's there's strong evidence to suggest that counterterrorism services a Fatah PA op. Yeah, we already covered this. To overthrow Hamas by fragmenting Gazan society, the bandits are all Fatah loyalists, largely of the Terabin clan with ties to the PA. Yeah, like the guys are. It's a band of like ISIS brigands and drug dealers, and obviously there's not that many of them overall. So they are. It's a collective Israeli project, and therefore, of course, they are the Fatah loyalists that are working in unison with the guys that we were talking about. Do an Asian accent next. Now make fun of Indians. Some people are anti-war and pro-Palestine while simultaneously disgusted at people who act like this. Do a black accent next. Why not do Asian accent? Why not do Indian accent? Stop making fun of Israel. This is native accent. Why do you make fun of native accent to Levant? No politics here. You are racist. You are racist towards Israel. Yeah, this guy, I assume, is actually not saying this to draw out some hypocrisy in his mind, but literally because he's like, no, it would be funny if you do black accent. I do one all the time. Do Asian accent. I do one all the time. It's funny. Yeah. Also, what's a black accent? Anyway. More Palestinians have gone missing after approaching the U.S. aid site in Rafah, according to a watchdog, by the way. They're monitoring the situation. A number of individuals went there and have not returned to their homes because it was a kidnapping operation, obviously. And also, no shred of evidence. UNRWA chief slams Israel's allegations. UNRWA Commissioner General Philippe Lazzarini says Israel has failed to provide adequate evidence to support its accusations against UNRWA and its neutrality, accusations that Israel has used to justify banning the agency from East Jerusalem and pushing legislation to label it a terrorist group. Despite 20 months of allegations, Lazzarini says, UNRWA has not received any responses to repeated requests for proof. Don't you understand? This is anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic! Proof? You want proof? Oh, you hate Israel? You hate Israel? What proof? Israel says you are terrorist? You are terrorist. You are Hamas. What proof? You demand proof? You demand evidence? Why you not trust Israel? Please stop with this accent. No, I can't. I can't stop it. Once I get started, I hate you so much for this, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah, I have to spit at the end of it. This is your proof. Sharmuta. At the end of it, you got to throw in a little bit of Arabic curses as well. Terror. Okay. He says Israel has denied due process on both fronts, refusing to share evidence with the UN or pursue its own criminal investigations. UNRWA calls on Israel to end the disinformation and resume cooperation with the UN. You want proof? You hate Israel, huh? Nothing Israel does is good, huh? Nothing? Why you don't love Israel? Okay, I'm done. All right. Let's watch Benny Morris go toe to toe with the. I think ultimately I don't give a shit about how authentic Benson Boone is. As far as like you know, music goes, I don't know enough about music in general to give you an idea or give you an opinion on like his output. But as someone who knows very little, all right, Billie Eilish wins big at the 2025 American Music Awards. Let's take a look.
Music Award took over Las Vegas yesterday. It was a triumphant comeback after a 2-year hiatus. Now, this is the largest fan-voted music award show, and it delivered on spectacle, including Janet Jackson's first TV performance in 7 years. It was great to see her on stage. Andres Gutierrez has the night's biggest moments.
Jennifer Lopez kicked off the AMAs with an epic 6-minute dance medley by this year's nominees. J-Lo turned heads with this spicy moment, kissing 3 of her dancers. SZA's Saturn earned favorite R&B song. Fans voted her favorite female.
Billie Eilish must have good God takes. Yes, she does.
R&B artist.
Mom, do I have makeup on my teeth? Okay. Thank you to my mom and to my dad.
Billie Eilish was the night's big winner, taking home Artist of the Year.
This is so crazy. I feel speechless.
Benson Boone was flipping out again. And Blake Show.
I saw a take about Benson Boone that is like etched into the back of my mind. I don't know anything about him, but there was this girl that basically read him to filth and said he. Did I say his name wrong? Fuck. I'm not the most in tune. Okay. Whatever. What is it? Alta Music? No. Benson Balloon. Look. What's his name? How do you say it? Fuck. Everyone is just saying the wrong names now. Boo Boo Lemon. Stop. Beeba Doobie. See, I did it right. Oh my God. Everyone is saying the wrong names now. Fuck you. What is it? Benson. Oh, it's Benson Boone. Okay. I was so close. Y'all are fucking assholes. Okay. I said Benson Bloon and I was wrong. It's Boone. Okay. It's Benson Boone. Okay. Shut up. Listen to me. I saw a tweet, or not a tweet. I saw a TikTok that was like, Benson Boone is inauthentic with all of this like tastemaker shit that he showcases himself as, because like, yeah, you see him when he's like performing, you see him in these like crazy outfits or whatever, but the way he, like someone that is that stylish in his performance would at least have like an eye for aesthetics. And if you look at the way, like if you look at his house, if you look at the way he dresses himself when he's not performing, you get you very quickly realize that like he has no eye for aesthetics whatsoever. Okay? Because and this person was, does anyone have the TikTok? I need to just
hot take, but the weird vibes or the ick that y'all are getting from Benson Boone isn't because he's a Mormon or used to be a Mormon. It's because
this isn't it. I don't think this was it. There was another lady that was like straight up showing like photos of his house.
He's turned himself into a brand, or his label might have, either way. But he's trying to sell authenticity and relatability. And because he's not being his authentic self, it's falling flat and making people go, ugh. Now let's do a little exercise. Let's say this is y'all's first impression of me. Hi, I'm Nessie. I'm a theatrical costume designer. I created DashCon. I got the shit bit out of me by a raccoon last week. And also, more importantly, I'm a grad student studying critically endangered raccoon conservation. Do you believe me? I just said a bunch of weird ass shit. But do you believe me? If so, why? Right, now watch this.
Moonbeam ice cream, taking off your blue jeans, dancing at the movies.
And watch his other videos. Can you tell that he's trying to sell you something?
Yeah. Oh, this is it.
How I know that this is not authentic to Benson Boone?
and like this vibe, and certainly this. I've never met a man committed to like creative expression and art with just like no.
Yeah, this is literally like all of the like the backdrops. Like this one-shotted me. Okay? This TikTok one-shotted me because as soon as I saw how this man was living and what type of like clothes he chooses to wear and how little care he has for aesthetics, it made me realize like everything about this is rich take. No, that person ain't rich. The person who's talking ain't rich. Benson Boone is rich on the other hand. Like even when I wasn't breaded up like I am now, okay, there were still little curios and mementos and things that I cared about that like gave a deeper insight into like who I am as a person and what I care about. This man lives in an Airbnb, brother.
No trace of like style or home decor or just like anything interesting around. Even some like cool, weird like shit from his grandparents.
Yeah, like that was again a great take.
Everything is new and curated generically in a very Airbnb core kind of way. It would work for anything and everyone. Like you can't be 10 toes down that people are being like haters for no reason for hating the way you express yourself and then have no trace of self-expression or like appreciation of art or even like color. A stylist picked out this outfit. I just don't believe you.
I'm not, this is giving. I've never moved before, let alone left my zip code. I wish I cared, to be honest. Maybe he moves a lot. Could be the case. Why are you hating on a young one? I mean, Cutie Cinderella is a great example of a former Mormon who obviously has like an eye for aesthetics. Like Cutie Cinderella is a perfect example of that. She not only has done a lot in her own home. Okay, like she has a specific style. Who cares? One of the photos said "New Home, LMFAO." I think ultimately I don't give a shit about how authentic Benson Boone is. As far as like music goes, I don't know enough about music in general to give you an idea or give you an opinion on like his output. But as someone who knows very little, this TikTok was able to convince me about the inauthentic nature of Benson Boone. Why does everything sound like an audition song for The Voice? Alex Warren's Ordinary, Benson Boone's Beautiful Things, and more Hot 100 lists are leading a wave of pop releases that are a perfect fit for contestants auditioning for television singing competitions. I mean, listen, it's Imagine Dragons, right? That's what it is. Radioactive. Like, it's gotta sound like haters for real. I think the queer baiting is more problematic. Stop. I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm just gonna say time out. Okay? Time out on hate. I'm gonna say, dude, I love dropping this. I love dropping this randomly. I was doing it earlier this morning. I was like, time out on hate. I think we need to do this more often. That Shaq timeout is like burned into my mind. Cease your hatred. Okay? Time out on hate. Say no to hate. It's so good. Anyway, these dumb boomers think every streamer is Aiden Ross because of that one Trump stream. I don't think so. I think he knew who Kai is, and I think he deliberately rolled up to Kai. I don't know who the guy is. I have no idea who this dude is. No idea. But yeah, he just, again... All right. What am I doing? All right. So we were talking about the AMAs. Okay. There's some additional stuff I want to talk about with the AMAs. Obviously, Cutie Cinderella was doing the red carpet, which is awesome. From what I understand, a lot of the top celebrities that normally were supposed to be at the AMAs or like won awards weren't even there, which is weird, which is strange. But also, there was this like very gross moment that Kai, I think, handled very well. Okay, take a look. So Kai was live streaming the AMAs. He actually gave out some of the awards, I think, if I'm not mistaken. He was like live streaming the whole thing.
How you doing, bro? Nice to meet you. Good to see you. Hi.
So this guy rolls up with his daughter, using his daughter as a entry point into this conversation. Let's take a look.
Hi, bye. Hey, how you doing?
Who let this guy in here?
Yeah.
Hey, where's Kanye at? We want to say we love Ye. We love Ye for being outspoken regardless, because it's America, and I think it's a great thing to live in I think it's a free country.
So you
have
really,
opinions.
you really hopped on my screen, knowing my influence.
Yeah.
So come on here and say that.
I think he's a great guy that at the end of the day, you have a dialogue with him.
Hey, that's what I'm going to say. I think I want to protect my energy.
Yeah, well, I think you letting him talk is a good thing.
But look, though, I'm going to politely ask you, get out of here, guys.
Well, we think it's good to have free opinions.
I get it, but I don't want that. Whatever you got going on, you deal with that. Thank you for your service.
It is so crazy, bro. It is so crazy that this dude, a whole ass adult, okay, walks up to Kai Cenat knowing full well that he's like live streaming and just uses that as an opportunity to be like, hey, can you have the Heil Hitler guy on your stream? Actually, that'd be sick. We love him, right? You love the Heil Hitler guy, right? Like with your child in tow. That is so wild, okay? And I will say, the way Kai dealt with this was perfect. Like, I think he is a full-blown media figure now, like 100%. But the way look at his face. The way he dealt with this was he neutralized it instantly. He neutralized it real well. And he also, like, how old is he? He's like, what, 23, 24 or something? Like, he's talking to an old-ass man. He's talking to reaction stylist. Yeah, his reaction stylist, absolutely. His reaction stylist was cooking with this one, okay? Respect to Kai and also his reaction stylist, because honestly, perfect way to deal with it, perfect way to neutralize the conversation while also simultaneously just like returning the favor to the guy by being like, what are you doing? Like, this is embarrassing. Now I wonder, I mean, obviously he is a very popular figure, so I don't think he'll get the same ire, but I've had similar interactions as well with like straight up neo-Nazis like rolling up and being like, oh, when did you fight Sam Hyde or whatever, right? Doesn't like Hitler. Kai is so brave. Give me a break. Wait, what? What do you want him to do? Assassinate the guy? Rip his fucking chrome hearts off his neck and just start stabbing him in the eye with it? Like, what do you want? He's a fucking 23-year-old content creator getting ambushed at a professional media event, and I think did a pretty solid job of dealing with this, like, all things considered. Anyway, these dumb boomers think every streamer is Aiden Ross because of that one Trump stream. I don't think so. I think he knew who Kai is, and I think he deliberately rolled up to Kai. I don't know who the guy is. I have no idea who this dude is. No idea. But yeah, he just, again, it's so awkward.
Man, looking good over
How you
here.
doing, bro? Nice to meet you.
Man, good to see you.
Hi.
Hey, Sarah, it's
Hi. Hi, Bob.
Hey,
How you
wait a
doing?
minute. Who let this guy in here?
Yeah.
Hey, where's Kanye at? We want to say we love Ye. We love Ye for being outspoken regardless, because it's America, and I think it's a great thing to live in a free...
We love Ye regardless. Come on, you and I, we both love Ye, right? Regardless. Come on, dude. Come on. Why are people like this? Why are they such unadulterated clowns, dude? It's just, it's so weird. It's so strange. You also ruined this moment for your daughter too, which doubly gross. Like using your child as a prop to come in and just be like, hey, don't you love Nazis, dude? Come on, have the guy who said Heil Hitler on your stream. Crazy stuff.
Free country, don't you, Guy? I think it's a free country.
So you really hopped on my stream, knowing my influence.
Yeah.
So come on here and say that.
I think.
Like this, by the way, this is the reason why I said this is because the reason why I said he did a great job with this is not only because like he just didn't neutralize it by being like, hey man, don't do that. But he also literally is like cognizant of the hundreds of thousands of people that kids that watch him. You know what I mean? That's great. Maybe I'm too like adjusted to the norm, which is like incredibly depraved in online discourse in online communities. But like that's great. Having the largest content creator on the platform straight up turn around and effectively neutralize this argument and just be like, dude, you should be embarrassed for doing something like this, especially coming in here and like making it seem like I support that kind of stuff, while also simultaneously being like, I'm protecting my energy. That's great. He did a great job. Now, the last time I did something like that, of course, I got endlessly had all the neo-Nazi supporters of that pedophile Nazi Sam Hyde freaking out, being like, dude, this guy, I can't believe he almost killed someone. He was trying to fight someone for telling an adult that they should be embarrassed for bringing that shit up. But obviously, considering like my experience with like similar drive-by clip farmers of this sort, I think he did a great job.
I think he's a great guy that at the end of the day, you having a dialogue with him.
Hey, that's what I'm going to say. I think I want to protect my energy.
Yeah, well, I think you letting him talk is a good thing.
But no, I'm going to politely ask you, get out of here, guys.
Well, we think it's good to have free opinions.
All right, I get
God
it.
bless you, Kai.
But
can you show me what would your example, because I have 50, of a single Christian country that you would say mistreats women right now?
America.
Dog, your argument is to literally do what you think Sharia is, okay? What you think Sharia is a fundamentalist approach to the gender dynamic. You only attribute that to Islam because you're... We had the Charlie Kirk bouncy Cambridge student debate. There is the feminist one. I'm going to skip the bouncy student one. We already watched that, but I want to hear like Charlie Kirk debate with the other Cambridge student.
So I'm a feminist.
Boo.
My question is about the role of women, though. What should women's role in public and private life look like, and what are the material benefits of that?
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't even want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
Yes. An adult human female, it's a biological state of being that is also socially experienced. Can I please elucidate just one example of that social experience?
Yeah, I was going to answer your question, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So let's say you're a member of a tribe.
Why did you boo her? Because she says she's a feminist. Duh. I'm apolitical, and apolitical means you have to hate feminism. That's like, because feminism is politics, and shitting on women is not politics. It's just like the highest state of being apolitical.
And that in that tribe, you have the biological female anatomy, and in order to become a woman in that tribe, you have to also get a tattoo. That's a social experience that's mapped onto biological reality.
So can a woman have a prostate?
Can a woman have a prostate? biologically speaking, a woman is an adult human female that has a biological reality, but it's also social experience, right? So I don't.
Yeah, it's super easy. Like, can a woman have a prostate?
So,
Yes. Yes. The answer is yes. Because as she also correctly pointed to, it is also socially experienced. It's like, dude, people love the people fucking love, Republicans especially, love playing this goddamn song and dance where they'll be like, race is a social construct. Okay, I'm black now. It's like, you can have biological markers of race, but the interactions and the analysis of like what constitutes someone as a black person is still social. Okay? Or what constitutes someone as a white person is still social. You can still socially experience these things. Okay? For example, I say I'm white all the time. Go ask an Islamophobic person if I'm white, and you will very quickly realize that maybe I'm not so white because my name is Hassan and I'm Muslim and I'm from Turkey. Like, that's it. That is the perfect representation, because when you look at my skin color, or when you look at me from afar, especially if I'm like shaven and you don't know that my name is Hassan, you're not going to think that I'm anything but white, especially in the United States of America. Whereas if I was in Germany, for example, a country with a shit ton of Turkish migrants living in it, okay, then I'm automatically disqualified from being a part of the German in-group, because they have a better understanding of like what a Turkish person looks like. So they would very quickly clock me as a Turkish person and therefore not officially German. Okay? That's it. So yes, something can have biological markers while also simultaneously have a social performance associated with it, regardless of said biological markers, regardless of said biological preconditions. The reason why when you see a trans woman, like let's say Hunter Schafer, even if you know that they are a trans woman and you want to be transphobic, in an effort to, if you were to point to Hunter Schafer and say, that man over there is sitting next to my bag, no one would understand who the f*** you're talking about. They would say, what do you mean? What are you saying? Like, you would not be able to communicate with other people, because gender is a social performance at the end of the day. And this is before we even talk about sex and intersex people, and the fact that even a prostate or other kind of like biological markers that Charlie Kirk would present as like being the end-all be-all of womanhood also kind of fall apart, because even sex itself is not a binary. So much so that even Ben Shapiro nowadays says it's bimodal, which is at least closer to the truth.
So as per my definition of woman, I would say that people who have a prostate are biologically male, but they can sometimes be socially treated as women.
Okay, got it. So women can have prostates. Got it. Okay.
And by the way, I feel like this is the most pro-trans argument you're ever going to get in the UK. Because even that in and of itself is like, it's, how is it not binary for curiosity? Because intersex people exist. Like, it's not a 1-0. You're either a man or a woman. Even when it comes to biological sex, okay? When you talk about biology, when you talk about the biological version of sex, male versus female, even then, there is a tremendous number of people that are intersex. Binary implies that there is just either one bracket or the other, and nothing else, and nothing in between. When in fact, no biologist would agree with that. As a matter of fact, the very bracketing of intersex people at birth without consent into whichever gender that they fit better, that determination being made by a professional, by a medical professional, is in and of itself another example that like gender itself is social. if that was the case, if that wasn't the case, then there would be no need for this, right? There would be no need to like make an intersex person fit a certain gender stereotype.
Okay. So you're a feminist.
Yeah, gender is not binary, and neither is sex.
That actually isn't just fighting for women, you're also fighting for men.
So, yes, men also experience harms from patriarchy, but I argue...
We're talking about the same feminism, though, just make sure. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So, men also experience harm from... I would argue that those harms come from that system of domination itself. In the same way, for example, this isn't a threat, but if I reached across and punched you in the face, then my hand might hurt, right? So, are we understanding that there are, patterns of power? So, I would also fight for the rights of men.
Wow, that was actually a pretty good analogy to describe how men are harmed by patriarchy. Okay, respect to this person. Biological sex is a bimodal distribution. Biological sex is a bimodal distribution. Haas news. Haas breaking news. That's the dumbest thing you've ever said. Oh, man. I forgot. There are always a lot of chatters. Whenever the trans subject comes up, there's always a new crop of chatters who love what I have to say about like Israel-Palestine, for example. But then this is the one issue where they're like, what the do you mean? To those chatters, I say, why the do you care? What's it to you? What's it to you? Also, it is crazy when it is crazy when people lose their minds over such a tiny marginal population group, as though they are like responsible for the decay of Western civilization or whatever the people present it as.
And as a feminist, just as I would fight for the rights of women.
Sure. You think women are happier than they were 40 years ago?
I think I would have a few responses to that. I think that women report more stress and dissatisfaction.
Dude, no one is happier than they were 40 years ago. What does that mean? Yeah, I wonder if there is an ever-present domineering mode of existence that perhaps ruins people's hope for a better future. I don't know. I wonder if that has something to do with it.
Action today, because not because they have more rights or because of feminism, but because they're under dual pressure to both excel professionally and also because of the domestic labor in homes that is structured around outdated expectations. So, for example, studies like the OECD's Better Life Index show that women's life expectancy, education levels, professional achievements have risen.
As a Muslim, it is in the Quran. What is? What, the trans people are in the Quran? I don't understand. What? I don't care, dude. Listen, clearly you are anti-Israel, okay? To me, being like, sources cited, the Quran is no different than when like Israel dick riders would be like, Israel's been around for 3,000 years. My source, the Bible, okay? Get the out of here. I don't care. All right, sick, man. Cool.
In countries with higher gender inequality. So I would argue that what you're calling unhappiness is actually visibility, because now we hear women expressing dissatisfaction, whereas in the 50s we prescribed them Valium and we lobotomized.
Yeah. That's really rich. 50 years ago. That's funny.
We've always
hold on a second. Why are suicide rates going up more for women?
Don't make our children gay. You disrespecting the Quran? No, I'm disrespecting the application of the Quran when we're talking about modern social constructs. Okay? The notion that the Quran would be any sort of important marker in the way that like modern people exist in modern society is ridiculous, just as the Bible would be ridiculous or the Torah would be ridiculous. That's it. Also, I'm pretty sure Islam is, at least some versions of Islam are a little bit more understanding. They're definitely homophobic, but a little bit more understanding of the notion of trans existence.
I think that
Forget complaining. Materially, women are killing themselves more. Why is that?
I think that even if both men and women have become unhappier, men's suicide rates have risen as well, and that's also been exponential. Can you at least concede that feminism offers only one potential explanation? There could be also other explanations.
Of course, obviously, but feminism is the glaring thing in front of us, where we have fertility rates down, we have marriage rates down, we have unhappiness up, and we did something in the 1960s out of the universities of Brady Friedan and Gloria Steinem and all these feminists that basically said, you're trapped in a home, go get a job, freeze your eggs, take birth control, and all of a sudden women are way unhappier than they were 40 years ago. And I just have to ask the question, why is that? Is it working? And maybe there are biological differences between men and women.
Yeah, women would be way happier if they were servile inside of the home. It's just they would be way happier. They would be way fucking happier as opposed to being a cog in the capitalist machine. Charlie loves capitalism. He defends capitalism unconditionally. He will never assume that that is the real problem here for all people, women or men.
Women that we should respect, and that deep down a lot of women want to get married and have children. In fact, we should applaud it and we should support it.
Okay, also, ain't nobody is saying women shouldn't fucking stay at home if they choose to do so. You're not arguing about that either. You want women to have no options. You're angry at the fact that women have the option. That's it. And because you're anti-woman, you're suggesting that women are stupid and should not even be presented with this option, because if even given the option, they'll choose the dumb option as opposed to the much better option of staying at home. This is about relegating women back to a servile state. That's all this is. And it's unfortunately a very, very popular way of communicating, especially to the youth, because there's a lot of interpersonal resentment towards women amongst young men for a multitude of different reasons. Dating life and things of that nature play a big role in this. And a lot of these opportunists actually capture the attention of these malleable children and redirect their anger. And instead of, making them engage in self-criticism and engage in self-improvement, they cause them to become whiny little crybabies that think like, oh, well, women don't want to be with me, so it's a societal issue. And that they should know their place in society and they should have to be with me at all times if I choose that. And then there's obviously the older person version of this, which Jordan Peterson demonstrates. But, why don't I ever hear you telling the girls to get off Instagram? What do you mean? Oh, Kaya, place. You guys leaving? Bye, Fifi.
We should say it means nothing if you're going to go be a CEO of some shoe company or be some banker in London. What matters if you raise children and you have something to pass down long after you're gone.
I think I would bring 2 points to that. The first one is just really simple, which is that you can ascribe liberalism all you want as the cause of the unhappiness. I would argue something else. I would say that it's certain economic policy that has very little to do with the social acceptance of alternative lifestyles. I would say that we can recognize that income inequality across a vast swathe of Western countries has increased, which causes all kinds of social ills, a lack of social cohesion, housing price growth doesn't correspond with wage growth, monopolies increasingly become kind of emboldened to interfere with politics, and monopolies don't prioritize social health either. I think that those offer more compelling reasons for a decline in happiness than an increase in freedoms, because just one more thing, on an intuitive basis, generally speaking, people want more freedom, not less.
Okay, so if that's true, why is it? Do you agree that the happiest women of the West are married with kids?
I would have to look into it, but I think there are certain.
Yeah. There's probably if this is even true, which I don't know if it is. Okay, but even if it was true, the explanation for it is very simple. Yes, they don't have to work, or at least their only work is inside of the household where they have a degree of autonomy, as opposed to in the normal workplace where they don't. And it's usually from financially stable households that allow a single income, single earner household to even exist. But that is if we actually assume that this is true. And I have no reason to believe that this is true, for the record.
Right. There are and objectively, we know that, right? The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues, right? They're the ones that.
Okay, then he just like jumps off to a totally irrelevant point that he just made up. You're not bringing any data. You're just simply relying on the audience to go, I agree with that. The women that tear down statues do seem angry. What the fuck? That's not a point. That has nothing to do with anything.
That actually have obligations.
Does tearing down statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of?
Again, it's like...
That's a really good way to deal with that. God damn. The problem here is the more she dominates Charlie, the more Charlie is reaffirmed in his previous position that women should never be allowed a microphone. That's the issue. That's the issue in this conversation is the more she fucking cooks his ass, which she did right here, the more Charlie goes, and this is exactly why you have to stay in the kitchen because you hurt my feelings when you're outside of the kitchen. There is no microphones in the kitchen. I remember her saying she's a leftist from her convo with you. Yeah, I think so. But she was also like following a bunch of random accounts that obviously it was like weird. I don't know. She seemed nice though. She seemed cool. I think she was just only like she was a little anti-sex worker, but not even all that much. Do you concede that women with enough privilege and wealth to not need to work are much happier than the other women who have capitalism's boot on their neck?
It's a little bit of a one-liner.
The greatest way to destroy Charlie Kirk's argument here is basically to say, don't you feel like the systematic enforcement of capitalism and the incentive structure created within capitalism is making it infinitely harder to have children and two parents with one party working in a household, which she did actually kind of bring that up.
The happy and the grateful.
Wait, she cooked.
We know that, right? The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues, right? They're the ones that actually have obligations.
Does tearing down statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware of?
Again, it's like it's a little bit of a one-liner. The happy and the grateful. The happy and the grateful usually don't go burn down Wendy's in their spare time, of which we saw in our country all throughout a single summer. But as a side note, you would agree, objectively, study after study, survey after survey, that the women of the West that are married and have children, especially a lot of children, are far happier than even the ones that earn more money correlated at the same age.
So I also don't think that happiness is a very good metric, and neither do you, because you think gay people shouldn't just pursue happiness by being gay. They have other moralistic considerations to be making. So I don't think smiles per capita is a particularly convincing way to measure whether or not we should encourage women to be autonomous. I think we should maximize agency within a fair system that has reasonable parameters because it's expedient, it's good for the economy, it's logical, it's the moral thing, because if we can't...
Single moms, less housework, more leisure than married moms. Without a spouse in the house, single moms do fewer chores and get more sleep. I don't know. Didn't you sit in that chair? I did.
Prove the material harms, we shouldn't discourage it. And also self-reported studies is a really flawed way to do psychology. It's the week before my university exams right now, and I'm standing here explaining the basic methodology behind survey collection in sociology, which you don't even think is a real subject, to Charlie Kirk. If I took one of those surveys right now, I'd check extremely miserable. But so would a Palestinian child who's been torn to smithereens. How are we going to measure...
You would say extremely miserable?
No, I'm kind of making a joke.
No, I mean, but seriously, like...
Yeah, she's saying she would say she's extremely miserable because she has to talk to you. Oh, God. This is the other debate technique that I also despise, which is this is like a practical application of it. You're seeing it in real time, which is my interlocutor has no capacity to be humorous or engage in like hyperbolic statements or in an effort to like entertain, say something funny. I am going to present it as though she is being utterly sincere. I have no reason to believe that this person was trying to make a joke. Yeah, it's just like this weaponization of playing dumb. This weaponization of just making every statement come across as though it's perfectly sincere. Now, obviously, a lot of the debate pervert communities that come after me also deploy this technique with regular frequency to clips of mine where they'll be like, I'll say something like very clearly a joke, like offhandedly. Like I'm reminded of that Discord, the Discord messages where I was like responding to a chatter, being like, I'm gonna kill myself, and then people were like, oh, he wants to commit suicide. Hassan is actually suicidal. It's like the most commonplace thing that people say online. Very clearly, I'm not being sincere. I'm not suicidal in any capacity. Why the fuck would you ever take that seriously? They're just autistic. They don't get sarcasm. No, that's not true. This is barely a debate. He's just tarring everything of substance you're saying. To be fair, she hasn't stopped talking. Yeah, but she's cooking.
But hold on. I mean, like, that's an important point, though, is that the women in the West have it the best. in the world. And yet they're way unhappier than women of sub-Saharan Africa. There's something fundamentally wrong here.
No offense, man, but you got pretty defensive about a joke played on you earlier today. You didn't get the joke at first. You got angry, then you got the joke. Yeah, because I'm dealing with a lot of fucking insincere charlatans in the chat with regular frequency. And my coverage was talking about a famous Palestinian journalist that was assassinated. And obviously within that context, especially considering that it's not like a face-to-face communication situation, but instead an anonymous account that had come in, and I have no way of seeing if they are sincere or simply joking, am going to, in real time, initially assume that that person is attacking me as opposed to making a joke about a slain Palestinian journalist and their last name. I feel like contextually there are inappropriate moments where people will act as though they are not capable of understanding that their interlocutor is engaging in a joke. This, on the other hand, what you're describing is like a disagreement. I mean, a misunderstanding, which I, as you also admitted, recognized.
Because the women of sub-Saharan Africa have something that a lot of women in the West do not have. The women in the West have cats and they have good jobs. And the women of sub-Saharan Africa, they have a belief in the divine and they have kids. And maybe there's a biological undercurrent that is keeping a lot of women from realizing their full potential. And so without...
Again, this argument in and of itself only works if you believe women are too stupid to know what's best for them. This argument is an Ouroboros, okay? It is it only works if your starting position already is that women are somehow lesser and don't fucking know what's good for them. And you only believe that if you are misogynistic. Because the argument is, if presented with the option of financial freedom versus like staying at home and being a mom, women end up choosing financial freedom. And that makes them sad as opposed to staying at home and being a mom. And therefore, women are very clearly, due to the economic liberty presented to them, making the wrong options because they're too stupid to choose the right option. This also obviously completely avoids any sort of real structural analysis of why women are choosing to fucking work as opposed to be a stay-at-home mom and a wife. The problem there is obviously capitalism.
Reading your phone and just like, connecting.
I'm not really reading my phone.
Well, it's fine. Sure, then you can answer without it. Fair enough. Would you agree that it's a good thing that more women get married and have children in the West?
I would ask you, would you say that a sub-Saharan African woman who's experienced female genital mutilation and checks extremely happy in a survey, and I also would check extremely happy in a survey, who do you think would be objectively more happy, even if they both check the same answer?
No, again, so I fully, if you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we could talk all day long. Like I'm all.
This has nothing to do with Islam, you dumb fuck. This is like literally a regionally specific genital mutilation practice that it literally has nothing to do with Islam. The notion that this is like a practice in Islam is so fucking stupid. Ugh, does not. God, this is literally like post 9/11 Islamophobia. This is post 9/11 Islamophobia. Ah, the fucking barbaric Muslims they're doing genital mutilation.
All for that?
Me too.
Okay, good. So we agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
We actually
agree
have
on many things.
That we should shut off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into the UK either.
Hold on. So hold on a second.
Ooh, that was good. I think that's still stupid, but the whole like, don't even give him an ounce of like, Muslim fundamentalism has nothing to do with female genital mutilation. But having said that, her retort was good, where it's like, yeah, if we're gonna fucking shut off immigration into the country based on religious fundamentalist values, then evangelical Christianity should also be shut off.
That's funny. Hold on. Can you show me what would your example, because I have 50, of a single Christian country that you would say mistreats women, right?
America.
Dog, your argument is to literally do what you think Sharia is, okay? What you think Sharia is a fundamentalist approach to the gender dynamic. You only attribute that to Islam because you're fucking stupid. But like, you want Christian Sharia in the goddamn country. That's what you're advocating for right now. You are literally advocating for that, sitting on that side of the fucking podium. What do you mean? This is why I always say conservatives hate the conservatism of other countries, okay? Conservatives love to talk about how barbaric and backwards conservatives in other countries are, while literally demanding that we do the same shit in America, but within the confines of their in-group. You are a Trump supporter. You love JD Vance. JD Vance thinks women are broodmares that are only good for breeding. He is a pronatalist. He's like a psycho. Fucking stupid. What a stupid argument. Name one Christian country that mistreats women. Yeah, if left to your own devices, America would resemble a Taliban rulership of Afghanistan, but just in an American version. As a matter of fact, you're moving American society in that direction right now. You just only hate it when it's like fundamentalism coming from brown people. That's the problem.
Oh, really? We had a female woman vice president.
Dude, excuse me. A woman was vice president, and I hate her because she's a whore. Charlie's like, we had a whore. We had a whore vice president who had inferior IQ, a female woman whore. How dare you say that I mistreat women? What's next? You're going to tell me America's racist? Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's amazing. I love that. He's like, he has never stopped shitting on Kamala Harris on the basis of being black, on the basis of being a woman, saying she's unqualified for both of those, saying she's unqualified because of those reasons, only to turn around and be like, oh, we had a woman vice president. Okay. You know, plenty of fucking Muslim countries have had heads of state that were women. Yeah, Iran had a Department of Environment, leader of the Department of Environment. She served as vice president for women and family affairs. And what was I going to say? Oh, Turkey had a head of state. Pakistan had a head of state that was a woman. Turkey had a head of state that was a woman. Multiple decades before America even had like Hillary Clinton run for president. You know? Yeah. Tansu and Benazir Bhutto. Yeah. What's up?
We had a female vice president, a female speaker of the House. Women earn more than men in America.
In Rwanda, female representation in government supersedes the UK by quite a lot. Did women get treated better in Rwanda?
What? I had respect for this man when he was fighting LGBTQ shit, but when he started to defend Israel, I've hated him so much. You cannot be serious. There is no fucking way that you are a foremost subscriber and you only like me because of my pro-Palestinian positions, not realizing that I'm also firmly committed to defending, queer liberation, gay people, trans people. There is definitely enough markers in the chat for you to comprehend that you're on the wrong side of that position if you think that that's not Ayatollah spotted. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, be nice to everybody except for gay people and trans people. Fuck those guys. They're ruining society. I think he's saying he's homophobic, but drew the line at Zionism. Yeah, it's interesting because the very same principles that caused me to defend Palestinian emancipation are the exact same principles as to why I think attacking gay people and trans people for whatever they choose to do with their own bodies and however they choose to express themselves and however they choose to be happy is identical. It's empathy at the root of it all.
Okay, I might be super off this. Like, is Rwanda Islamic? Like, I'm not totally sure. I don't think it is. Like, is it? Like, I don't know, actually. It's not. So, again, we were just talking about Islam. It's a little bit of a side note, but you must be morally clear because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is...
Islamic.
A teaching of the Islamic faith. But as
it's not. It's not. You fucking moron. It's not. What the fuck are you talking about? God damn, it's just so basic. It's just basic shit. This is like addressed by Reza Aslan in like 2004, okay? What the fuck? No, it is not an Islamic teaching nor an Islamic practice at all. What the fuck? He's talking about circumcision, right? No, he's not. He's talking about female genital mutilation. Unless he's talking about circumcision. But I'm pretty sure Charlie's circed up too.
Side note, like, again, this is very important, which is I'm not here to require you to do anything or not. I'm making a simple observation, which is objectively true regardless. The women of the West are miserable, and they're miserable.
What? I don't care what they do in bed, bro, but bringing this shit out in public with kids outside is a Zionism problem, to be fair. No, it's not. Let people exist, chatter. What the fuck? No. What do you mean? If you're gay, I don't want to see you holding hands with another man. By the way, I assume this dude is Muslim, okay? This is not me being bigoted, but the joke I'm going to make here is that you and your homies do infinitely gayer shit in public. You have no business talking about what people are doing in public, okay? I know what you do in between playing fucking backgammon and smoking shisha, all right? You're kissing the homies. You're kissing the homies left and right, okay? Don't even come in here with this nonsense. Acting like, oh, don't do that in public, bro. Don't do that in public, bro. Only I get to do that with the homies, bro. But we're not gay, bro, so it's fine. It's fine, bro. Okay? Grabbing each other's dicks and shit. And then acting like, it's just none of that gay stuff in public, bro.
For a reason, because we've told them to suppress how they are made by God and pursue something else and get a bunch of trinkets and get a bunch of promotions, and they end up at 38 years old with a big flat in London, and they're miserable. And we should tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Yeah.
You can't be talking. You are Turkish, the most gay people in Europe and the Middle East combined. Dog, why do you think I'm speaking from personal experience? Yes, I know. That's the point that I was making. Exactly. Yeah, no shit. Thanks for understanding the point I was making. Not only that, but historically, homosexuality was an incredibly common practice in the golden age of Islam and far into even like the Ottoman Tanzimat era where it was decriminalized. It was never really criminalized to begin with. The notion that like Islam historically has been homophobic is really fucking stupid. It was literally more pro-gay than Christianity for its entire existence. Islam has been broadly homophobic for a shorter period of time than it has been pro-gay. Okay? Straight up. Also, have you met a Lebanese person? Is another question I'm going to ask, which is, it's much like the Turks. Have you met a Lebanese person? Lebanese people are the most homonormative society, okay? Lebanese people are the most homonormative society. They unironically get groomed into being straight. They have to be groomed into being straight. No, this has nothing to do with Austin. Austin would be hate crimed in Lebanon for being straight, okay? The way he carries himself. I'm talking about real Lebanese motherfuckers, all right?
Okay, I think I'd bring two just final points to this. First one is just really intuitive.
Tanzimat era views on homosexuality is not equal to Golden Age of Islam's view on that subject. No, I'm just saying that like Muslims broadly had a very agnostic opinion on homosexuality until fucking recently. It is a contemporary fundamentalist approach within Islamic scripture, but also within some Muslim nations that are run by fundamentalist parties in perpetuity that have this anti-gay approach.
Right, which is that if you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means universal childcare, shared legally enforceable parental leave, and in Nordic countries where women have high workforce participation and also some state support, they report higher life satisfaction than in more conservative countries, including America. So if your metric is happiness,
just use satisfaction surveys. You just told me they're BS.
So are satisfaction surveys bullshit or not? Because you told me they're bullshit.
Do you acknowledge satisfaction surveys or not? You just told me that they're BS. Do you think they're we can use that as data?
I don't think that
yes or no?
It is the only sole data set, but it is a data set that necessarily
you told me there's
matters.
a flawed and you self-report. Okay, by the macro self-satisfaction data, I am correct. And you are right. When you have paid family leave, you are happier. I'm actually a proponent of that. At Turning Point USA, we pay for 6 months when somebody has a child. I think there's a lot of agreement we can have on that. We need to encourage having more children. I think the Hungarian child policy is phenomenal. We should look at that because the greatest thing that is plaguing the West is we're not having enough kids. And it's not just bad because we won't have a future. It's also bad because the present is awfully miserable for too many women as well.
Okay, in which case I think we get...
Do I start bringing this to a close, please?
Okay, I think just one final thing, which is that in which case we get to a really interesting argument about what parts of womanhood can be demarcated to the social and what kinds of womanhood can be demarcated to biological. So, for example, my anatomy is demarcated to the biological, but the fact that I might potentially be a better nurturer than a man, I would demarcate that to the social, you might demarcate that to the biological, in which case we have differing moral scales of value. I would ask why we should necessarily prioritize your moral scale of value, which prioritizes things like the birth rate, when in actual fact they're of value. And if you yourself are a free market American, why is it the case that you would not, like the previous speaker noted,
I've already answered.
Extend personal freedoms towards all spheres, including a private sphere?
I believe in absolute truth claims, and it's absolutely wrong and bad when a society stops having kids to replace their own population, and then you have to import the third world, and you become the third.
Oh my God! And then just like racist drivel at the end. Oh, what's the difference? What is the difference between a person that grew up in the fucking third world as opposed to a person that you called it, by the way, check what his name was before. What do you mean? What was it? Egyptian mummy. Oh my God, he's Egyptian. Again, gay as fuck. Get out of here. Get out of here, bro. You're gay as hell. Where is he at now? How is saying third world racist? No, dumbass. Implying that people coming in from the global south into the civilized Western democracy is somehow actually a burden for civilized Western democracies is the racist aspect of it, which is why I said someone should ask Charlie what the problem is when you have people coming in from the third world. Okay? You can use a term created during the fucking Cold War to mark down countries that were non-aligned as a pejorative. Here, like for example, when I use queer as a catch-all umbrella terminology for the entire LGBTQ movement, I'm not using it as a pejorative. But if Charlie Kirk were to say queer or say like fucking queers or whatever, he would be using the same exact term as a pejorative. I don't care about the problematic nature of saying third world, okay? That's not my point. Pick a better struggle here, okay? He literally said, if women in the West don't have kids, we don't have a future. Guess who the we is? Yeah. Third world is not inherently a pejorative, even though its application in the Western world oftentimes is a pejorative. It's utilized as a catch-all term for less developed countries that have less developed people. That's what they mean. He's saying 13 words. Yeah, but I'm from Boston, who when I say queer, it sounds like a slur. Yeah, I'm sorry. You can't say that. You're not allowed. Sorry. You can never say queer. Even if you're gay, you can be the gayest Bostonian out there, and if you say queer, all of a sudden, it just sounds like a slur automatically. You could be in the process of putting a dick in your mouth and still say queer. See? It just sounds, get that queer dick in my mouth. Put it in my fucking mouth! Sounds like you're doing a hate crime. Do you see what I mean? Let me suck your fucking cock, dude! Come on! What are you, queer? Give me that fucking cock, dude! I'm gonna suck it! Whip it out! Pack the fucking car and whip out your fucking cock, dude! Let me see your wiener! Yeah, this is my character, Gay Bill Burr. All right, Charlie Kirk versus Cambridge professor. Yeah, hello, I'm gay comedian Bill Burr, like gay Michael Douglas.
Marvelous, thank you. A very, very short question. Israel versus Hamas. Good guy versus bad guy.
No, boo. Unless he meant Hamas, a good guy, Israel, bad guy, in which case, sure.
Russia versus Ukraine. Who's the good guy and who's the bad guy?
Both are bad, one is worse.
Come on, dude.
Which way round?
Russia is worse than Ukraine.
Okay, so why haven't we pursued that?
What do you mean?
Well, it seems to me that in the whole of the current US proposition, that Ukraine is being the bad guy.
In what way? We funded Ukraine upwards to $200 billion.
Absolutely. But
we just signed a mineral deal with Ukraine, not Russia.
Okay, what a way to present that as it's a benefit to Ukraine, by the way. Dude, what do you mean? We're extracting their natural resources. I mean, come on. Yeah, it kind of seems like we're the bad guy. It kind of seems like we're the worst guy, actually.
Yeah, but you are expecting 2% of its territory someone who invaded it.
Well, is Crimea part of Russia or Ukraine?
Ukraine.
That's where we don't agree.
Well, I'm afraid that's part of international treaty. That's not up for grabs.
Well,
how does... Dude, this is crazy to me. Because, like, if you were to ask Charlie this, like, I don't know, fucking 5 years ago, he would not say this. There is no way he would say this. Like, it's shocking that he's saying this. It's shocking that he's even done the... I've seen this clip. He's done a little bit of the... He's done a little bit of the reading to at least, like, explain the historic significance of Crimea. But, like, coming from a guy... Why are you accusing me of being gay, Lamau? This is bullshit. I'm straight as fuck. Also, third world... Also, is a third world country. A third world country does not mean that they're ignorant. And does the more developed person has to accept everything going around to be more developed? What? Dude, this guy got real... Dude, why'd you get real mad? I'm making a joke, brother. I don't think you should be this upset or offended. This is a community that's very pro-gay. Okay? Don't worry. I'm not gay, bro! I'm saying that, you know, our peoples from the MENA region, the Middle East, we have a tendency to do a lot of shit that Westerners would consider to be incredibly gay in a totally heterosexual situation. That was the joke. I'm not upset at all. I'm very open-minded. Also, I don't have the Arab accent, but you're funny, gotta admit. Yeah. That was the joke. Wait, he said Russia is the worst guy, but also Crimea is Russia. I don't get it. Yeah, he's like, he's saying Russia is the worst guy for invading Ukraine. I mean, none of this has to make sense. He's just downloaded the party line, okay? But what's shocking to me is the fact that, like, in an effort to download the party line, he has to have a more nuanced position about, like, Russia's interest in Crimea, which is shocking.
Well, it's interesting. I mean,
because it also directly undermines American interest.
Hold on. I mean, even Zelensky has said he's willing to give up Ukraine.
No. America signed the agreement that gave Ukraine Crimea.
Right.
When the Soviet Union ended.
Right. It was done. First of all, it never should have been done. It was largely ceremonial.
No.
Beast! Charlie Kirk said the Soviet Union should have never been dissolved. He said it's the greatest setback of mankind. It destroyed every country, including the Eastern European territories. Wow, dude. Oh my God. Charlie Kirk is a Stalinist. He's not wrong. He's right. It should have never happened. Comrade Charlie. He said that. He said that. He definitely meant that. That's what he meant. That's what he implied.
But however, it was annexed under Obama. Yes, and it was a mistake, and it should be given back to Russia as a sign of good gesture to end this conflict. Okay. Who's currently controlling Crimea? Where was the Russian Navy headquartered in World War II? Where was the end of World War II? This is very important.
I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying that if we're being logical on what has happened, that you are now arguing against that flow. And I don't understand it. Because actually, why is Ukraine the bad guy?
No, I said they're bad. They're not the bad guy.
Yeah, well, you said they were both bad, but one was more bad
Correct,
than the other.
yes.
So why is Ukraine bad?
Well, there's a lot wrong with Ukraine. First of all, they're not a democracy. Zelensky
Say that to the
refused to hold an
satellite countries
election.
of the time as they
Well, no,
suffered
he
famine
can't
under the
hold an
USSR.
Oh, wait, did Churchill hold an election during the war?
Because under his constitution...
Hold on, Lincoln held election.
I mean, don't get me started on fucking, crop mismanagement, okay? We're not going to heal old wounds here right now.
During the war, that's not true. He can call an election. He can call a snap election. He's full dictator of the country.
No.
Because he knows that the people of Ukraine would kick him out immediately because he's deeply unpopular. In fact, if he wanted to show a statement to the world, he would call an election and win by 80%.
Dude, this line is so stupid. It's like, bro, what the fuck do you mean? Like, there is no real elections that take place in Russia in any shape or form. Even if you were to criticize Zelensky being undemocratic, it's not about like not holding elections. It's more so about like shutting off any kind of left party, like not allowing disallowing them from participating in the democratic process in Ukraine. That is the actual undemocratic thing that Zelensky has done. It's perfectly understandable for Zelensky to not be able to hold fucking elections when a third of the goddamn country is under Russian annexation and another fucking half of the country is overseas. I guess you could technically do overseas elections, but it's just, this is such a stupid thing to fucking mention. Like, dude, first of all, not a single man would go out and vote. If there was an election held in Ukraine, it would be all women. So I guess that's like Charlie's worst. That's basically a fever dream for Charlie. Imagine a country entirely run by women, because no man that's eligible for conscription is going to the fucking voter polls. Okay, they are not voting, brother. They are not voting at all. Okay, it would be the first ever all women election, just women and the elderly.
And say, see, I'm super popular. So that's number one. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with a person being propped up as a government we're sending $200 billion to that refuses even to face his voters.
Okay, I can't agree with you factually on that at all.
Okay.
I mean, constitutionally, Ukraine is not able to hold an election because it's under military law at the moment, and that's just a matter of fact.
Again, he can, as a prime minister or president.
Like, this is so silly. I want Ukraine to hold elections. I know there's a lot of chatters in here who will say the exact same thing because they just like heard this as a talking point and they think it's like a valid talking point. I mean, look, I think there's very valid reasons. All right. It's the same principle behind even like suppression of speech in times of war and in times of conflict. Like, you have to be a little bit more realistic when you're talking about the situation. It's giving, what if you were gay in Gaza? A little bit. I mean, obviously Ukraine is different because it's a nation state with sovereignty, at least some degree of sovereignty. And also, what happens if like Zelensky wins the election? What then? Voter turnout down because they're being fucking cruise missiled. Yeah.
He could do whatever he wants.
He can't.
Okay, all right, we're going to just go back and
sign an
forth
executive order and change their constitution.
Okay.
Neither can the American president either. So
okay.
Hopefully there's a bit of...
He could even do a ceremonial election to see where he actually stands with the people.
I think we call those opinion polls.
Yes, and they're very negative.
Firmly ahead in the opinion
Again, but you would agree that a person that holds on to power without the...
Wait, but yeah. Okay, so Zelensky is ahead in the opinion polls. What's Charlie's response to that? They're gay and woke. Those opinion polls are fake. Nope, he just sidestepped that entirely.
Election of the sovereign is pretty questionable.
No, not in those circumstances.
Okay, then we disagree.
No, okay, that's fine. But give me another reason why
They are the most corrupt country in Europe that never even met the most remote standards of joining NATO. Do not know where a lot of the...
Okay, I mean, he's not wrong about that. It doesn't have anything to do with Russia invading Ukraine. It's not like Russia invaded Ukraine to be like, we need to fight corruption in Ukraine. We need Ukraine to turn it into Belarus, which is known for its anti-corruption initiatives, or more Russia, which is also known for not being a corrupt kleptocracy, famously. Yeah, chill. There's at least 5 countries more corrupt: Turkey, Hungary, etc. Yo, okay, calm down. All right. you're not wrong, but also calm down. There's no reason to bring Turkey. And also, I'm simultaneously excited because you mentioned Turkey while talking about Europe as though it's a European country. But, you know, how is it corrupt? How is Ukraine corrupt? I don't know. Read any fucking Atlantic Council paper before Russia invaded Ukraine, and you'll understand how corrupt Ukraine also was. Ukraine is an incredibly poor country. People like there was a PR initiative to like more Europeanize Ukraine because it was seen as like the bulwark holding back the Russian orcs at the gate by bravely defending their nation state against Russian invaders and stopping their pursuit into further encroaching into Europe. But like the reality of the matter is, pre-Russian invasion of Ukraine, there was plenty of commentary, plenty of coverage on how unimaginably corrupt Ukraine was. It is also not dissimilar to the Russian structure in many ways, where you just have a bunch of fucking oligarchs that dominate the country. None of this justifies Russia's invasion of Ukraine, of course. You citing the Atlantic Council when it comes to Ukraine will be used against you because you denounce it when it comes to info on Palestine? What? Yeah. The reason why I'm citing it is because Atlantic Council post-invasion of Ukraine versus pre-invasion of Ukraine had a markedly different tone on Ukraine because it is a part of the State Department, and therefore it churns out propaganda at the behest of the U.S. State Department. Yeah, of course they're going to be fucking anti-Palestinian in
this money is going.
I don't disagree that there is a problem with corruption, but the most corrupt country in Europe, are you sure about that?
I'd have to double or triple think about that, but they're very corrupt.
Okay, so that's a little bit doubtful. It's not absolute.
Well, I mean,
there's plenty of corruption around. I mean, you know, let's face it.
Ukraine was an unimaginably poor country that was that was in the grips of severe income and wealth inequality, and a nation state that was also run by corrupt oligarchs in the same exact way that Russia is run by corrupt oligarchs. That is not. I don't think that's an incorrect assessment. Having said that, none of that has to do with Russia's invasion, unjustifiable invasion and occupation of Ukraine. So at this stage, bringing that up is really fucking stupid.
We are talking about comparison with some of the states you're doing business with in the Gulf.
Oh, of course, but we're not giving them money; they're giving us money. That's a difference, right? Saudi Arabia.
Oh, so it's fine.
Well, hold on a second.
It's morally acceptable to take money from corrupt people.
Well, hold on. First of all, as far as morally acceptable, you do what's best in the benefit of your country. And so, for example, we were allied with Russia during the Second World War, and I'm glad we were. And I would ask you,
don't forget,
how much money is too much money to send to Ukraine? We're at $200 billion right now.
I don't think you have to send any more money to Ukraine.
We agree.
I think you have to agree to support them as a free country. And perhaps sell them weapons, like you're very happy to sell weapons to less free countries. And I think Europe will pick up the slack, as we ought to. And I don't disagree with some of the comments about Europe not looking after its own security. I just don't get this approach, which was supposedly to end the war quickly, which now seems to be elongating it, and in doing so, throwing up a smokescreen of very variable facts, if they are facts at all, about how things occurred, which actually isn't helping things. And if people can't see that Putin is stalling,
I agree with you.
And therefore, and I think even your president has acknowledged the fact that he thinks he might be stalling.
That's correct. So we don't have a disagreement there.
No, we don't. No,
we just have a disagreement about the efficacy of tactics, and we don't know. And I'm willing to say we could be wrong.
No. Oh well.
Of course, you could be wrong in life.
Yeah. I mean, we could all be wrong, but actually.
Damn, it is disastrous that the strongest showing that Charlie Kirk had was against a fucking professor, whereas the students literally destroyed him. Like, the students themselves actually cooked his ass, and the only person that Charlie Kirk at least looks like somewhat competent against is this guy who I guess is a Cambridge professor, but I don't know if he is actually a professor.
Bringing that war to an end consistently actually isn't going very well, and I would just suggest to you that whatever tactics have been used are perhaps not the best, and they are certainly...
Professor took up a hard topic. No, it's not a hard topic. Talking about how fucking disastrous Trump's Ukraine policy has been is not a hard topic at all. Are you kidding me? I would unironically, if Charlie was like a sincere actor here, he's not. I would be willing to concede to some of the points that Charlie is making in this conversation, with the exception of Trump's disastrous mishandling of Ukraine, claiming that he was going to actually end the war on day one, assuming that Vladimir Putin is actually a responsible party that genuinely is interested. Oh yeah, Trump followed a huge wave of leftism in the U.S.? No. Having said that, however, when you adjust it to the current socio-political culture in this country, he absolutely is presenting himself as an anti-interventionist and even someone who is pro-working class, as opposed to the Democratic Party. He's actually able to do so successfully. All right, let's watch this. Rich people want from JT.
Do we all remember when Democrats called Trump a fascist?
Do you think Donald Trump is a...
Yes, I do. But then
Trump did the cheers coming up.
And then
I'm going to work to find common ground with the Republicans on how we can do that.
We fought like heck on where our values were assaulted or challenged, and we'll continue to do so. But that does not mean we will not aggressively look for common ground.
After yet another most important election of your life, Democrats have neatly tucked away the F word and are, once again, excitedly collaborating with the Trump admin. If this was your first election, I'll tell you right now, this isn't new. It's not the first time we've seen Democrats call out Trump's tendencies for election brownie points before quietly backing his anti-immigrant, pro-business policies once the show's over. And there are 1,000 different explanations for this trend. We could try to understand it by looking at exit polls in specific districts, campaign donations in key races, or by focusing on...
I just got to go back to this one more time. There's nothing more French than having a guy say French people are anti-Semitic as a joke, obviously, or love as a joke, obviously, and then accidentally compare them to the German, only to have every French person be like, whoa, 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 that is a fucking bridge too far. Are you out of your mind? The only thing I could have said worse than that in the eyes of Le Frenchman is if I compared you to the English, which I would never do. I would never do that to you.
On whatever Fetterman is doing. But I think the best way to understand this comfortable alliance between liberals and the far right actually comes from looking a little farther back at the last 100 years. The last century is full of moments where liberals fall in line behind right-wing dictators. The US pushed into power in dozens of coups. The German center, national, and Christian right parties all folded for the Nazi party, and so too did the Chilean Christian Democrats.
Wait, Hassan was mentioned on French TV without saying his name to try to smear Jean-Luc Mélenchon. This is from an interview with Manuel Bompard, basically La France Insoumise, second in command. It's actually the second time I heard someone on French TV mention Hassan's interview with Mélenchon. They're trying to paint Hassan as anti-Semitic and Mélenchon by proxy. First time I saw it on TV, though. Translation, Mélenchon appeared on a Turkish-American social media influencers show. By the way, they hit the Turkish on there on purpose. Normally, no one would ever do that, but of course, they're trying to present me as an Islamist, I assume. Who believes are committed by Hamas on October 7 don't matter and calls Israelis inbred assholes, piece of shit. Isn't that complicated relationship like problematic? He said, no, just stop. Because anytime someone speaks out against what's happening in Gaza, people dig up quotes that they sometimes never even actually said. So please, I think my positions are clear enough. They are respect of international law, prosecution of all war crimes. I completely support that arrest warrants by the ICC against Netanyahu, members of the Israeli government. And I'd like you to ask other political leaders in the country what they think about those warrants, because I've heard people on the right and the far right say we shouldn't apply those arrest warrants to the ICC. Respect. That's awesome. That's how you're supposed to deal with it, for the record. That is exactly how you're supposed to deal with it. Yeah. Americans, take note. God, I love France unbowed. I love France in general. I really do. But I really like these guys, man. They're f***ing sick. They're so dope. God, Americans are so stupid. Anyway.
Democrats line up behind Pinochet. If we want to actually understand this link, though, we'll need to go even further back. Moments like these all came in the last few minutes before far-right leaders took over. And focusing on them makes it seem like liberals are only ever forced into supporting when they have no other choice. And that's just really not true. Liberals kind of love, not all of it, not always, but they do like what it can do for them. And to really see that, we should start with Brussels in 1920. Howdy friends, JT from the future here. I just wanted to take a quick second to do a shameless plug for Means TV, both because it's awesome and because being a dirty communist on YouTube is looking like more and more of a losing proposition. If you're not familiar with Means, it's a worker-owned cooperative and explicitly anti-capitalist streaming service. You can find everything from my videos to original series like Means Morning News to feature-length documentaries like Abby Martin's Gaza Fights for Freedom, with more amazing content being added every day. I've been working behind the scenes to help turn Means into a place that's both worthwhile for viewers as well as offering financial security for socialist creators in an increasingly reactionary political landscape. Every creator on the platform has a unique link that when anyone signs up using that link, that creator directly benefits from the subscription. I have mine in the description below, but if you really appreciate another creator's work, make sure to use their link instead. All of us at Means are trying really hard to build an alternative media ecosystem that is ideologically dedicated to sharing left-wing perspectives. With Means TV, we're able to say things the way they are. No pulling punches, no beating around the bush to trick the all-seeing eye of the algorithm. Means gives us the freedom to make the content we really want to make and say the things we really want to say. There's even a community forum where creators can engage with each other and fans right on the platform. As a little thank you for watching our channel, if you sign up with our link, or another creator's if you prefer, you can get your first month 20% off. Or for an even better deal, you can opt for the annual plan and get the whole year 20% off. A full year of Means TV will run you less than $90, which is like the cost of a single DoorDash meal these days. Every person who signs up using a creator's link is directly contributing to the financial stability of that channel and the entire cooperative media project. None of this would be possible without the generosity of viewers like you. Means TV is entirely grassroots funded, and it always will be. So if you'd like to help support our work, consider signing up for Means TV using the link below. It really does help the team here at Second Thought and dozens of principled socialist creators across the platform. Thanks for your support. All right, back to the video. World War I completely transformed European politics for a million different reasons. For starters, because of the war effort, most European countries sort of gave up on free market capitalism. They realized their survival couldn't depend on business owners and their profit-first priority.
Holy fuck. Look at this sponsored area below my YouTube video. I got suspended again. Israel's Foreign Affairs Ministry. It's like when a serial comes to the scene of the crime. The flex.
So
yeah, we'll watch. I'm going to remove the blockade that I have on the Jube because of the dismantling of a Jordan Peterson by 20 atheists. Later,
governments took over, organizing production, foreign trade, resource allocation, labor markets, bringing tons of private companies into the public's hands, and guaranteeing a new baseline social welfare while also dropping the gold standard to free up government budgets from artificial restraints. They needed to get things done. Surviving the war meant dramatic changes, and those changes actually had some pretty interesting consequences. Not only did they fundamentally idea that free market capitalism was this all-capable, perfectly functioning system that's in tune with the very essence of human nature, because if it was, why bother with all this stuff? But also, by getting the state explicitly involved and making it super obvious just how much of the economy is just random autocrats calling the shots, governments completely destroyed any idea that capitalism and its hierarchies had anything natural or democratic about them. Instead of the market, you now had a very clear idea of specifically which people were deciding what happened to you. And rather than being forced to do stuff with the threat of unemployment and whatever percent the government thought was acceptable, workers were suddenly being disciplined by the state directly if they didn't comply with the war effort. meaning once it was clear to most people that you didn't need the profit motive to get things done, and that governments could run economies to send thousands to die, workers organized so that they could use these same powers to instead make their lives better. And wow, did they organize. In Italy and Britain, for example, worker strikes reached unprecedented scale. 35 million workdays were spent striking in Britain in 1919, and 2.5 million workdays were spent striking in Italy in April of that year alone. To give you an idea, 1919 and 1920 are affectionately called the Red Years in Italy for just how popular communism and socialism became at this time. And
even after that, this was also part of the reason why both in Italy and even to a certain degree in Nazi Germany, the initial fascist movements started off as like socialist adjacent, a fake left populism, okay? Because that was the only popular game in town in order to attract broad support. Now, of course, it very clearly was not that at all, and dropped all notions of being pro-workers very quickly. But beyond that, post-World War II, there was a lot of popularity for socialism, again, both in Italy and in many other places, but I don't know if JT will bring that up.
With that came new attempts at doing the economy without...
Yeah, does that fake populism come across as I mean, does that do you feel like there's a comparison here with like contemporary American politics? Much to consider about this whole, like, you know, we're gonna really help the American working class. I just can't seem to place my finger on anyone doing something like that right now.
Without capitalists. Just like what was happening in the Soviet Union, Italian workers organized in factory councils, managing hundreds of factories and industries like agriculture much more democratically, and turning huge chunks of the national economy away from the profit motive.
Oh yeah, Trump followed a huge wave of leftism in the US? No. Having said that, however, when you adjust it to the current socio-political culture in this country, he absolutely is presenting himself as an anti-interventionist and even someone who is pro-working class, as opposed to the Democratic Party. He's actually able to do so successfully, one, because Americans are stupid, two, because there's no real left alternative in this country, and three, the Democrats have entirely dropped the ball on being pro-working class in their aesthetics even. So yeah, it is identical to what we're talking about. You just have to adjust it to America in 2025, as opposed to the wave of real socialist and communist support in these countries, in European countries at the time. If there was a robust working class movement right now in the United States of America, if there was a robust communist and socialist party movement in this country right now, then yes, our politicians would resemble the aesthetics of socialism and communism. They would openly say that they want what's best for the working class. They want the what's best for the proletarian struggle, while simultaneously being fascist regardless.
Not only that, where capitalists were still around, workers went on strike for the same comforts as the upper classes, like social insurance for sickness, disability, and old age. And thanks to all these efforts, not only did things massively improve, their wages went up. Like, a lot. 2 times in Britain and almost 5 times in Italy compared to what they were before the war. Now, not everybody was happy about this. Workers getting their fair share meant more and more of the wealth created at this time didn't go to business owners, like it usually did. And I don't have to tell you that that's a really good thing. Only a teeny tiny 1.7% of Italians were capitalists, but they were getting about 1/3 of the wealth produced in the early 1910s. Most of the population was working class, so the fact that capitalists ever kept more than 1.7% of the total pie was a highly unequal thing. But hey, whoa, look at this. Look what's happening there after 1922. That's interesting. After a few years of money being spread more equally thanks to workers striking and getting a say in things, that 1.7% in Italy is suddenly making a lot more of all the money. That's fascism. That right there, that's Mussolini. Wait, I forgot about Brussels. Shit. From September 25th to October 8th, 1920, Brussels hosted the International Financial Conference. This conference was attended by economists, but also bankers and treasury officials, and hardly anybody representing workers. Hailing from countries across Europe, these wealthy technocrats came together to discuss the fact that capitalism wasn't so hot anymore, that it was digging into their profits, and that people were starting to feel just a little too hopeful that their lives might improve as—
It's always Brussels, dude. The beating heart of European fascism.
They were getting rid of it in more and more places. They were eager to go back to business as usual, but to quote a financier who attended, "The manual workers were encouraged to expect, and do expect, some new way of life, some great betterment of their lot. These changes, they believe, can be achieved if the system of private industry is replaced by a sort of government or common ownership, something that these workers had started proving could actually work." But that's not the point. What sort of a better life were people hopeful for after the war and rationing? According to the report Brussels issued, very basic things like superfluous, excessive consumption of butter and sugar. Basically, the proles were making too many cakes. So, naturally, these jerks decided it was time to invent a new kind of dictatorship. Enter fascism. To restore business owners' status at the top of society, they needed to engineer a new economy that would arbitrarily punish workers while making it seem like this was an objective necessity. And they had a few ideas. You might have heard of them before. It's a package of policies called austerity. In 6 short words, work hard, live hard, save hard. An austerity economy is one that tries to get you to spend more time at work, producing more stuff, making less money, while cutting your spending so that the stuff you make goes straight to exports. This makes your life worse, but it does make rich assholes richer. They're encouraged to save and reinvest their money. Meanwhile, you're chastised for not saving money you don't have because less is coming into your pockets. To achieve this, economists wanted to use 3 tools: fiscal, monetary, and industrial austerity measures. In their wildest dreams, governments would start by 1. Cutting social spending on health, education, and housing. 2. Increase taxes that mainly hurt workers, like VAT taxes on everyday goods, while at the same time lowering income and wealth taxes so that the rich pay less. 3. Increase the interest rate. This benefits capitalists with enough money to lend out, since now doing so is more profitable, and it makes borrowing money more expensive for those living paycheck to paycheck. It also usually makes unemployment go up, which goes very well with 4. Privatizing and selling off state assets at bargain bin prices, deregulating away workers' rights, and going on a union-busting spree. This was their dream, an opportunity to try out what they called pure economics. More accurately, economic policy that doesn't have to contend with what workers want. An economy can be completely isolated from each other, preyed upon by those with more power, and made to work as much as physically possible before collapsing and being replaced by someone completely interchangeable from the economist's point of view. Whose dream was this exactly? These guys. Here are 4 Italian economists. 2 of them committed fascists, the other 2 committed liberals. All of them were committed to the same project.
I don't get it. Why do these liberals always align themselves with fascists? I thought that they valued the tenets of liberalism. I don't understand how this keeps happening. Like throughout history, certainly nothing to look into right now. Like the collaborative nature of liberals and fascists, fascism being simply a extension of maintenance of capitalism when liberalism fails inevitably in order to restore the same and preserve the same hierarchical structures. I just don't understand it. Why do people say scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds, you know?
Of pure economics, and when workers got in the way, they felt perfectly comfortable with the dictatorial power it would take to implement and sustain their ambitions. because the problem is that it's hard to convince people to accept policies that'll make their lives objectively worse. Once austerity is locked in, of course, you don't need to convince anybody anymore. They have no other way to survive than to work inhumane hours, live frugally, and save as much as possible to make it to the next month. But before things run on autopilot, it was going to take a little muscle to get people on board. And that was what Il Duce was for. This is the argument Clara Mattei makes in The Capital Order, the book I've been referencing throughout this video. That was her graph earlier. She's the one who found all those quotes. According to Mattei, fascism wasn't just a fascist project. Historically, fascist parties were never popular with a majority of the population. No, fascism was first and foremost a technocratic project that brought together both the far right and liberals intent on testing out their economic theories to protect the capitalist system from the...
Check off the liberals or fascist bingo box. I like that you're watching an academic analysis of how liberals collaborated with fascists, and you just simply reduce it to a simple check off the liberals or fascist bingo box. Like, how do you, as a liberal, not recognize that you are also engaging in the same exact anti-intellectualist garbage that you fucking constantly rail against the reactionary right on? Like, you're correct when you say, oh, Republicans are so stupid, but then you engage in that same exact stupid behavior right here. Just have a little bit of intellectual curiosity, man. Jesus fucking Christ. It blows my fucking mind. It genuinely blows my mind. Like, liberals fancy themselves to be liberal because they're well-read, okay? And the entire capitalist structure is designed so you can be well-read and then believe in liberalism, okay? I get that. But, you know, you shouldn't be so close-minded to alternative frameworks here, especially when it's historical analysis. It's not like this person is just like making shit up. Why? Why do you do this? Why do you, on the one hand, consider yourself to be this brilliant person? Okay, unbanned NATO Andy annoying lib. I assume my ban was due to calling out the guests or being too confrontational. But that's bad faith comparison to the Democrats versus Republican stances on Gaza versus immigrants. And the folks in Michigan who let that happen will share the blame for what happens if that Trump wins the election. Oh my God. Israel would just get the weapons somewhere else. They are going to continue on this bloodlust no matter what. See, like this right here, again, NATO Andy, this right here is just incorrect. It is a lie you have told yourself. Israel could not continue its death and destruction campaign without America's go-ahead. Okay? I'm not even going to get into the Michigan stuff because I think it's gross and disgusting. But like, don't you value the truth? Don't you value being right sometimes? You know what I mean? I certainly do. Does that not frustrate you at all that like history keeps consistently vindicating the likes of myself? Reason why you keep finding yourself here, even if you unfollow and then refollow, right? Because like there's something that is bringing you back here because you have that intellectual curiosity. Even if it's because you want to be contentious to what I have to say, there's something inside of you that says like, maybe I'm going to listen to what this guy has to say. Okay? Do you see what I'm saying? There are people like you in this chat that come in here and think, oh, I want to hear what this guy has to say. I don't really agree with him. I don't think he's right. He is against my worldview, right? But I don't know. After a certain point, I think they find themselves going, you know, maybe this guy's not so wrong. You can let that happen to you as well, but it requires you to be a little bit more skeptical of the well-established narratives that you abide by, that you have believed your whole life. It's very difficult, but it's the first step in this process, the first step in this journey. It's just simply intellectual curiosity. You have it in you. That's why you're in here. Okay? I broadly agree with their concern here, but why do we sometimes blame modern liberals for their ideological ancestors' fault when they continue to do the same thing? I get it. But sometimes it feels like a smug way to say we're always right. Well, the reason why I say it is because I want everyone's got a little bit of a liberal dog in them. Okay? Everyone still has that because it is the monoculture. It is the environment that we grow up in. So everyone still has a tendency to revert back to that liberal framework. And the reason why I stress the importance of like understanding how liberals have historically collaborated with fascists and how you see modern versions of that right now. The reason why I keep reiterating that is not to bully liberals, but it's to get them to recognize that perhaps that worldview that they've taken for granted is not correct, or that it is now time for an evolution beyond that way of thinking. That's the reason why I'm always relitigating these old wounds. It's not to say that you are a liberal because of your epigenetic memories. I don't believe that. I don't think that this is like predetermined. I want people to reflect a little bit on what they have believed as like well-established facts. Mao's combat liberalism explains somewhat liberal very well. This is where he talks about the line of demarcation, right? I think maybe not. They are all manifestations of liberalism. Liberalism is extremely harmful and revolutionary collective. It is a corrosive way which eats away unity, undermines cohesion, causes apathy, and creates dissension. It robs the revolutionary ranks of compact organization and strict discipline, prevents policies from being carried out through, and alienates the party organizations from the masses which the party leads. It is an extremely bad tendency. Liberalism stems from petty bourgeois selfishness. It places personal interest first and the interest of the revolution second. And this gives rise to ideological, political, and organizational liberalism. People who are liberals look upon the principles of Marxism as abstract dogma. They approve of Marxism, but are not prepared to practice it or to practice it in full. They are not prepared to replace their liberalism by Marxism. These people have their Marxism, but they have their liberalism as well. They talk Marxism, but practice liberalism. You, a China dick rider, should get Jackson Wang on the pod. Another dick rider? I don't know what that is. What do you say to people that have that say liberals have evolved past that bad history? I rarely ever hear liberals even recognize that bad history. So wait, is Jackson Wang that rapper guy? Is he the Chinese rapper, or is he the idol? Oh, he's the idol. I already reached out to Jason to connect me with the idol, not the rapper. The rapper is a different person. The Chinese idol, the Chinese pop idol, Jackson Wang is dope, and I do want to link up with him. Yeah. No, there's a different person I was thinking of who's like a meme on Twitter. No, there's a different person that I was thinking of. I forget what his name is. No, Jackson Wang is dope, yes.
A rising tide of communist support while making them and their buddies richer. And Mussolini was the guy to deliver on those technocrats' ambitions. Unlike liberal leaders, Mussolini was happy to give these technocrats key roles in his fascist government. Happy to clear the path for them by massacring communists and unionists, and happy to allow their technocratic attacks on the working class to take shape. To illustrate how bad this was, during the fascist years,
your response is fair and makes sense. It can just be frustrating sometimes as someone who's been in leftist circles for a really long time when we engage in self-filleting behaviors while ignoring that people we have to reach are most likely currently liberal. Don't use kid gloves, obviously, but sometimes the leftists we engage in one-upping behavior like that. No, I'm directly responding to that chatter who came in and was like, oh, check the box, cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. That was what I was directly responding to. I'm Lebanese and you're a terrorist supporter. Israel was there before Palestine. Make a new Palestine somewhere else. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. Once the project is over, you will also be a part of Israeli territory, okay? I'm Lebanese and you're a terrorist supporter. Oh, you mean Greater Israel? Lol, sure. You mean Greater Israel? Maybe your fucking Maronite Christian family can be a part of the capo structure that they design, and hopefully you'll be able to maintain as long as you commit 10 Israel highs a day. Perhaps they'll let you be the Arab person who manages the Greater Israel project in Lebanon. I'm Lebanese. Narrator says he wasn't. No, he probably is. He's probably, like I said, a Christian Maronite, a Maronite Christian Lebanese, maybe a phalangist, and just a Lebanese fascist. I'm New Age, bro. Yeah, just wait till the newest age kicks in when you're no Muslims here. No Muslims here. And no Muslims here is Lebanon. I'm half Lebanese, 34 years old. I think even though Asmongold is wrong 80% of the time, so are you. You're both equally toxic and create negativity. Also, Israel was there before Palestine. Look at the history of maps. The other Arab countries should just donate land and make a new Palestine. Land doesn't matter. Stop the conflict. God damn, this motherfucker's 34 years old, bro. Listen, I'm half Lebanese and 34 years old, and I think Israel is allowed to have Lebanon as a part of the greater Israeli project. It's okay. Look at a map, bro. No politique here.
Unions were crushed and workers' salaries were slashed so dramatically that workers' earnings in 1946 fell all the way back to what they were 30 years earlier, in 1911.
It is interesting that he went from Asmongold is wrong 80% of the time to, in a matter of a single month, long live the Roach King. A 34-year-old man calling another streamer king and defending the country that's bombing its capital 1 year into a ceasefire. Incredible lack of self-awareness.
Before those 5 times gains we talked about earlier. And these economists couldn't be happier about it. Pantaleone, one of the fascists, frequently talked about using the fascist stick in an extermination war against the socialists. No surprises there. Fascists are anti-communists. But Ricci and Einaudi, our liberals, were equally enthusiastic about fascist repression. Writing in The Economist, Einaudi applauded their fascist government for stepping in when the worst happened. Meaning by that, the fact that workers who set up councils in factories took the first steps towards replacing capitalism with communist democracy. The purges, executions, arrests, and complete obliteration of communists and socialists and the impoverishment of the Italian working class were applauded and egged on by top liberals looking for a return of excessive capitalist profits. The state changed its priorities to make capitalists richer at workers' expense, limiting its spending.
Don't forget that Asmongold's community would call him Muslim if they saw how he looks and send him the rope emoji if they knew he was a furry. I don't know. I feel like Asmon's community is also like pro-furry in some ways. He watches far too many fucking lolly VTubers and shit also be pro-furry in some weird way.
To handouts for factory owners while workers slowly starved. Exploitation and unemployment increased. Consumption went down. And fascism was there to keep everyone in line with its black shirts and hide that exploitation under the guise of national duty, stoking patriotic fervor to shut up socialist-minded workers. And this didn't stay within Italy's borders. Like I've said, these gentlemen had a platform in The Economist, a British magazine, to sell fascism abroad. But even without official representatives, magazines like The Times whitewashed fascism as simply, quote, an anti-waste government. And there are 100 more examples of sweeping the fascist violence, anti-Semitism, and anti-worker policies under the rug. In Germany, too, the Italian project didn't go unnoticed. Basing himself off of Mussolini's March on Rome, Hitler attempted his own putsch to gain supreme power. His timing wasn't right, though. He had to wait about a decade, with the Weimar Republic beginning its own journey into austerity politics following the Wall Street crash, for a terrified Hindenburg to appoint him and his capitalist-backed party to the chancellorship. The 1920s scared the German ruling class into austerity. Knowing how violent it would be for German workers, protecting the German upper class's profits required the same cocktail of patriotism and economic duress we saw in Italy. And there was Hitler, sailing in as a political entrepreneur ready to capture public anger and steer it away from the communist direction, tempting Europe away from capitalism. Under his rule, collective bargaining and strikes were outlawed. Unions were abolished. Socialist literature was burned. Communists, socialists, anarchists, and trade unionists were imprisoned and executed alongside Jewish people, black people.
First you say anarchists and liberals, now you say furries are the same as lolly. What the fuck, bro? No, of course not. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that, like, if someone is watching VTubers a lot and even watching like lolly VTubers, they're probably not going to make a big deal about furries. Not to say that like furries are the same as those things. I'm not saying that. Calm down, furries. You're valid, okay? I don't have any issues with furries except for the fascist furries. And there are plenty. Let's be real. I'm simply stating that, like, if someone is open-minded enough to watch fucking VTubers and stuff like that for political commentary. Gonna be super anti-furry either.
People, queer people, Slavs, and the disabled, protecting the system of profit accumulation from the child.
I'll take furries are not valid. Dude, why the fuck would I ever go against someone's silly hobbies, okay? Why? Do you think that's the type of thing I do around these parts? I don't give a shit. If you want a fucking $3,000 fursuit that has like animatronic capabilities and like it moves around when you open your mouth and stuff, and you want to fucking dress up in that and get all sweaty, go ahead. You know, make my day. Have fun with that. I have no issue with that. Okay, I don't care. I feel like it is so insignificant and so inconsequential. Let people enjoy whatever the fuck they want to enjoy. You know? Hell take. We must suppress the furries.
Challenge of popular unrest at a horrifying human cost. Quashing all democratic hope, but delivering capitalists protection. Here's the truth. Liberals are never forced into fascism. To them, fascism is just another means to an end. During what they might call the good times, when workers aren't organizing too much, not making a fuss, they get to set up more and more of their pure economics and slowly make your life worse. But once those conditions become unbearable, once the hope for grow, once workers start carving out an alternative for themselves, suddenly the nightmare of true democracy scares them into violence. Once the indicators start going down and the boss gets nervous, suddenly all the violence the state is capable of becomes invisible to them. Shooting protesters, locking up union leaders, censoring the free press, racist dog whistles becoming explicit hate speech. As long as they can get the numbers they care about going up again, it's all the price we have to pay. It just won't be them paying the price. It'll be you and me. Fascism never scared liberals like it should scare you. As long as they benefit from the fascism they enable, liberals will never be on our side.
It's a good video. And then, you know, his wife was like, "Oh, of course, I would love to do liaison with you, Macron. I will the slap. I will do the slap now. Le slap." Okay. And then he's like, "Oh, wait. Oh, no, sacre bleu. They caught me getting le slap." That's what happened.
President Macron
who used to be his teacher,
had to play down an incident in which it to push him in the face. The couple were arriving in Vietnam for a tour of Southeast Asia. As you can see from these pictures here, Mr. Macron said that he and his wife Brigitte were just horsing around, suggesting the incident had been overblown as some sort of geoplanetary catastrophe. All right, well, let's bring in our Europe correspondent Adam Parsons for more on this. Adam, look, it is great to have you here.
Here's our specialist on Macron's weird-ass relationship with his wife who used to be his teacher. Like what kind of expertise is this guy going to apply here? Like, yes, as someone who has been a close follower of the wife slapping, I think that what happened here with Macron is it is just normal. In France, we just slap the wife and the wife slaps back. This is normal.
And despite the sort of hyperbolic language they're used by Macron to play this down, that footage is going to be played on repeat until we hear from him again.
It probably will be. Yeah, I mean, social media is one of those places where Emmanuel Macron pops up every now and then because there are a lot of haters out there who really, really don't like him and seize on every opportunity to portray him as either an idiot or a villain or some sort of ne'er-do-well. So previously...
I mean, he's all of those things, for the record. He is all of those things. Of course, it's, I mean, people will sometimes whip themselves up into a frenzy and, like, believe dumb shit like, oh, he was doing cocaine because he had, like, a napkin in front of him that he thought looked gross and, like, hid from the field of vision of cameras. Like, the idea that all of those fucking nerds, those lame ass nerds, were sitting around and just ripping lines of coke before the media was allowed to enter the room is so funny. Like, you're giving them so much credit, dude. No, they're not doing cocaine. Like, Keir Starmer is not doing cocaine alongside Macron, okay? Anyway, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because that was the last round of people. That was the last round of like coverage where people were just like saying insane shit. Yeah, they're doing Brat Summer.
We've had a suggestion that Emmanuel Macron brought a bag of cocaine into a meeting of EU leaders. We've had the suggestion that he had a secret handshake with the Turkish President Erdogan.
That wasn't a secret handshake. It was just Erdogan asserting dominance by holding Macron's pinky. Like, Macron was trying to place his hand on Erdogan, and Erdogan, being the strong man, grabbed Macron's pinky and held onto it tight.
And now, well, whatever this is. Now, obviously, there was some kind of something that happened between Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte as they arrived in Vietnam. Beyond that, there's not an awful lot that we can say for sure. She pushes him in the face. Is that because she's angry? Is that because she is, I don't know, trying to take an eyelash out of his face? Then as they come down the stairs, certainly she seems as if she's not very happy about something. He extends his arm as if to offer her support, and she ignores that and comes straight down. But whether or not this is a Titanic event, or whether this is simply...
Dude, if it's not a Titanic incident, why are you guys analyzing it as though it is? Analyze as a parasocial fan, please. Okay, Emmanuel Macron is into kinky. And part of that kinky is he likes being domed in public. And usually he likes to teeter along the edges of, like, right before the door opens, for example. He's like, yes, please, please eat me on the face. Eat me on the face. I love it. I love it. I will come. I will come. I love to do them. Right? And then you know, his wife was like, oh, of course, I would love to do lesson with you, Macron. I will the slap. I will do the slap now. Le slap. Okay. And then he's like, oh, wait. Oh, no, sacre bleu. They caught me getting le slap. That's what happened. How could anyone try to ban me, dude? I'm a serious political commentator. Also, they're French. So nothing I've said so far is all that far-fetched. Okay? Nothing I've said thus far is even remotely far-fetched. It is probably the most likely scenario. They are French. That's all I'm going to say on it.
Two long married people who are having some kind of tiff, well, one imagined it's more likely to be option two. I think in a sense, possibly more interesting than the event is that sort of knock on. As you said, this will be played again and again. There already, I've seen social media accounts examining this frame by frame. Did she assault?
This seems like credits to you, but in EU, especially Eastern, this is part of very targeted Russian propaganda towards boomers, Gen X, and older millennials. Cocaine and weed are so demonized in their brain. This works immensely well in favor of anti-Western sentiment. Yeah, I know. I understand that. I think it's a really... I mean, yeah, our parents' brains are getting fried at an alarming rate. The kind of the French find kinky is missionary. I don't know what you mean by that. Are you saying that it's because they never do missionary, they only do other stuff? Guys, look up the age, look up how Macron met his wife, okay? I need you to understand, okay? Someone has to be in every relationship, okay? Otherwise, it's not ordained. Someone must be either the women's or the man. But one person needs to be This is how it happens.
Him? Is she furious with him? What is this shun? What is this cold shoulder? There have been any number of ludicrous, frankly, conspiracy theories about Brigitte Macron over the years. And so, in a sense, what does Emmanuel Macron do when confronted this? Well, he probably does what he did, which is to laugh it off, to say that this is the latest in a number of conspiracy theories, to say that it has been utterly overblown. But one thing that it will inevitably lead to is more investigation, certainly by those.
Macron got too old for her, I think. Adults in France date 15-year-olds. As a half French person, it's, yeah. Things that you would consider to be le pédophilia are totally, I guess, a normal part of daily existence for le French. How Emmanuel Macron's parents discovered their son was dating his 40-year-old teacher. New biography reveals shocked reaction to le président's illicit teenage affair with a woman who would become his wife. A new biography of French President Emmanuel Macron has revealed his parents' shock when they discovered their 16-year-old son was having an affair with his married teacher. Much has been made of le fact that the centrist Macron is married to Brigitte Tourneur, a woman 24 years his senior. He met as a 15-year-old schoolboy when she was le teacher at La Providence, a private school in Amiens, northern France. That is right. He was 15 and she was 40. I thought you were just joking because of the age gap. No, I wasn't. Yeah. She had 3 kids. One of them was his classmate in high school. Very nice. Oui. Very nice. Oui. Writer Anne Fulda, who penned the book Emmanuel Macron, A Perfect Young Man. A perfect young man. That's the, yeah, she wrote the biography to show how normal he was. And then the rest of the world heard about it and was like, this is not normal. What do you mean this is not normal? What are you saying? He is 15. He is 15 and she is 40, which means it is not normal because she was not older. That's why it's not normal. They were like, this is the most normal age gap relationship, as opposed to an abnormal one. They're saying it's a normal age gap because he was 15. If he was like 18, then it would be abnormal. The schoolboy's parents had believed their son was dating his teacher's daughter, Lawrence, until the truth came out through a family friend. Shocked at the illicit affair, the Macrons removed the intellectually gifted teenager from the school. His mother, Françoise Macron, told Miss Fulda, "We just couldn't believe it. What is clear is that when Macron met Brigitte, we could not just say, that is great." But she added, "What mattered to me was not the fact that he was having a relationship with Brigitte, but that he was alive and there weren't any problems." Realizing the affair would not be a passing phase, she is said to have told the teacher, "Don't you see? You've had your life, but he won't have children with you." His father, Jean-Michel Macron, revealed he almost le fell over chair when he learned about his son's lover. "When Emmanuel met Brigitte, we certainly did not say, 'How wonderful!'" Galdi Jimenez, your post-Mélenchon honeymoon with France is already over, I see. Listen, there was a whole media campaign orchestrated by their billionaire media friends to hide it from the public and pretend he was 18. By the way, he wasn't 15 yet. He was still 14. Oh, sacre bleu. Oh, mon Dieu. It was 14. Okay, this is perfect age gap relationship. It is not la pédophile. It is normal part of existence. They talked about you on French TV to dogpile on Le France Insoumise. No way. They were like, Le France Insoumise is very radical. They are very radical. They think that the Muslim French want to do Islamo-gauchisme. I love le wokisme, le islamo-gauchisme. I am le facteur of Islamo-gauchisme. Anyway, yeah, that's the Macron story. I'm glad you are now more knowledgeable on the comings and goings of le pédophile.
Within, I guess, particularly the French media, who are antagonistic towards the president, into exactly what happened aboard the presidential plane before it touched down in Hanoi.
Do I think Macron is a good leader? Fuck no. Hey, he fucking sucks. Absolutely. I also can't believe people are just finding this out about Macron. Yeah. I don't know what the Vladimir Putin or his envoys told Trump at some point that, like, oh yeah, no, they would definitely stop if Trump told them to, as long as they got like a good deal out of this. But it's very clear that he is being manipulated by the Russian administration.
Renaming a street in D.C. It was fairly innocent stuff by American standards.
Let me take a look.
President, can you provide us an update on Russia and Ukraine as well?
Yeah, I'll give you an update. I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time, always gotten along with him. But
yeah, what the hell happened to this guy? That's such a funny take. Man, what the hell happened to this Vladimir Putin guy? He's still doing the thing that he's been doing for the past 3 years. I can't believe he's just doing what? The continuation of the invasion of Ukraine? What the hell is that about? Nothing has changed from what Putin has been doing at all. What did you think he was doing before? If you think this is a change of pace. It was one of my favorite lies from the campaign was, I'll fix Israel Palestine and also Russia Ukraine in one day. Day one, he said.
he's sending into cities and people, and I don't like it at all, okay? We're in the middle of talking, and he's shooting into Kiev and other cities. I don't like it at all.
Yeah. President, what do you want to do about
and
that?
I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. We'll see what we're going to do. What am I going to tell you? You're the fake news, aren't you? You're totally fake. All right, any other questions? I don't like what Putin is doing, not even a little bit, he's people. And something happened to this guy, and I don't like it.
Can I follow up on that? A Russian commander, reportedly, Putin was almost caught in the middle of a drone attack from Ukraine. So do you have any...
I haven't heard that, but maybe that would be a reason. I don't know, but I have not heard that.
President Trump, Secretary...
A third.
He's like, this ain't like you, Vladimir. What the f***? Stop eating? No. What do you mean this ain't like you? This is exactly like him. It's remarkable. Like his reaction to this, I don't think his reaction to this is fake, by the way. I don't think it's fake at all. I don't think he's like trying to be like, oh, he really surprised me. Like, how is this happening? I think he is genuine when he says, what the hell's this guy doing? I really thought he would have stopped if I was nice to him, which makes me think, which basically reaffirms my position that I've maintained, which is that he legitimately thinks that because Vladimir Putin was like nice to him, that he has an affinity towards him, both because he has an affinity towards like strongmen, authoritarian strongmen, but also because I think he mistook like Vladimir Putin's manipulations as like sincere admiration. I don't know what the Vladimir Putin or his envoys told Trump at some point that like, oh yeah, no, they would definitely stop if Trump told them to, as long as they got like a good deal out of this. But it's very clear that he is being manipulated by the Russian administration. The American government or the head of the American state openly stating this is so crazy. He's like, oh, come on. You are the most biased and uneducated, one-sided terrorist-supporting jackass I've ever seen. Why? Like, do you want me to be pro-Russia? Like, I don't understand. What a strange thing to say.
Sleepless night in Ukraine is what it says is Russia's heaviest aerial bombardment yet continued. This time 9 missiles and a record 355 drones, some of them landing here in Odessa. After a weekend of silence, President Zelensky said risked enabling Russia. These words from President Trump before board last night.
I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time, always gotten along with him, but he's sending into...
Wait. You checked his logs? He literally wants me to be pro-Russia? Oh, he's Serbian. How does one not see what Russia is doing? NATO wanted to surround Russia's borders and get in Eastern Europe so they control all over Europe. Open your eyes, you dumb tunnel vision puppets of the Western modern empire. Long live Russia. Long live Putin. Oh my God. Yo, respect. At least this is a hog of a very different variety that is genuinely unique. Genuinely unique. I mean, it's not so unique if you know Serbians, but it is unique in this chat. Normally when someone says I'm a supporter, it's because of like my coverage over militant resistance against the state. It's rarely ever someone coming in here to be like, you're a supporter because you're anti-Russia and anti-Russian invasion of Ukraine. I love that.
The cities and people, and I don't like it at all, okay? We're in the middle of talking, and he's shooting into Kiev and other cities. I don't like it at all.
You talked before about putting more sanctions on Russia. Is that something you're considering more serious?
Absolutely. He's a lot of people. I don't know what's wrong with him. What the hell happened to him, right? He's a lot of people. I'm not happy about that.
He later posted that Putin had gone absolutely crazy. Remarks the Russian president's spokesman attributed to, quote, emotional overload. Short shrift for Zelensky too, who, despite a rapprochement at the Vatican, Trump said did his country no favors by talking the way he does. You're on your own to negotiate, Trump told both sides last week. But while his waning patience for Putin today might provide relief in Europe, it's not words they want, but action.
Trump is frustrated on Putin. And I hope that last messages from him shows that he understands that Putin does not want to have a peace. He wants to continue his war. He wants to continue killing innocent people in Ukraine, just like we have seen last weekend in Kyiv.
Sit in the lobby and smell the new world order, a pro-Kremlin newspaper told European leaders this week, after Trump, following a phone call with Putin, dialed back on threats of sanctions against Russia for refusing a ceasefire. As the US president falters and Russia's bombardment continues, Europe's hope lies in Republican senators drumming up support for what they call bone-crushing secondary sanctions on countries that continue to trade with Russia, something Trump would need to green light. Today, Germany said Western allies would shelve range limits on arms given to Kyiv, meaning it can fire them beyond its own territory. But Ukraine says it can't stop what's coming in without more US-made air defense systems, and it's running low on Biden-era stocks. A ledger that meant it couldn't counter all the ballistic missiles Russia fired on its cities this weekend in an aerial assault that claimed dozens of lives, including those of 3 children here in Zhytomyr, their friends laying flowers amid the rubble.
Overnight, President Trump announces he's delaying his...
Also, there's this. Like, the solution to this, the solution to what's going on in Russia revolves around bringing China to the table. Like, Russia's primary party and primary supporter that has a tremendous amount of influence to the table to force Russia's hand. If you have sanctions relief in mind for Russia, as Trump has signaled, you have to take a similar diplomatic approach with China as well. Can China do something for change? First of all, China doesn't do anything unless it's in the interest of China. As far as like China's demands goes, they've already tried to put together a fucking peace negotiation. So they already have a version. They already have a peace negotiation out there. There's like a China-Brazil plan. But of course, because it's fucking China, no one takes it seriously. Nobody cares. Meanwhile, Trump is already Trump is already cooking the entirety of the fucking European continent with these like insane trade moves in an effort to bully them into submission. Why are you a China dick rider? Genuinely curious. Because I want America to do some of the good things that China does. That's why. I have many criticisms of China. I talk about it all the time. But I claim the Chinese government does that they don't do, and doing it here. So I didn't even know what the reason was this time because it was shocking. Like, it was like weird. I was like, what is going on? What's up with this ban? Well, it turns out it was because I had read the manifesto of Elias Gonzalez of the Israeli embassy, right? The Israeli embassy staffers that were shot by Elias Gonzalez. It is Monday, May 26, 2025, 11:06 a.m. I am perfectly on time and ready to go, ready to let it rip. Apologies to all of the victims of divorce court. Apologies to all of those who have, I don't know, horrible politics. I know that they're probably very angry at me right now, very angry at Twitch, angry at everyone else, partially because they just don't like pay attention to the news at all, because it was supposed to be a 24-hour suspension, as I mentioned. But yeah, we're back. Daddy's home, ladies and gentlemen. We're back, we're live, we're alive, and I'm going to tell you all about my personal news, because obviously this is the part of the broadcast for all the parasocialists out there. For all the parasocialists out there who want to know what took place between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you all about it for all the parasocialists out there. I see a lot of subs coming in because I think like when you get banned and unbanned, a lot of people automatically, if they had their subscriptions yesterday, you know, they weren't able to do so. So, you know, resubscribe today if you forgot to do that. Anyway, but ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, MBs, I'm back. Dude, you missed Streamer University? I didn't. I actually watched it, and I actually liked it quite a bit. I have, you know, my opinions on what I thought was going to happen. I thought that they would be way more chaotic. Surprisingly, it was not as chaotic as but it's like virtually impossible to pay attention to every single thing that was happening. So I don't know, maybe it was chaotic and I didn't see it, but from everything I saw, it was awesome. They had to ban you, otherwise you would never taken a day off. This is true. Thank you. Shouts out to Twitch for giving me a forcible day off, because I was not taking that day off. Anyway, so on Saturday, you guys might have noticed, on Saturday night, I started my broadcast. It was supposed to be a fun day, a Saturday fun day, right? And I ended the broadcast with a video game. I played a video game, a browser game, okay? I played a browser game called Zionist or Nazi. Here it is. This is, if you want to see it, it's the hardest game I've ever played. It's on my YouTube if you want to go take a look at it. And right after that game was over, I embarrassingly ended the broadcast in disgrace, because like it was just too goddamn hard. It was too goddamn hard for me. And I was embarrassed. I ended the broadcast. And then something weird happened. I was in the other room and I heard my start playing some audio of like a tab that I had left open. Sometimes it happens randomly. Twitter will randomly restart the audio, and the dog started barking, and I ran over to the PC to turn off this tab, and I realized I had been logged out of all of my accounts. Lo and behold, I was banned. And it was shocking, because normally there are signs. You know what I mean? Normally when I do something that's like ban worthy, or something that's like even teetering on the edges of a ban, or when people like get really mad about something and it starts going viral on Twitter, and then there's like a lot of public pressure, usually that's how it goes. Like that's the previous pattern, right? I say something, people clip it, gets posted on LSF or it gets posted on Twitter, and then it turns into like a much larger ordeal, and then Twitch has to react to it. Twitch has to react to it in a way where it's like, you know, in a way where they just obviously won't stand aside and defend me. So I didn't even know what the reason was this time, because it was shocking. Like, it was like weird. I was like, what is going on? What's up with this ban? Well, it turns out it was because I had read the manifesto of Elias Gonzalez, of the Israeli embassy, right? The Israeli embassy staffers that were shot by Elias Gonzalez. I read his manifesto. Now, I always read the manifestos of what I do by trade, what I do by profession is literally to go through common points of misinformation, both coming from mainstream media and both coming from, you know, psychotic right-wingers and whatnot, in the aftermath of any sort of that takes place. And I do this all the time. Like, obviously I don't cover breaking news, but my job is to look at all of the narratives that are out there and go through them and critically examine them and try to figure out what the truth is. And that's precisely what I was doing. Part of the reason why I read the manifesto was because there was people entertaining the notion that it was potentially a false flag attack. And I wanted to see if there was any veracity to these claims. And I read the manifesto, as I've done time and time again. And by the way, I detailed all this stuff that I'm basically relitigating here on my last YouTube video. If you haven't watched it, you should. But I guess that was a bannable offense. I hope that they change this policy, because I think it's a really bad policy. Like, I think that the policy of like, oh, you can't look at a manifesto, because there's a couple different things that they literally have verbatim as a policy that I'm always annoyed by. One of them is like there is like any kind of disseminated information that they consider to be like will get you dinged up, even if it's perfectly fine. Even if it's perfectly fine on Twitter, even if it's perfectly fine on YouTube, like Twitch has a way more rigorous application in terms of service, and they will actually punish you for it, which I think is silly. They changed it because of you the first time when people wanted your head for the Houthi video. No, that was always in existence. I think that shouldn't be the case. Like, I think I should be able to watch those types of videos. I have watched those types of videos over and over again. I think it's like really stupid. Having said that, you know, the concept of in and of itself is already arbitrary, and there's plenty of academic back and forth on this process. It's just like having the platform engage in this like arbitrary designation, depending on what the State Department has decided is silly. But where are the old streams? If you can't access my VODs, it's probably because I just got unbanned and it takes a while, you know? But I guess let me just blast off, because personal news is basically talking about why I got banned. So I'm back from my 24 hours talking about the reasons why I got banned. Trump calls Vladipoo crazy for Ukraine strikes. Israel blows up another ceasefire proposal as the Trump admin starts looking like Biden, Blinken 2.0, and more. Get in now. Please leave Twitch so I can delete this garbage app. That's the funniest way to demand that I leave Twitch. I don't want to. I would like to continue I've spent years and years on this platform building a community. I would like to make sure that I can maintain this community that I've built here. But yeah, maybe I'll have to start multi-streaming potentially. This is good. This is Animorphs. Yeah. The Brandonization of Trump is upon us for sure. In any case, YouTube doesn't have offliner chat. No, I know. YouTube has a lot of, there's issues with YouTube as well. It's interesting how he acted so tough. Now he's the same as Biden. That's not surprising. But yeah, I'm thinking about different avenues. I'm thinking about it because like chat and the back and forth that I have with you guys is one of the most important aspects of this this process, this medium, like the way I do things. Otherwise, I'm just like a regular ass political commentator. That's what people do. That like this is the most the back and forth conversation, the community component for me is perhaps the most significant aspect of my political commentary and like what I offer. And YouTube unfortunately doesn't have it as good. So I have to find a way to, I would have to find a way to basically make it, like make YouTube streaming be as close and as similar to Twitch streaming as possible. But yeah, it's definitely a thought in my mind. Make no mistake, more so than ever before, because it does feel like people are going pretty crazy over this. Here's the video, which I guess we can get started with, and then I'll tell you more about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker. But basically what took place is I got suspended. Here, let's watch this video. It's enlightening. And then I'll tell you all about what I did yesterday, because I spent yesterday making this video, making a TikTok, and going on a podcast, Joshua Citarelli's podcast. We've watched some of Joshua Citarelli's episodes on here before. Anyway, let's watch. That means I just got banned. Hello. If you're watching this, that means I just got banned. As in, I got a temporary 24-hour suspension. And we're back together on this deep, up-close, and personal YouTube video. Welcome back to the Hasanabi channel on YouTube. Now, some of you are probably wondering, considering that there's a lot of back and forth going on online about why I got banned once again. Well, you might have actually heard the truth. I got banned specifically because I covered the motives of the Israeli embassy staff shooter, which apparently, according to Twitch terms of service, dictates a suspension, even if I critically examine the manifesto, which is precisely what I did. The reason why I read this is specifically so that you understand that, like, there is a shit ton of people that are like, no, this is the shooter's actions were directly about finding some Jewish victim to kill. Okay, it's deliberate. It's clear what his reasoning is. You don't have to agree with what he did, and I'm not urging you to. Okay, I'm not saying that at all, but it is deliberate. Ask yourself why the media is not saying that the shooter did this because they were distraught with the violence that they had seen unfolded in Gaza. And the reason why I had critically examined the manifesto of the Israeli embassy staff shooter was because there was a lot of misinformation taking place, as is the case usually online whenever there's a breaking news story. This is what I do. A big part of what I do is holding people's hands through the news media process by allowing them to think critically and helping them understand media literacy. This is precisely why I was covering the manifesto that my friend Ken Klippenstein was able to find and release. Another friend of mine, Eric Toller of the New York Times Visual Investigation Unit, had also uncovered the manifesto of the shooter around the same exact time, and he had also released it on his Twitter page. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because oftentimes when instances like this happens, the media will take bits and pieces of a manifesto to create a framework around the motive, but in this circumstance, the media actually was quite quiet about the manifesto in and of itself. And I think that's newsworthy, but that's not the story here. The story is that I got banned for it. I got temporarily suspended because this is a part of the Twitch terms of service. You are not allowed, as it dictates right here in front of me, to even show a violent extremist manifesto on stream while denouncing it. This, I think, is not good for news and press freedom. And I said on Twitter, I'll take the suspension, but I hope Twitch changes its policy in the future. And I do believe they might. Having said that, how do we get here? Especially considering that I had covered manifestos of the Cybertruck explosion. First off, I am not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2008 Black Mustang V6 for verification. The Luigi Mangione manifesto. I do apologize for any strife or traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. The Wisconsin school shooter manifesto. Some people think it's pure nothing, but because the hate they make, it ends up killing them without knowing it, which go right ahead. I don't mind, but kind of do at the same time. The literacy rates are abysmal in this country. The manifesto of Ryan Ruth. Dear world, this was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I'm so sorry I failed you. Wait, how did he know? And also the Israeli diplomat shooters manifesto. The atrocities committed by Israelis against Palestine defy description and defy quantification. Why was this a big deal? I'm covering all of these different manifestos on stream, and I've never been banned for it. Well, I believe the reason why this was actually a little bit different is because there was a lot of outside pressure in the immediate aftermath of this shooting. The ADL, Apartheid Defamation League's very own Jonathan Greenblatt, went on CNN only hours after the shooting had taken place to make incredibly slanderous statements about me, stating that I was responsible for this. My rhetoric was responsible for this. Let's take a look.
All of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times.
Isn't showing this video reoffending? No, I'm not literally going through the entire manifesto. Calm down.
Doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
This is slander through and through. I do not apply awful genocidal language towards Jewish people. I don't believe that even a genocide that the Israeli government is doing justifies a genocide to the Israeli government or the Israeli people. I am not the one who is defending a genocidal state here. Jonathan Greenblatt is. Having said that, this slander continued with no pushback from the CNN anchor, which I think is rather strange.
Extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not.
I said apartheid. You meant Apartheid Defense League? Yeah, I noticed. I said Apartheid Defamation League, which is fine. That also works. They defend the apartheid and they defend defaming people.
Not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly.
Here, Jonathan Greenblatt was making an implication that my rhetoric was responsible for this Israeli embassy staffer shooter going out and finding Israeli embassy staffers and shooting them. This is ridiculous. There is no connection between me and the shooter. The shooter actually followed a bunch of people. I was not one of them on Twitter. He was not following me. What the do you mean? He was, however, following a bunch of, he was following Joe Weisenthal, you know what I mean? To Jonathan Greenblatt's statement, I replied with, Israel is an apartheid state doing a live stream genocide. I think it's wrong and dangerous to conflate these heinous actions with Jews and Judaism. The Apartheid Defense League doesn't because they think they can improve Israel's standing by silencing its critics. It, however, will not change the truth. And this is important to note because that's not where the story ends. During my coverage, there were a lot of people that stated that perhaps the embassy shooter was maybe a false flag operation. I do not believe that. Part of the reason why I covered the manifesto was precisely for this reason, the motives. And we understood exactly what this shooter was intending to do. But that wasn't enough. There were the likes of E.L. Jacoby, a Hosborough guy on Twitter who lies at the behest of the state of Israel quite frequently, saying, breaking, Hassan Piker, hailed by the New York Times as the future of progressivism, tells his audience that the DC attack might have been a false flag, then immediately says the guy was genuine with his actions. This is glorification of terrorism. Now, these two things, these two statements here are at odds with one another. But what's actually even crazier is that this is a 37-second video that is attached to this statement. Let's take a look at that 37-second video. But like I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like you could not have fucking designed a incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, you know, a little bit brain broken. Okay. Most people that retweeted this didn't even actually watch the video to see whether or not it actually matched up with what this person was saying. Now, why am I talking about this random account? It only got 6,000 likes. I retweeted. I said a fascinating phenomenon nowadays is watching people clip things in context that I'm saying and then turn around and simply claim that I'm saying the opposite of what I'm saying in the clip. This is a 37 seconds long video and this dumbass lied about everything. Why am I bringing this up? Great question. It's because the clip formulated by this account, which stated, Hasan Piker, star of Amazon's Twitch, says the attack sure looks like a perfect false flag. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. The guy was genuine with his actions. How fucking absolutely gross is it that this is currently being streamed right now to 40,000 people? Then it turned into this. Hasan Piker, hailed by the New York Times, the future of progressivism, tells his audience that the DC attack might have been a false flag. And yet, here is Jake Tapper retweeting this. So I guess Jake Tapper, one of the most important members of the media, who just came out with a book talking about how the media narratives did not match up with what the people were seeing in terms of Joe Biden's senility, is still doing ridiculous things like this. It does, of course, all of that pressure inevitably led to Twitch taking this action. I had covered manifestos in the past on my broadcast. None of those manifestos actually met the same level of scrutiny. This one did. And I don't believe this one did exclusively because it was about Israel. I think this manifesto was simply used as an opportunity to try to get me banned by gaming the terms of service. I did not think I was going to get suspended, but I'll take it. The real reason the ADL and numerous other organizations are actively trying to come after me, however, is because Israel is falling out of favor. Because many Americans and many people in the Western world are now finally seeing the truth that Israel is an apartheid state that is built around an ethno-supremacist ideology and that Israel is doing a live-streamed genocide. Yesterday, they killed a doctor's family. 9 of this doctor's children burned, charred. Images such as this can be seen all over people's timelines and all over social media because now people have unprecedented access to the victims of a genocide, unlike ever before. This is the reason why Israel has fallen out of favor and has become a pariah state on the global stage. This is the reason why now Western leadership, who have supplied Israel with arms in order to engage in such violent acts for the past 19 months, are finally turning around and stating that perhaps Israel should allow aid in, that perhaps Israel should stop doing war crimes. A former Likud, far-right Israeli prime minister recently came out and said, enough is enough. Israel is doing war crimes. Israel has fallen so out of favor that The Atlantic, that a year ago wrote to rebut Hamas's allegations by letting journalists see the war up close would be a calculated risk. Even when conducted legally, war is ugly. It is possible to kill children legally if, for example, one is being attacked by an enemy who hides behind them. This was written on The Atlantic only a year ago. And now that very same Atlantic magazine is writing articles such as this one. It should not be controversial to plead for Gaza's children. Israel's limits on aid have put the region at critical risk of famine. Help is within reach, but it's not enough and it's arriving too slowly. The reason why the tide is shifting is because the pressure valve is insurmountable. Too many people know exactly what's going on, and as fascist ideology is a suicide cult, it seems like Israel is bringing the rest of the Western leadership down with it. Israel is no longer a democracy. You cannot be a democracy while you want to maintain an ethno-supremacist state that is an apartheid state, and you certainly can't be a democracy while doing a genocide. But the Western world that seemingly was able to abide by and hope that the pressure goes away from the broader public are now being forced to listen to the demands being made by the public. So there is a interesting bargain here ahead of us. Will our politicians listen to our voices and try to maintain the presence of a democratic process, or will they go down with Israel? As I say here, every day that goes by, more and more people realize the truth. The very same hours defending and contextualizing Israel's genocide will now change their tune. Try and deplatform me all you like, but you can't change what people have seen. One day, everyone will behave as though they were always against this. I'm Hassan Piker. I hope you can keep supporting me and watching me on YouTube, because even if I get deplatformed from Twitch completely, I will still find a way. And even if I am deplatformed entirely from every single website, the truth will still come out. On that note, see you on Monday. Bye. Yep. That was a one take Jake take, by the way. I did that basically, stream of conscious. It just had all of the assets lined up ahead of time, and then I just like shot. He got owned so hard 2 minutes in that the comments are like, the entire island of England is fallen. That's crazy. This is why England has fallen, because they're not patriotic and they didn't respect you, Charlie. I do want to watch this one debate where Charlie Kirk says this guy is bouncy. And I want to compare that to my performance at Cambridge, because Cambridge, unlike Oxford, was way more debate lordy. Some of the questions that they asked me, I think, were very silly. Obviously, I think that because I'm biased and too afraid of addressing the truth. I do want to watch how they dunked on Charlie, though. I will say, it is the reason why I think they were debate lordy with me is because it was clear when you look at the questions that like they sent my way on my Cambridge speech. It was very, I think that, how do I describe it? It was silly shit. It was like they didn't disagree with me. They just like had issues with optics or whatever, right? Whereas like with Charlie, there's obviously a disagreement, like a significant disagreement with what he's saying. It was super nitpicky. Like it wasn't a real contest. It wasn't like a real, here's what I think is wrong about what you've said. It was more so, here's what I've misunderstood about your point because I was duped by a clip compilation. Did your vid include those questions? That was Oxford. The last one that I posted was Oxford, but my Cambridge video is on my YouTube page because we live streamed it. Cambridge, where is it? Oh my God. I looked up Hassan Piker Cambridge Union, and my video on my channel doesn't even come up until the last part. But yeah, this is like most of the speech, and then the rest of it is like people asking me questions. The people at Cambridge respected you to some degree. No, you mean Oxford? Well, yeah, there were plenty of very respectful students. But I'm saying that, yeah, why are 60 view videos coming up before me? Like, what the f? No disrespect to the clips compilation, but this is crazy for YouTube. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos come up before my original video, and literally 4 of those 5 videos have 18, 24, 27, and 41 views.
Care about faith, family, and freedom. Listen up. I'm proud to partner with...
Okay, I don't care about this. All right, so this is...
Good evening, Mr. Kirk. You've obviously devoted...
I tried searching your vids and Asmongold comes up. Yeah, he talks about me more than I talk about myself, so that makes sense.
Electing, keeping in power Donald Trump. And you did so partly because you said Trump would put Americans first and take them out of foreign conflicts. Should we see how that is going at the moment? Currently, Trump has just accepted a $400 million debt from Qatar, which we're assured is perfectly above board. Billions in arms are going to Saudi Arabia, which they're using to bomb and starve Yemeni children. Not sure how that's in the interest of the United States, but it might be in the interest of the $5.5 billion deal.
Yeah, when I debated him, he had not become the president yet. He is now the president. And also, when I debated him, he literally had almost the exact diametrical opposite viewpoints that he is presenting here right now. So I don't know what happened. I'm actually very interested in finding out what happened. Like if he had a real change of heart, or if he's just like a guy who loves debating. It makes sense. I mean, he is now the president of the Cambridge Union debate club. He'll still say he hates Hamas at the end, I think. Okay. Maybe. But even then, Charlie also got cooked by a professor. Yeah. I don't know if I should be offended, but no professor showed up to debate me. But professors were coming in to debate this man. All right, let's keep going.
Receiving. At the same time, this great president of peace has greenlit mass killings not just in Yemen, but in Gaza, where he greenlit an invasion called Operation Gideon's Chariot with the express aim of wiping out the Gazan population. You promised to put America first. Haven't you and your ilk sold America out?
He's shaking.
No.
Well, I'm glad you have great intellectual substance.
Oh my God, he is not happy. Yo, what the hell? Yo, you can't get bitched by fucking Ron Weasley, dog. God damn. This is like Revenge of the Nerds. This is like when the college students bite back. You know what I mean? Because normally he has editorial control over this process, and he goes to college campuses and he just like basically talks over a bunch of college students who only have a couple seconds to say whatever they want. But all of a sudden, when they have like a real back and forth, but your debate wasn't this configuration, right? It was Q&A. It was Q&A, yes. I think that's probably the reason. Should I do another one of these, but this time in a debate style, debate format? A 90-pound over-caffeinated student making Charlie lose it? He is cooking.
And can answer. Because it's all the culture for you, isn't it? The second someone actually tells you what you're doing, which is bread.
Can you calm down a little bit? Like, just a little bit. You're pounding the table, you're all over the place. No. You want me to go piece by piece? Or would you like me to talk slower?
I think you can.
Number one, Donald Trump is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Joe Biden gave them armaments.
That's going well, isn't it?
It's going well. Can you not interrupt me?
Well.
I allowed you to talk uninterrupted.
You're famous for not interrupting.
I haven't interrupted.
Ooh, he has the room. Ron Weasley's got the room at the tip of his fingers. Okay? That is, oh my God, he's getting mugged. Oh my God. Oh my God. What are the comments saying? If by me voting for Trump is not turning the UK, then I voted wisely. I'm an Englishman and also a ginger. I'm so embarrassed by this fool. Oh my God. Dude, come on. Come on. Oh God. Lobotomy. Right-wingers have been, there is no way you look at this back and forth, even from the jump, and feel as though Charlie has any stage presence here. He got owned so hard 2 minutes in that the comments are like, the entire island of England has fallen. That's crazy. This is why England has fallen, because they're not patriotic and they didn't respect you, Charlie.
A single person here today. Can I speak uninterrupted, actually? Okay. He is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. I believe we will see an end to that. Number two, he's actually talking to Iran and discouraging Israel to strike the interior of Iran, and has stopped many other international countries to do the same. Number three, can you give him credit for ending the Indian-Pakistan war?
Both of them said he didn't do that.
Well, hold on a second.
Let's go back.
No, that's important.
Russia, Ukraine.
Hold on, that's important.
Can I speak now?
Yes, but the Indian-Pakistan thing, you got to go deeper than that.
You got to go deeper than that. Okay, both parties said Trump was not involved. I mean, even if he was, I don't really care. Like, okay, good, he did that. Except that happened afterwards. That wasn't even a campaign promise. So that's not the point that I don't want to call him Ron Weasley over and over again. That the debate club president is saying here. Okay,
let's go in order. Is a peace summit where the main person in question, Russia, doesn't show up, is that a success, Mr. Kirk?
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure.
Not a success?
Well, again, these are ongoing negotiations.
No, dude, Vladimir Putin is literally destroying Donald Trump. There is no defense here for Charlie. Charlie is already on the back foot. There is nothing he can say here that makes sense. The only thing he can say is, well, Joe Biden was worse, right? Like, at least he's trying to do a peace deal. Joe Biden never even tried to do a peace deal or something, to which you can still respond with, well, it's still a failure. So maybe what Joe Biden was doing wasn't that much worse than what Trump is doing. And it's just, there's no defense. Putin is destroying Trump. What do you mean by that? What do you think I mean by that? Donald Trump's analysis of the situation is, oh, I'm going to come in and I'm going to actually stop this day one. Okay. Ridiculous, bold claim to make. Obviously, everyone laughed at it. But What is this? Charlie leaves Cambridge feminists resorting to insults. Oh my God. This entire, everything he uploaded, he was like, I'm not owned. I'm not owned. Licking his wounds. This was the other girl that actually asked me some questions as well. She was asking me about work.
And it's a lot better than when your prime minister, Boris Johnson, went alongside our to Istanbul and unnecessarily blew up a potential
I believe that was Antalya, not Istanbul, but it's okay.
Russian peace deal.
Turkey's at the table. Turkey is the table. Turkey mentioned.
Which has resulted in hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians, one of the great unnecessary wars of the modern era. Donald Trump believes in conversation and police through strength. He has been president for well over 120 to 130 days, and he has already ended a war between two nuclear conflicts of India-Pakistan. He has secured our own U.S. southern border while we were being invaded by foreign powers. And thirdly, he is brokering a potential settlement with Iran that will prevent a major escalation in the Middle East. And finally, it is very difficult, but I believe they'll get it done, that will finally see an end to the Russian-Ukrainian war.
I'm just going to disregard the enormous lies you just put out there about Russia and Ukraine. Okay. But do you really think leverage, negotiation?
I don't. Yeah, he is. Okay, he is a little bit of a NATO guy. I mean, not a little bit. He is definitely like a NatSec lib. Like what Charlie said there about Boris Johnson nuking the 15-point ceasefire plan has been discredited by like Atlantic Council types. But overall, there is enough information at this point. There's enough information at this point to suggest that like there was definitely a lot of confidence given to the Ukrainian position in that back and forth that allowed Zelensky to say no to a potential ceasefire. Having said that, we don't even know if Vladimir Putin would have followed through on that ceasefire, considering the fact that this round of ceasefire negotiations has basically been Vladimir Putin playing the long game and using the fact that there's a negotiation even happening to consistently cut off American aid to Ukraine.
Work if you cut off all your leverage and scream at one party in the Oval Office. Don't you think that has just emboldened Russia?
And he's right about this as well. The notion that, did Boris Johnson help stop a peace deal in Ukraine? A recent piece in Foreign Affairs revealed that Kyiv and Moscow may have a tentative deal to end the war all the way back in April. I assume this says no, right? Because this is from September, and more information came out of how the tentative ceasefire deal fell apart a year after that. This is from September of 2022. The the deal was on the table in April of 2022, shortly after the immediate success of Ukrainian defenses that was able to force the Russian position to withdraw all the way back to the east of the Dnieper River. At that point, Ukraine had the maximum leverage. And one of the things I said back then was this is the best opportunity to implement a ceasefire negotiation. And a lot of people yelled at me. There was a 15-point plan that was put on the table. And actually, it was a very intelligent plan that Zelensky had crafted that I gave much credit to Zelensky over, where he even said on one of the 15 bullet points that the Crimea annexation conversation should be left up to a referendum a decade down the line, right? That is as close to a democratic way of not having to deal with this hot potato that is going to be very unpopular. Okay? And then Boris Johnson intervened. To say, we have maximum support for you. We will give you all the weapons you need. You have the full backing of Western nations, and you will be able to purge Russians from your ranks. Just, don't fuck with this deal. Don't do it. Ukraine never had leverage like that since that moment. Biden, not Boris. No, Boris Johnson doesn't behave on his own. Obviously, he is an envoy of American interests in that conversation. I'm sure that he didn't personally destroy the deal on his own when Biden was totally on board with cutting together a ceasefire negotiation. That's not how these things work. So saying Boris kind of absolves Biden of responsibility, no, it does not. Nothing that Boris Johnson does is without the go-ahead, or nothing that any nothing that any European leadership does in terms of dealing with Ukraine, in terms of dealing with Russia, without America's go-ahead. Ukraine is a proxy for American interests, and every other country, every other European leader that's backing Ukraine is a vassal. It's a NATO formation. It is the entire purpose of NATO to begin with. I mean, look at what's happened so far with Donald Trump in office and what he has done to bully all of our foreign partners. And look at their response so far. They have not even designed any sort of they've not even designed any kind of attempt at sovereignty.
Russia. Because look at the approach. Putin thinks so much of your glorious president, he can't even be asked to show up. You have elected or help elect somebody who is at best an idiot and at worst is deeply corrupt.
Okay, again, so Trump and Putin had a 2-hour phone call today. You'll acknowledge that's a good thing. The pursuit of peace can sometimes be a winding road, and it's a lot better than sending hundreds of billions of dollars further into the killing fields of eastern Ukraine, something that tragically both the UK government and
Exclusive. Ukraine president says British prime minister had nothing to do with decision not to seek deal with Russia. Volodymyr Zelensky has rubbished claims that Boris Johnson scoopered a possible deal between Ukraine and Russia in spring 2022, calling them illogical. There were several approaches with ultimatums, and I never gave my approval for it, says Zelensky of Russian demands for ending its full-scale invasion. Johnson had nothing to do with this decision. Directly addressed the claims for the first time. It doesn't fit with logic. What was he supposed to be talking us out of? The story of Johnson's visit was and the supposed lost chance for peace may seem like a historical detail, but has fresh relevance as Donald Trump seeks to do a deal to end the war. Okay, Gaia. Place. Okay, then it was dumb for him to nuke this 15-point plan. Clearly. I don't know why he's falling on his own sword here, proverbially. But, okay. You know? The Kremlin has used the Johnson story to suggest that Ukraine turned down a peace deal on Western orders early in the war. Johnson himself has previously called the claims Russian propaganda. The then British Prime Minister made a surprise visit to Kyiv in April 2022, 6 weeks after the start of the Russia's full-scale invasion. He walked through the streets of Kyiv with Zelensky and publicly affirmed British support. The idea that Johnson also used the visit to ensure Ukraine did not sign a peace agreement with Russia first emerged in an article in the respected Ukrainska Pravda outlet in May 2022, which said that Ukrainian and Russian negotiators had agreed on a broad possible agreement after a meeting in Istanbul in late March. A week later, Johnson arrived with a message. Putin is a war criminal. He needs to be pressured, not negotiated with, according to one of the outlet's sources. In November 2023, David Arakamia, a member of Zelensky's own negotiating team in Istanbul, appeared to lend the idea credence. These are the reasons why I believe that this is the truth, by the way. This is what I said when I said, like, oh, a year after the fact, there was more information that came out. Boris Johnson came to Kyiv and said that we would not sign anything with them at all and let's just fight, he said in a November 2023 interview. Russian sources seized on these words, ignoring another part of the interview, which Arakhaima said that the Ukrainian delegation had not planned to sign anything in any case. In an interview with Tucker Carlson last year, Putin brought up the story, claiming it showed the West had pushed Ukraine further into the war. It seems very sad that they followed the orders of the request of Mr. Johnson. We could have ended the military actions over a year and a half ago. For the record, I do want to mention something here, and this is important to recognize. There is no proof that Russia would have actually followed through on the ceasefire negotiations. Make no mistake. I am not saying that at all. I'm simply saying that they have less leverage now than they did back then to facilitate a ceasefire negotiation. And without leverage on the battleground specifically, there is no real commitment to a ceasefire, as evidenced by the fact that Russia keeps stringing Trump along, as evidenced by the fact that Vladimir Putin keeps stringing Trump along with a fake negotiation that he knows Trump would love to bring back as a W to his base, to America, to all the Western countries. And by doing so, his conditions are to basically cause America to sever ties with Ukraine and to no longer offer any defense capabilities to Ukraine. That is his tactic here. What he is doing right now, what Vladimir Putin is doing right now, is to basically take advantage of Trump's stupidity and also his obvious interest in getting one foreign policy W here. So it's not, so the likes of Charlie Kirk don't have to run around and be like, well, you stopped India and Pakistan from doing the nuclear holocaust, because there's no W's at this moment for foreign policy. And he knows that. Vladimir Putin knows that. So he's basically stringing him along and all the while still continuing a westward expansion. Putin likes the story a lot about Turkey. These meetings, says Zelensky during an hour-long interview with The Guardian. In fact, says Zelensky, the real pressure to sign a deal had already been dissipated by the time Johnson arrived in April, and Russian forces had already been pushed out of the suburbs of Kyiv. Early on, there were people who wanted to kill me. There were shots fired, and in parallel, there was the ultimatum and phone calls from different people. Ukrainian and Russian negotiators held several rounds of talks in Belarus and in Turkey, with the conditions demanded by the Russians were always punishing. I said, this cannot be. It violates the rights of our citizens, of the Constitution. It would be a full betrayal. We will not submit to the ultimatums of Putin, Zelensky claimed. Simon Schuster, a journalist who has written the biography of Zelensky, said he believed the Ukrainian president was serious in late March about trying to meet with Putin and negotiate an end to the war based on a draft agreement reached in Istanbul. However, key questions of territorial status were left unaddressed by the negotiators, and as the discussions were ongoing, the scale of atrocities in Bucha and other towns were revealed as the Russian forces withdrew from around Kyiv, prompting horror and fear in Ukraine, making any deal much less palatable. Perhaps even more problematic was the fact that although several Western politicians urged Ukraine to make a deal, none was willing to provide security guarantees to back it up. Ukraine was left to rely on Russia's word after Bucha. That seemed like a bad idea. Plus, Ukraine had just achieved a big military victory, and Zelensky wanted to keep that momentum going on the battlefield. Boris encouraged him, but he was one relatively minor factor among many. Okay, this literally, oh my God. Why are you a NATO baby now? I am not a NATO baby at all, but it is so fucked up that this entire article is basically saying like, no, Zelensky made a bad decision. He made a really bad decision. It was actually all his decision. There was no outside pressure, even though there were some conversations taking place about how much Western forces could support Ukraine. What happened is the Ukrainians were tactically winning in Kherson for like 2 months, and they became overhyped and started praising Boris for having prolonged the war. Then they thought that Boris had given them victory by telling them not to do a ceasefire. By the way, a town in Ukraine actually named a street after Boris Law. What? I think that it wasn't necessarily a lie as far as like, the capabilities of Ukraine. I think people were just wrong in their analysis. They thought that Russia, after getting pushed back, and I don't think that was a feint, because Z pushers will say that was a feint, that Russia never wanted to take Kyiv and that they simply wanted to permanently annex eastern Ukrainian territory. I think that is myth-making after the fact, okay? They were not feinting when they did that. They actually had ambitions, and the Ukrainian defenses were far better than they had suspected it would be, especially considering the performance in 2014 when the Ukrainian standing military was ascetic and virtually non-existent in comparison to the position that it had in 2022. So I think that there was definitely a lot of confidence in Ukraine's capabilities, but then there was definitely a lot of pressure as well, as far as like pressures internally, like Zelensky also reveals here, like Ukrainians would kill me if I actually abided by any of these like ultimatums, and also Western leadership basically whispering into Zelensky's ear that they would continue. Why should we even get invested into this onto war? I mean, if we're being serious about this, there are very valid reasons, or not very valid reasons, but like there are real reasons that Vladimir Putin has pushed in terms of American involvement and intervention in Ukraine leading up to its invasion. Okay, but the reality of the matter is, a responsible leader would not invade Ukraine militarily and instead use economic pressure points that it already had, knowing full well that Ukraine was never going to be allowed into fucking NATO anyway, to continue this stressful position that is valid from a realpolitik perspective. Like, Russia understandably does not want NATO to be directly within striking distance of Moscow. That is an understandable desire from any nation state, okay? Especially one that was completely fucking destroyed by the United States of America and Western forces during the Cold War, with battle scars that have not yet healed, okay? Having said that, once fucking Russia invades Ukraine, then all bets are off. Not only have you justified the existence of NATO, not only did you get Finland and Sweden to join NATO, but also on top of that, what are people supposed to do? Europeans genuinely do fucking fear Russian incursion. They do. And when you behave like an irrational monster, then it's understandable for them to fucking fear Russian incursion. Why wouldn't they fear it? The only thing that's stopping further going into European territory at that point is not like Vladimir Putin's restraint or whatever. Clearly, he is not a restrained person at all. But the only thing that's stopping them is military might. The very fact that they can't move beyond the positions that they've established in eastern Ukraine is the only thing that's basically stopping them from going to the border of Poland at this point. Like, that's understandable. That is understandable for European, especially Eastern European countries, to be fearful of this sort of action when Vladimir Putin has proven that he is willing to entertain this military option. This is not me being pro-NATO. I am obviously anti-NATO. But this is, you can't also give NATO any credit whatsoever by behaving this way. And Vladimir Putin is giving credit to NATO by behaving this way. But it's very obvious that as someone who believes in no war, as someone who wants a ceasefire to be implemented, currently as it stands, the party that's fucking up the ceasefire talks is not the Ukrainian side. Not only is Zelensky literally the American proxy in this, he has been ritualistically humiliated on the fucking global stage for being aligned with Democrats and for Donald Trump basically behaving as though this is not American foreign policy that's uniparty, but simply the Democrats' pet project in Ukraine. And that's the reason why it even happened to begin with, while also undermining its own proxy in the fucking negotiations process, forcing them into a deal that robs the limited amount of natural resources that they have. And on top of that, is very clearly being strung along by Vladimir Putin, who has no interest in actually getting a ceasefire done right now until perhaps maybe the end of the summer after he takes additional territory. I feel like Vladimir Putin is gearing up for a little bit more of it, like a little bit more incursion into eastern Ukraine. Either he will try to take over 4 additional territories that it wanted with this ceasefire negotiation, which was a ridiculous red line. I think that understandably Zelensky and everyone should say no to. Okay, but it's really difficult for me to act like Vladimir Putin is not the bad guy here. It's fucking ridiculous. I mean, he was already the bad guy when he invaded, but he's the extra bad guy now because he's basically trying to get and successfully getting Trump to cut off aid to Ukraine, military aid to Ukraine, while simultaneously claiming that he's going to actually turn around and do a ceasefire when he's not interested in it at all. It's fucked up. I think. I mean, the future of Ukraine is bleak no matter what. But I think that basically the only possible solution to this would have been normalizing relations with China and trying to get China to the table and implement like the Chinese Brazil plan for with a peacekeeping mission and a ceasefire in Ukraine. Because it is obvious that you cannot get anything out of Vladimir Putin. I think it's a miscalculation that dumb fuck Donald Trump thinks Vladimir Putin actually thinks that dumb fuck Donald Trump thinks Vladimir Putin actually likes him or respects him. He does not. Vladimir Putin is way smarter than Donald Trump. Are you fucking kidding me? He's been the leader of Russia for what? How many decades been the fucking leader of Russia? Of course he's way smarter than Donald Trump. Donald Trump's a fucking dumbass real estate fail son. He is so easy to manipulate. He is so unimaginably easy to manipulate. All you need to do is tell him a couple nice things about how powerful he is and how his hair looks hot or whatever the fuck. And then Trump will be like, yeah, I hate Zelensky. Zelensky never said my hair looks good. Zell Disney. He doesn't know how powerful I can be.
And the U.S. government has been unnecessarily supporting for a couple of years. President Trump wants to see a brokerage, an ending of this settlement. I pray we can get it. It's very complicated because of the mess that Joe Biden left, which was an active...
Oh, come on, dude. Oh, okay.
...kinetic war with a nuclear power sending American-made missiles into the interior of Russia. So President Trump has already ended a war. He's ended an invasion. He's only 130 days into this. And I believe, we do not know. At this point, we are merely speculating, which I think we should not spend our time doing that, because eventually one of us will be right. I believe we'll be right, and I believe we'll see an end to this war.
Yeah, let's just stop speculating, because this issue makes me look bad, because it makes Trump not look like the great peacekeeper, because I have to maintain this mirage, this idea that Trump is actually doing his very best and is not a fucking bumbling moron.
We just talk about 100 billions worth of weapons, because you dodged my question on what was going on in the Middle East, where Trump has just signed enormous arms contracts with Saudi Arabia and with Qatar. And I noticed you ignored the fact that this might have had anything to do with the blatant corruption going on through the Trump coin and going on through giving the very competent sons of Donald Trump billions of investment from Saudi Arabia and Qatar. This is something that is directly embroiling Americans into conflict, but is importantly killing many innocent people. Those nations have been known to terrorize innocent civilian populations. So if you're coming to me and you're objecting to America selling weaponry, why are you defending shilling for the Saudis?
Well, hold on. One is sending weaponry, one is purchasing. Secondly, you do know that the biggest purchase that was announced was commercial airliners, 737, $100 billion. You've heard of Qatar Airways. They purchased $100 billion of commercial airways. You are right, there were some weapons contracts. But I guess the question is, would you rather have Saudi Arabia buy weapons from America or China?
I'd rather they not have American weaponry at cut price rates.
See, I disagree.
Let's talk about Qatar for a second.
Okay, fine.
You mentioned Qatar. You've been...
Oh, God, I hate this. First of all, here, let me just say something here, okay? The idea that, like, we have no capacity to limit what kind of weaponry Saudi Arabia is supposed to get is so stupid. What do you mean? Oh, would you rather have them get weapons from us or China? Like, there's no... You're acting like America has no say. America's small bean, okay? America fucking small bean around the planet all of a sudden. Like, which is it? Is America the most powerful nation on the planet, or is it just a small bean that has no say in this process? If it was so easy, then fucking weapons from China or even from Russia at the same time as the United States of America. Like, beyond NATO, America has a fuck ton of power and fuck ton of influence. If they didn't want Saudi Arabia to militarize, they could stop them from doing so. But obviously, they don't care. They want Saudi Arabia to militarize because they want Saudi Arabia to work in their interest in the region to prop up better defenses for Israel, for example, or to destroy potential enemies of Israel, for example, like in Yemen.
Been talking a lot about Hamas and the evils of Hamas. Can I ask you, who's the main funder of Hamas?
Well, the Palestine...
Oh, God, this argument. He's going to say Qatar is the main funder of Hamas.
Well, the West actually funds Hamas.
Which state?
Well, Iran funds...
No. Where are the Hamas leaders?
And also Qatar funds Hamas.
Oh, God. Oh, brother. I want to debate both of them. I want to debate Charlie on this, and I want to debate him on this, too. The idea that Qatar is a major funder of Hamas is literally just verbatim silly Israeli propaganda. Okay? Yes, there has to be a place where there has to be neutral territory where the envoys of Hamas can have dealings, negotiations with Israeli negotiators. Okay? Qatar is the perfect place for this because they are technically neutral. Okay? Unlike all of the other Gulf nations that are super pro-Israel, both openly and also in private, Qatar, at the very least, is still pro-Israel, but maintains neutrality when it comes to offering territory where people can fucking have these back and forth negotiations. Okay? That's it. That's it. It's so stupid to be like, Qatar is actually a major funder of fucking Hamas. It's like, okay, you know who else is a major funder of Hamas then? Benjamin Netanyahu. Like, what are we doing here? No, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Qatar is basically the Switzerland of the Gulf states. I like your chances a little better now than the first two times. What do you mean? Parker via Kirk 3? Oh, yeah. I might actually have some cooking up where I might be talking to Charles Jebediah Kirk. Okay. Anyway, the whole like influence peddling thing that Qatar did this time around is not because they want Donald Trump to actually offer a more favorable deal to Hamas. I wish that was the case. Oh my God. I wish that the the Qatari leadership actually gave this plan to be like, Mr. President, you have to stop this genocide. Oh my God, I would love that. I would literally fly to Qatar and kiss the fucking feet of the Emirates there. Okay, do you understand? I would kiss the leadership's feet if that was the actual fucking case. No, the real reason why they did this is because last time they didn't do this when Trump was president, and they almost got fucking bombed into oblivion by UAE and Saudi Arabia, because when Jared Kushner was going to the fucking region and basically going, hey, I have a bunch of properties that I need to offload to somebody. Can you bribe me, please? Qatar was the only country that was like, no, what? I don't understand. Why would we do that? That doesn't seem very cash money. That doesn't seem very, Western interest, Western liberal democracy to us. Is this a fucking trick? And when they didn't do that, when they did not do that, was literally planning on turning Qatar into a fucking island. Okay? Literally. I'm not even joking about this. They wanted to build a canal so that Qatar turned into a fucking island. They wanted to put the rest of the Gulf nations immediately were like, all right, we can do whatever the fuck we want to Qatar because they're not protected by the Trump administration. So this time around, and that only was stopped, I believe, by Pompeo or Tillerson. I can't remember now. But this is something I've talked about before. There was an Intercept report on this back in the day when it actually fucking happened. I talked about this when the plane stuff first took place. Do you guys not remember? It was so silly. It was like Looney Tunes shit. Anyway, the reason why Qatar this time gave money to the Trump administration, gave this bribe to the administration, is because they were like, that's just how people play ball. Okay? That's just how people fucking play ball. Because it's nothing. $400 million is nothing for them. What do you mean? Everybody's paying the piper. That's it. That's the only reason. I wish it was for peace in Palestine. I wish. But that is not the case. But of course, people who get their news from mainstream resources that just like literally verbatim repeat whatever the fuck Israel says. Rex Tillerson stopped Saudi and UAE from attacking Qatar. Former U.S. Secretary of State reportedly prevented Saudi troops from attacking his Gulf neighbor. Yeah, this was Intercept's investigative reporting. The plan involves Saudi ground troops crossing the land border into Qatar and with military support from the UAE advancing 100 kilometers inland and seizing the Qatari capital. Based on information it said it received from current member of U.S. intelligence community and two former State Department officials, the Intercept said the coup, which was largely devised by Saudi Arabia and the UAE's crown princes, was likely some weeks away from being implemented. Now, relations have normalized, okay, amongst the Gulf states at this point, but that was a real thing. That was a real thing that almost happened because Qatar did not bribe the Kushners, okay? It was also to influence the U.S. to change its foreign policies towards Palestine. No, it wasn't. You want to know why it wasn't? Because if that was the case, Trump would have played ball, okay? And he didn't. The Gulf nations are so unimaginably wealthy, and Trump responds to bribes very positively. Why the fuck is Trump not responding to those bribes then? The only reason why Trump is not responding to those bribes is because they don't give a fuck about Palestinians. Do you understand? It's a very sad state of affairs, a very sad reality that many of you need to wake up to. And yes, this even includes Qatar. Qatar at least is neutral, okay, as far as its leadership goes. Qatar at least is neutral, or some of them are more positive towards Palestinian emancipation. But that's it. Like, they're what, you think if Mohammed bin Salman genuinely cared about this shit, genuinely cared about the genocide, he wouldn't be able to ask Trump, like, Mr. Trump, please something about doing a ceasefire. Wouldn't that be great? But of course, it never happened. Is there like proof, though? I'm struggling to understand. Proof of what? Proof of this? I mean, yeah, I told you. It's from, it's the Intercept's reporting. Unless you think the Intercept is fake, I guess. Maybe you do. I don't know. But their reporting is pretty fucking credible. It's one of the best outlets, especially under the first Trump administration. Yeah. The only country in that region that actually does care about the Palestinian plight is Yemen. That's it. And one might even have a cynical perspective on that and say, oh, it's because the Ansar Allah administration just withstood a civil war. It was very bloody. People were very upset at them, and they wanted to galvanize the entirety of Yemen and create a united front against Israel by attacking Israel. But no, I don't think so. I think there is genuine animosity towards Israel and American imperialism by every single person in Yemen, including, but not limited to, the Ansar Allah movement. Very proud and very resilient nation. And Iran? Yes, Iran. Kind of. Yes, Iran as well. But I would say Iran to a lesser degree than even Ansar Allah. You might say, well, Ansar Allah would have no weapons without Iran, and there's truth to that. Absolutely. Having said that, however, Iran also has a lot of capabilities, a lot of power to be able to at least restrain Israel a little bit further. They also are incredibly restrained themselves because they are also incredibly self-interested. Think about the only times where Iran has actually responded to Israel. It has only responded to Israel after Israel struck Iran directly. Okay? The only time Iran did not defend Hezbollah, Iran did not defend Hamas. There was a axis of resistance pact in the region. That was, we've forgotten about it at this point because it's been 19 months since Israel started its genocide. But the Axis Pact, the Axis of Resistance Pact in the region implied that if Israel were to engage in a bombing campaign as severe as what they did like a week into October 7, that Iran, Hezbollah, the IRGC forces in Iraq, and the IRGC forces in Syria were to open up a united front against Israel as a mechanism of deterrence, as a mechanism of punishment. This did not happen. And the reason why this did not happen is because Iran didn't do anything. Iran literally did not, did not push back until Israel bombed the fucking Iranian embassy. It was crazy. The only times where Iran has actually punished Israel or pushed back against Israel is when Israel has violated Iranian sovereignty. The only country in the fucking region that actually gives a damn at this point, that hasn't had its entirety of its leadership decapitated, that still has some power to respond to the best of their ability, is Yemen. Oh my God, we dived into so many different subjects here. How the fuck did we get here from Ukraine? Jesus Christ.
It is a combination of international relief organizations. 400
million jet.
Bro, there was an IRGC general in the same bunker as Nasrallah and one of the Iranian embassy in Syria. Do you think these guys weren't there to direct the war against Israel? Yes, they were offering... no, I'm not saying they weren't offering intelligence. Of course they were. But there's a difference between what you must do. There's a difference between what you must do versus what Iran was doing. The Axis of Resistance Pact implied that there would be stronger penalties against Israel if they continued this death and destruction. And that never came. And Israel has shown the rest of the countries in the region that the only thing they back down from is countermeasures that actually harm Israel. Israel only responds to force. Iran did not defend Hezbollah is the dumbest thing you can say right now. Oh, were they supposed to hold their hand? Every rocket they had, Iran gave them. Hezbollah was always meant to operate independently. The resistance is purposely autonomous to ensure flexibility. You are very wrong in your assessment. I'm not even talking about Hezbollah. I'm talking specifically about, okay, so then Iran lost. Is that what you're saying? Iran tried its very hardest and then lost. Is that the argument that you're presenting then? I'm not discounting all of the material support that Iran offers to Hezbollah and the axis of resistance. I'm simply talking about Iran's capabilities. Iran isn't a part of NATO like Turkey. It can't just do whatever it wants in the region. It has to calculate its actions more. First, it wants in the region. Turkey is America's dog. Turkey is America's fucking lapdog. That's precisely the reason why Turkey hasn't shut off the entirety of the energy grid for Israel and simply just says, "Oh, we hate Israel. We hate Israel. 1 minute," and then does nothing. Yes, I do agree that they lost. Actually, sure, okay. I think Iran has more power as a military presence in the region and as a deterrence force against Israel than you are giving it credit. All right, let's continue.
With the President of the United States on it.
Hold on. First of all, it was not given to him personally. I understand the optics of it, but it was not given to him personally. It was given to the U.S. government. And under that standard, no U.S. government should ever receive any gifts from any foreign countries whatsoever. It's not given to him personally and not a violation of the
Why is he trying to transfer it to his personal library? He is.
Actually. Okay, again, he sent out a statement. This is way too...
I think MSNBC is going to talk about you later in the hour for what?
In the weeds. If you want to keep on going we can.
It's not in the weeds. It's a fundamental moral principle.
Okay, so under that fundamental moral principle then, can you acknowledge, though, that President Trump is getting more done in a less period of time than any president we've seen, while our prior president did not even know what year he got elected? Do you understand the contrast here?
What aboutism again? I'm not a defender of Biden.
I'm not saying President Trump is far better than the predecessor.
You have to defend the person you spent millions to elect.
I will defend every day of someone who ends an invasion.
That's all you do, is
brings down the price of oil, who is revitalizing the American economy, who's brokering peace.
Oh God, the entire room is laughing at him.
Who stopped the potential nuclear war, who is bringing Iran to the table and bringing Russia to the table, someone who does not want armed conflicts with the greatest powers of our time. I will defend that endlessly. What are you defending?
In a fantasy world of your own creation. So it's quite hard to engage with.
But then disprove it.
Let's check on how Trump is doing in terms of diplomacy. Look, with the war in the Middle East, do you think it was a defensible decision to tell the Israelis you wanted Trump-Gaza to agree for Israel to invade the Gaza Strip and to continue to murder thousands of innocent children and civilians in a pointless war?
I do think he's so super libbed up. It's like hard to pin him down, but I feel like he literally has like he's saying he's not defending Joe Biden, but I do feel like he's just positioned himself against Israel either because now he realizes that like what Israel is doing is atrocious, or because he somehow thinks that like Biden would have managed the situation better than Donald Trump. I don't know. Because if I recall our conversation, he was trying to both sides what Israel was doing. And then hyper focusing on like my commentary against Israel and also my commentary in defense of militant resistance against Israel's genocide. And someone who has that position, I feel like would not be like someone who genuinely thinks what Israel's doing is atrocious would probably not spend a good deal of time talking about how homophobic Hamas is or whatever. Because that's like introductory debate lording about Hamas being anti-LGBTQ. Because like, the fuck? Who kills more gay people, you think? Hamas or fucking Israel?
Is that in America's interest? Is that in humanity's interest?
Well, first of all, you should know something about Trump. There's something, if you realize with Trump over the last 10 years, he is quite the social media user and uses hyperbolic language at times. But let me ask you, guys have questions? The conflict of Israel versus Hamas, who's the good guy?
I believe both Hamas and the Israeli government are evil.
Oh, come on, dude. Come on. 19 months of genocide. Just fucking say, between Israel and Hamas are the good guys. I don't think it's a controversial position, dude. Am I crazy? Like, you don't have to fucking dick ride Hamas. Between Israel and Hamas is clearly a better, more responsible party. Literally lower civilian to enemy combatant casualty ratings on October 7 than Israel's 19 months of fucking endless death and destruction, even if they were on the same fucking moral playing field. They're not on the same moral playing field because Hamas is a fucking resistance group born out of being orphaned by the Israeli occupation. But just looking at the numbers alone, if you were to say this fucking band of orphaned soldiers is the same as a nuclear nation state that is an apartheid colony, okay, a settler colonial apartheid state, even if you were to make that laughable fucking moralization, Hamas is literally better than Israel. Yes. From the normie perspective, Hamas is still bad because they're terrorists. Yeah, part of the reason why, from the normie perspective, people still say Hamas is bad because they're terrorists is because there's multiple factors at play here. Islamophobia, American foreign policy, Israeli foreign policy being a pivotal part of American foreign policy, endless amounts of fucking media demonization, and also a consistent amount of contextualization of Israeli violence, and only fucking saying that Hamas's violence is born out of their barbaric, rapist, monstrous nature. Okay? I think if more people were honest about it, if more people were open about it, like I am, and say the fucking truth, because like I'm not demanding people lie, okay? There's no reason to lie. There is no reason to fucking lie about any of this shit. You can openly say October 7 was a tragedy. It was atrocious. It was the violence that civilians were subjected to was an act of terror. It can totally be considered an act of terror. There were war crimes that took place. You can say all of that if you want. Those aren't incorrect statements to make. You just keep it at that and never actually discuss the much, much, much larger subject matter, the reason as to why October 7 happened, the desperation that the Palestinian resistance feels after 75 years at that point of fucking apartheid. Then you're delusional. You're ridiculous. You're like a child. It's not like there's only, in the most reductive ways to describe this, there's only two reasons why October 7 happened, right? It either happened because Hamas are rapist, barbaric monsters who just like hate Jews and they just wanted to do activities against, violence against Jews, as many Jews as they possibly can, or they're a fucking ascetic band of orphaned soldiers that have literally created a spontaneous militia and trying to exercise any kind of militant action against this apartheid state that will cause the apartheid state to offer them some rights and potentially sovereignty. Every single time people talk about October 7, they go, well, what were you expecting? Of course Israel was going to do this. What the fuck do you mean? Then you're basically saying that justifies October 7, okay? That's it. That's what you're saying then. Like, if you are coming to the table with the recognition that Israel is this unstoppable force, this natural disaster, then yeah, someone has to fucking stop this natural disaster. What is supposed to happen here? As I've said over and over again, people have this very weird, this very weird, illogical position, okay? Nothing that Israel has done justifies October 7, but everything Israel has done since October 7 is justified because of October 7. And also, since Israel has been doing everything it can to kill every single Palestinian on the Gaza Strip since October 7, no one else is supposed to even respond to the things that Israel is doing at this point. What the fuck are we saying? What a ridiculous position. This doesn't make any sense. No human being would, if they were in the conditions that Palestinians are subjected to, no human being would go, oh no, what about international human rights? Hamas, in spite of these insane circumstances, has been insanely restrained. Hamas, despite these circumstances, has been insanely diplomatic. Hamas, despite these circumstances, has presented itself as a reasonable party that you can negotiate with. Get the fuck out of here. Israel, on the other hand, because it has all of the power in this process and all the backing of the most powerful nation on the fucking planet, has behaved like a belligerent madman, opening up a 7-front war while simultaneously trying to bring America into nuclear annihilation by potentially fucking striking Iranian nuclear targets. It's insane. It is a Nazi nation doing a live-streamed Holocaust. Of course people are going to try and fucking defend themselves against that. So yeah, it's ridiculous to go, both sides are bad, especially 19 months in this fucking genocide. Suck my dick. I hate this. I hate this conversation so much because people are so afraid of just like looking at this with one fundamental truth that every single person thinks they believe, but no one actually applies in this situation. Are Palestinians humans or not? Because if the answer is yes, they are humans. Yes, they have dreams. Yes, their lives are valuable. Yes, they should not be endlessly slaughtered, ruthlessly slaughtered. Then you have to understand that the metric ton of death and destruction that Israel has brought about the Palestinian population does deserve a response. What the fuck are we saying here? But many people, many liberals are very indecent. Okay? Many liberals are very indecent. They say, oh, both sides are bad. Both sides are bad. Okay, sure. Both sides are bad. Who's the responsible party? Do you actually want to manage this conflict? Do you actually want to solve this conflict? Or do you just want to sit there and act like you're morally superior because you live in fucking London? You go to Cambridge Union and you've never had to entertain the notion of your entire family being wiped out by American weapons overnight for the crime of being born on the other side of a fucking boundary that someone else placed upon you. Oh, sorry. Let's continue. Let's see what else he's going to say.
But I think also that there is no justification.
Are they equally?
There is no justification for the murder and mutilation of thousands of innocent people and children in the futile justification, Mr. Kerr, for invading hospitals, for bombing innocent populations and dragging out a war which is damaging Israel and the West's security.
You've made that point, but
well, it's not a point; it's a moral truth, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. It was also a moral truth that the war started because 1,300 Jews were killed and 200 were taken hostage.
Oh my God. Also, this is the reason why I would fucking destroy Charlie, whereas a libtard is going to have some hard times having a fucking back and forth with him here, despite the fact that they're also trying to like massage it in a way where it's like, well, you know, Hamas is bad too. No, fuck that, dude. Look at this guy. Hamas is pure evil. Both are evil. You are crazy. Hamas is pure evil. Brother, in comparison to Israel, Hamas is not pure evil. It's not even on the same zip code as evil. That is my point. And if you don't recognize that reality, you have to go look at the fucking simple fact that Israel has a 10-to-1 enemy combatant to civilian death rating versus Hamas is far lower. Okay? And no, this does not start on October 7 anyway. Israel has done an October 7 plus multiple times to the entire Palestinian population in Gaza with sieges. Okay? Go look at any metric over the course of the past 75 or now 77 years of military occupation and apartheid in Israel. I would love for any of these dipshits sit in this shit in the chat, sit here with their full chest and say if they experience the same thing that we've been experiencing for the last 77 years, that they would not resist and would not willingly, peacefully be ethically cleansed and exterminated for 3/4 of a century. Exactly. No, the only thing that they can rely on is that, oh no, it's just evil, la la la, I don't care. Okay, what would you do is the question. You would be way more evil because you're evil right now, okay? You are way more evil than Hamas by saying this, by entertaining the notion that there is any sort of parity between these two fucking parties, dude. It's ridiculous. It's not an accident that you have to fucking lie about what Hamas is doing to try and justify it, but because Israel's depravity is so incredible. Israel's depravity is so incredible that even all the lies that people say about Hamas, oh, they're stealing aid, oh, they have 8 babies strapped to their chests, oh, they're actually using hospitals as a command and control center. Even all of those lies combined still does not make Israel look like the good party here. And that's precisely the reason why Israel is a pariah state, because all of those lies are exactly what they say on mainstream media all the time to try to contextualize Israel's violence, to try to justify Israel's violence against the Palestinian population. And even then, the overwhelming majority of Western society has had enough of this death and destruction. Okay? That's it. Yeah. Graph of casualties up to fucking 2024, dude. Look at that. Up to 2023, before October 7. Timeline of Israel-Palestine fatalities, 2008 to 2023. Damn, sure seems like one party does a lot more than the other. But thinking that Hamas isn't evil for some reason feels like a taboo. Yes, it is literally an incredible amount of propaganda. That's all this is. Also, you have to understand, no one is fucking perfect. Like, what are we talking about? The expectation that they have to be fucking angels is ridiculous. But in comparison to Israel, they come across like almost perfect fucking victims in this circumstance. It's like saying, here, there is a reason why no one actually thinks, okay, that John Brown or the slaves that were trying to free themselves during chattel slavery are fucking evil, because so much time has passed that we actually have the moral clarity of looking at the systematic harm that actually people were experiencing. We have the capacity to contextualize the resistance against that kind of systematic violence. So, of course, no one is going to spend a good deal of time talking about resistance tactics beyond the cold, hard, logical tactics of resistance and what may have worked and what may have not worked. I have that conversation all the time. And I'm sure there are plenty of people within the Palestinian resistance groups that also have those conversations all the fucking time amongst themselves. Should we kidnap Israelis? Should we Should we take any hostages whatsoever? Should we do any kind of like missile strike operations as a mechanism of deterrence? But that's not the conversation that these people are having right now. Okay, the conversation that these people are having is like, well, Hamas lobbed missiles into Israeli territory. Isn't that fucking evil? Think about how scary that is, without recognizing that Israel blows up entire city blocks with no care or consideration for who's inside. As a matter of fact, knowing full well who's inside those fucking buildings, because they have the population registry of the entire Gaza Strip, and the Gaza Strip is under 24/7 surveillance. It is an unimaginable amount of cruelty that Palestinians are fucking subjected to. People go, oh, Hamas. Well, in the past, when these operations were conducted over and over again, people will go, well, why is Hamas lobbing missiles? Like, those missiles sometimes hit like, territories where there's even Arabs living. Okay. And it's like, okay, give them fucking more equipped missile systems. Hassan, are you okay, dude? What? What do you mean? Why? I am the most okay I've ever been. People trying to bait you, don't give them that reaction. New follower here. What? I know for many of you, when you hear me say these things, it irks you. Okay? I understand. Because I'm not sheltering you from my opinion. I am telling you what my actual opinion is. I'm telling you what my actual opinion is by analyzing the situation. Okay? And it's scary for the first time. When you first encounter this, you're like, everything I've learned, it means that the bad guys, the evil guys are the guys that are, the Hamas are the bad guys in this equation. I mean, Israel is just trying to deal with the bad guys. Yes. Cloud District Enjoyer, perhaps, even though he oftentimes has very libbed up perspectives, offers a very good analogy. I think you can still dislike Hamas if you recognize that there's 100% a primary actor here that's on a whole other playing field. I don't like wet socks or murder, but I recognize there's not even a real comparison between the two. Exactly. It's like saying, I don't like the Holocaust and what the Nazis did, but Easy Company was comprised of individuals that were quite homophobic. That's exactly the same comparison. I don't know about liberating the concentration camps, considering how homophobic, transphobic, anti-women, and openly segregationist the Americans that comprised Easy Company were, Oh, there's the chart with the injuries as well, which also has factors Gaza and the West Bank. This has injuries as well, and also has Gaza and the West Bank as well. It's the language you're using. I think we can understand Hamas, the victim, but it's hard to like them or support under their plight when the argument is, oh, they just did a lot. Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck? What do you mean? Why is that so hard to understand? No, that is not hard to understand at all. What the fuck are you talking about? You're comparing genocide and systematic rape to what you suspect happened on October 7, and also there's no comparison, dude. It is literally like you're not even comparing apples to oranges. Again, you're comparing a wet sock to fucking. You're comparing wet socks to fucking a serial killer. Okay? What? This is, for the record, this is identical to Nazis trying to defend the clean Wehrmacht theory while simultaneously fucking talking about how, well, the Red Army raped so hard. Did you know that? They were doing mass rapes in World War II. The American military was doing mass rapes in World War II against unsuspecting German women. It's like, yeah, I understand that there are additional bad actors on either side, but the notion of like parity here is so lost. There is no equivalence between what the Nazis were doing and what the Allied forces were doing. And the Allied forces, by the way, were a competent force, a state actor, as opposed to a non-state actor born out of a fucking concentration camp. It is ridiculous. This is not analogous at all. It's not analogous at all. I don't like that you're making me reckon with the reality that maybe Hamas is not the bad guys when I'm conditioned into thinking that they are. Yeah. No, Hamas is W. Crazy how you're just allowed on Twitch. Crazy how I am not saying anything that is out of pocket. You are just conditioned into thinking this is unacceptable. An actual terrorist on Twitch. You are relying on... Dude, what you are doing right now is if I were to cover what the partisans were doing against Nazi Germany as a good thing, which it was, okay, and you are a part of the in-group within Nazi Germany, you're like a German national going, excuse me, this is really fucked up. Have you not seen the Jewish terror that we're subjected to? That's all you're doing. That's literally all this is. And for the record, crying to the mods like this and demanding that I get deplatformed is not going to change the reality, okay? It's not going to change the truth. Yo, he got you, Assad. Take the L, bro. You are a terrorist. Exactly. It's like, come on, bro. Just take it. You're a terrorist. It's mysterious, this word, terrorism. You just can say it, and then that's it. No contextualization, no analysis necessary as to why terror occurs, how terror occurs, what the motives are, who's the responsible party. I think we should do a game. Someone has the capacity to do this. Do a game where we put quotes up of Israeli politicians, okay, and also Hamas politicians, and even leaders of the Al-Qassam brigades, and let's see who comes across like a terrorist. Okay, that right there would be a very productive game. I think that's fucked up. You knew what you were doing. I wonder if people will play that game. Throw some fucking Hitler quotes in there for good measure, too, to see if it's Benjamin Netanyahu who said it, or Adolf Hitler, or Moshe Feiglin. Every baby in Gaza is an enemy. This one is good. Zionism, what the fuck? Can you guess who said it? This quiz explores the similarities between Nazi Germany and Israel, both in writing and deeds. The basis for this comparison can be found in both projects' settler colonial nature. In Germany's case, with its occupation of Eastern Europe, General Plan Ost, and in Israel's case with its occupation of Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, and more, Greater Israel, a common process of genocide, extermination, large-scale ethnic cleansing, and forced displacement can be seen. This similarity is not accidental. Early Zionist planners, like Arthur Rupin, were directly inspired by Germany's occupation of Posen. But the state of Israel was not created for the salvation of the Jews. It was created for the salvation of Western interests. This is what is becoming clear. I must say that it was always clear to me. The Palestinians have been paying for the British colonial policy of divide and rule and for Europe's guilty Christian conscience for more than 30 years. James Baldwin, open letter to the born again. There will be no mercy. We had the moral right. We had the duty towards our people to destroy this people that wanted to destroy us. Zionist. Oh, fuck. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, this is a tough one. This is, okay, I don't want to play this game. I don't want to play this game because this is impossible. Surprise. This was said by Reich leader SS Heinrich Himmler on the evacuation and extermination of the Jewish people, October 4th, 1943. All the group will be able to do about it is, oh yeah, by the way, if someone were to do the Hamas versus Israel quotes, you would have to, who's a terrorist in this party? And you put the Hamas quotes and you put the Israel quotes. You have to obviously not say the group that you're talking about. All the group will be able to do about it will be to scurry around like drugged roaches in a bottle. Nazi. In a committee of the Israeli parliament in 1983, General Raphael Eitam boasted of his triumphs in the West Bank. When we have settled the land, all the Arabs will be able to do about it will be to scurry around like drugged roaches in a bottle. For comparison, Tutsis are cockroaches. We kill you. Okay, this is way more difficult than this is insane difficulty. This is the most difficult game I've ever played in my entire life. Oh my God. Who said this? There is one and only one solution, which is to completely destroy members of the group. Okay, Nazi. Bro! Oh, brother. Okay, dude. 0-3? 0-3? Also, look who said it. Our friend of the show, Moshe Feiglin, who a couple days ago said every baby in Gaza is an enemy. That's who said it. Moshe Feiglin, Israeli politician and former Knesset member, said this in an interview with Al Jazeera. The terminology is reminiscent of Nazi propaganda, accurately describes Israel's actions today. There is one and only solution, which is to completely destroy Gaza before invading it. And when I talk about destruction, I mean destruction like it was in Dresden and Hiroshima without nuclear weapon. I don't recall that Biden or his predecessors, I don't recall that Americans provided safe humanitarian passageways to the residents of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. On the contrary, they looked for the weakest cities, and over there, they dropped their rockets to make it clear that they were serious. This is what brought an end to the war and saved the lives of 1 million American soldiers. Fuck. Those are animals. They have no right to exist. I am not debating the way it will happen, but they need to be exterminated. Okay. At this point, it's a fucking coin toss, and we're only 4 questions in, and I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. I'm gonna go Zionist. Y'all, thank God we got one. Holy fuck. This was said by Yoav Kish, Minister of Education. Like, this man is the Minister of Education and Minister of Regional Cooperation since December 2022. What kind of cooperation is he doing with the region? I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place. Okay, Nazi, easy. Stop! This one's crazy because I know this full quote. They duped me. This one's crazy because it's Churchill in 1937, while speaking in favor of allowing Zionists to settle, stated that, I do not admit, for instance, that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the black people of Australia. Yeah, if I knew that it said the Red Indians, I would know, because it's a very famous Churchill quote that I use all the time. Also, to be fair, Churchill, I would go so far as to say, was both a Zionist and a Nazi. You know, he, depending on which time frame we're looking at, it's not like he was, he became very anti-Nazi, make no mistake. But, there was, depending on which time frame we're looking at, you could probably find some quotes where he was sympathetic to both causes, So this is a half point. This is a half point for me, I think. In 1902, Churchill stated that the great barbaric nations would menace civilized nations. Okay, even they also do okay, this is a half point. This is a half point because look, see, I told you. In 1902, Churchill stated that the great barbaric nations would menace civilized nations and that the Aryan stock is bound to triumph. That is a half point. I'm telling you, depending on which time frame you were looking at with Churchill, as this game also openly recognizes, Churchill could very easily be bracketed under the Nazi category. Having said that, he was a lifelong Zionist, but he stopped being a pro-Nazi guy when, obviously no longer was there any appeasement. So, okay, fuck it. I'll take the L. That's 1. Okay, that's 1 out of 5. 1 out of 5. I'm so cooked. How many? 21 questions. 1 out of 5 so far. We shall exterminate the group. The group will not get away with their responsibility for date. This day will be... Okay, that's fucking Zionist. The date? October 7. Come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Dude. I'm sorry. That is crazy. This was said by Adolf Hitler while speaking to the Czech Foreign Minister Tchaikovsky on January 21st, 1939. We shall exterminate the Jews. The Jews will not get away with their responsibility for November 9th, 1918. This day will be avenged. I'm not throwing for the bit, dude. I'm not throwing for the bit. Also, November 9th, 1918 is the proclamation of the Republic. Faced with certain defeat of the German Reich in the First World War, the Social Democratic Philipp Scheidemann proclaimed the German Republic on this Saturday from a window of the Reichstag building, today the seat of the Bundestag. There were major food shortages and protests and rallies throughout the country. The population blamed Emperor Wilhelm II for the war and demanded his abdication. Most soldiers were tired of fighting as well and wanted the war to end. On the 9th of November, 1918, the emperor was forced to abdicate. Can someone explain why that's the Jews' fault? Because he's fucking stupid. He's a stupid anti-Semite. Just like the average Israeli politician is just as vicious towards Arabs and blames Arabs for everything. No, it's ridiculous because you know who fucking fought in World War I? Germans who were also Jews. Okay? This is, weirdly enough, every single Holocaust revisionist or every single guy who's just simply talking about how Hitler arrived at the positions he arrived at fail to consider. It is such an interesting perspective that you hear from the likes of whatever the fuck his face is, the one that was on the Joe Rogan Experience, the historian, the fake podcast historian, who basically tries to, no, not Douglas Murray, Daryl Cooper. Daryl Cooper will talk about how, like, well, of course these guys were like anti-Semitic because, like, think about it, they just came out of World War I. It's like, yeah, so did the fucking Jews in Germany, dumbass. They weren't doing Hitler. What do you mean? Like, the Jews in Germany were not like a separate entity. They were a part of German society. The idea that they were, you know, somehow not also victim to the same conditions is really stupid. All right. 1 correct, 5 incorrect. That's fucked up. One of the soldiers raped a 16-year-old girl, laughing. They gathered them in something like a cage and put iron wires around them. They gathered all the men, sat them in the ground, and one of the soldiers got the submachine gun and shot them. There were soldiers who took flamethrowers and ran after the villages and burned them. Nazi. From the testimony about the 1948 Nakba made by Zionist soldier Yosef Diamant in an interview with the Israeli channel Hot 8. The events in Tantura were crazy and horrifying. Tantura was a rich village and had beautiful houses. Its residents lived like Europeans, you know, and the women of the village used to wear nice clothes. One of the soldiers raped a 16-year-old girl, laughing. Do you understand? The events were horrendous. They gathered them in something like a cage and put iron wires around them. And one of the soldiers got the submachine gun and shot them. They imposed a cover-up. There were soldiers who took flamethrowers and ran after the villages and burned them. It was horrible. And no one is allowed to talk about that. I won't talk about it because it would be a big scandal. I don't want to talk about it. From Zionist soldier, we ran after the villagers and burned them in context. Okay, to be fair, to me, I only heard this in Hebrew.
טנטורה היה כפר עשיר, בתים יפים, גרים כמו אירופאים, אתה יודע, וגם אנשים היו לבושות.
Like, it's just like when you listen to, I've shown this literal fucking video so many times on this broadcast. It's crazy. Yes, this is L Gamer Moments. Okay, guys, can you fucking calm down, please? Yes, I'm bad at fucking video games, okay? Including this one. This is the worst GeoGuessr type game I've ever fucking performed in. Oh my God. Okay. That's 6 no's, 6 wrong answers, 1 correct answer. It's just sitting up there, by the way. It's just fucking sitting up there. This is way harder than America. Okay. This is like trying to defeat. This is like playing a DLC for any From Software game while also only using your fists, okay? Okay. I am referring here to the evacuation of the group, the extermination of the group people. This is one of the things that is easily said, but then they came all along and each one has his one decent member of the group. I am referring here to the evacuation of the group, the extermination of the group of people. This one is one of those things that's easily said, but then they all came along and each one has his one decent member. Zionist. Okay. I'm going to start flipping a coin to see if the performance improves. Okay. I'm going to start Okay. We've done 8 of these so far and I've gotten only 1 correct. So I am going to leave my fate in the hands of this Zintin. Okay. Top or bottom. And I'm going to answer if I am going to answer Zionist if it's top and Nazi if it's bottom, okay? Because I think that it might be easier for me to do it that way. Okay, or here, we can just do that. Yeah, okay. Heads means Zionist, tails means Nazi, okay? I don't like this game anymore. This is the hardest game I've ever played in my whole life, dude. This is actually fucked up. Okay. So we got heads versus tails right here. Fuck. This was said by Reich leader Heinrich Himmler on evacuation and extermination of the Jewish people. I'm referring here to the evacuation of the Jews, the extermination of the Jewish people. This is one of those things that's easily said. The Jewish people are going to be exterminated. That's what every party member says. Sure, it's in our program. Elimination of the Jews, extermination. It'll be done. And then they all come along, the 80 million worthy Germans, and each one has his own decent Jew. Of course, the others are swine, but this one, he is a first-rate Jew. Of all of those who talk like that, not one has seen it happen. Not one has to go through with it. Okay, these people must be destroyed. They are no longer human beings. They are animals. Okay, heads or tails, okay? Heads means Zionist. Tails means Nazi. Heads. Heads means Zionist. Shut the fuck up! Fuck you! Even the coin is not working. After visiting imprisoned Jews in Lodz ghetto in Nazi-occupied Poland in 1939, Nazi Minister of Propaganda Joseph Goebbels wrote in his diary, "They are no longer human beings. They are animals. Thus, our task is no longer humanitarian but surgical. We must cut here, and quite invasively. Otherwise, Europe will perish from the Jewish disease." Who said this? Region never progressed beyond certain primitiveness. It has never even known anything but chaos because it lacked mankind, the valuable bearer of culture, the genius who systematically planned peaceful reconstruction, who ordered the well-designed exploitation of the immense treasures and the fertility of the soil. This country has only known the powers of unrestricted despoiling and brutal armament for war. Okay, heads means Zionist, tails means Nazi. I'm going to tell you what my opinion is as well. Fuck it, why not? I think this is a Zionist. Okay? I think this is a Zionist. I think it's a Zionist, and chat seemingly is unified that it's a Zionist. Let's see what the coin says. Okay, heads, Zionist. This is the hardest game I've ever played in my entire life, dude. What the fuck is going on? This was stated by Heinrich Himmler about Eastern Europe, Nazi Germany, Zionist Israel, and all other forms of European colonialism justified and are still justifying their actions as civilizing missions. Oh. Okay, this one's easy. Who said this? This is the war between sons of light and sons of darkness. Benjamin Netanyahu said this. We will not let up our mission until the light overcomes the darkness. The good will defeat the extreme evil that threatens us. This is a fucking... Benjamin Netanyahu said this. Oh, thank God. Oh my God, I got one. Oh, I didn't even use the coin on this. This is mine. This is my victory. This is my W. This is my fucking victory. The Benjamin, I even gave you who said it. Oh my God, I didn't use the coin. Thank God I didn't use the coin. Let's see what the coin would have said. See? The coin would have failed. The coin would have failed. And I saved us, boys. I fucking saved us. We're back. I am getting every single one of these right going forward. Are you ready? It's called One Frame, Elite Gamer. This group has deserved the catastrophe that has now overtaken them. Their destruction will now go hand in hand with the destruction of our enemies. We must hasten the process with cold ruthlessness. Okay. I don't know. It could be either. Every single one of them is either. But I'm resorting to the coin. Tails, Nazi. Yes! The coin! This was said by Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels. I would have literally said Zionist, by the way. I would have actually said Zionist. Okay, but it doesn't matter because the coin saved us. Okay, I told you, we're getting all of them right going forward. Something like a cage has to be built for them. I know it sounds terrible. It's really cruel, but there's no choice. There is a wild animal there that has to be locked up in one. Okay, that's a Nazi, but we're going to resort to the coin again. That's definitely a Nazi. Let's see what the coin says. Heads. Coin says Zionist. Coin got it right! This was said by Israeli historian Benny Morris on January 7, 2004. He was a professor of history in the Middle East Studies Department of Ben Gurion University in the Negev in the city of Beersheba, Israel. From 2015 to 2018, Morris served as the Goldman visiting Israeli professor in Georgetown University's Department of Government. Oh my God. Benny Boy also got owned by Norm Finkelstein alongside Sex Pestany, if you remember. Wow. What a situation. Hold on. I lost the fucking... Well, the coin saved me. The coin saved me. The coin saved me, boys. The coin saved my ass. Okay? The coin saved my ass. Okay, next. The right to exercise national self-determination in speaker's country is unique to the speaker's ethnic group of people. Okay, I think this is a Zionist. Let's see what the coin says, because the coin hasn't failed me yet. I think this is a Zionist, though. Okay? Coin says Zionist as well. Okay, or no, coin says Nazi. Heads is right? What was it? Oh, tails was Nazi. Heads is Zionist. Tails is Nazi. I think this is a Zionist. Coin says it's a Nazi. I was right. Wait, oh, heads was Zionist. Fuck! That's a gimme. That's a gimme. That's a do-over. I said it was a Zionist. Coin said it was a Zionist. I was wrong. I fucked it up. Heads meant Zionist. I fucked it up. I'm sorry. That doesn't count. That actually is one for us. That is one for us. I said it was a Zionist, and so did the coin. Okay? I am fumbling. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is an excerpt from the nation state bill passed in the Knesset on 19th of July, 2018. The right to exercise national self-determination in the state of Israel is unique to the Jewish people. This law clearly exposes the Zionist lie that Palestinians have equal rights in Israel. Human Rights Watch described it as the explicit manifestation of apartheid. We saw the passage of the nation state law, which codified constitutional value, the idea of one group of people on the ground has rights denied to the other. When we put all those things together, it became impossible to say that there was not a clear intent to dominate. Okay, the weak crumble, are slaughtered, and are erased from history, while the strong, for good or for ill, survive. The strong are respected, and alliances are made with the strong, and in the end, peace is made with the strong. Okay, that's a Nazi. Easy. Let's see what the coin says, though. That's easy Nazi. Okay, coin says heads. Heads is Zionist. I think it's a Nazi, but the coin says Zionist. Let's take a look. Shut the fuck up! Everyone in the chat is throwing up N for Nazi. All of you were wrong, and the coin was right. Wow. Netanyahu made the remarks on Twitter on August 29th, 2018, while threatening to use nuclear weapons to wipe out the country's enemies. For comparison, an excerpt from Hitler's speech in Munich: the whole of nature is a mighty struggle between strength and weakness, an eternal victory of the strong over the weak. Oh, the coin knows. Okay. Thank God the coin is saving my ass right now. National Speakers Group will make the ancient soil fertile. That soil was unproductive for others, but for us, it was good soil because okay, this is fucking Zionist. This is Zionist. Israel, made the desert bloom, that type of shit, right? But we're going to refer to the coin regardless. It says Nazi. I think it's a Zionist. Coin says Nazi. Let's take a look. There it is. It was, of course, yes. We were right. The coin was wrong. The coin actually fucking failed us. This was a classic. This was easy. This was easy clap. Theodor Herzl, father of modern political Zionism, envisaged the Jewish redemption of the land along the following lines. National Judaism will make the ancient soil fertile. It seems miraculous. Everything natural is miraculous. Once the nation, which we Zionists are arousing, is fully awakened, things will happen swiftly and dynamically. Then the nation will behold us, its ancient land, beautifully situated on the Mediterranean, with regions of cold, moderate, and warm climate, a land suited for any kind of cultivation with long dormant natural resources. This is similar to common Zionist slogans like making the desert bloom. See, I told you, I knew that. I got it right. I got it right for the record. Can the record show? I mean, this is wrong. This is right. I probably got 10 right at this point, and maybe a couple half wrong. But it does feel like just forget this game. We played this game. Don't even think about it, actually. The score on the top right, what do you mean? It doesn't show the score at all. Why would you say there's no score on the top right? If I went against the coin, I knew it was a Zionist take, I would have won this one. I think we should chalk it up as a W. Invoking neglected soil is, as Edward Said has shown, a typical articulation of the colonial belief that Europe understood the value of land in a way impossible for the natives, a marker of non-civilization, neglected soil. Justify colonial rule over both land and the people. Be triumphant and finish them off, and don't leave anyone behind. Erase the memory of them. Erase them, their families, mothers and children. These animals can no longer live. If you have a member group neighbor, don't wait. Go to his home and shoot him. Okay, this is a Nazi. This is a Nazi. This has to be a fucking Nazi. But let's see what the coin says. Coin says Zionist. Oh! The coin. trust in the coin. You didn't trust in the coin last time. I trusted in the coin. The coin delivered. Okay? Let's be real. Coin's got currently a better track record than me. Oh my fucking God. I'm not even joking. The coin is literally beating me. The coin is fucking beating me in this game. How is that possible? Leaving this up to a 50-50 chance has caused me better favor in this fucking thing than the coin is actually going 50-50. I was going 1 out of like 7. This was said by Ezra Yachin, who was brought into IDF official vehicles to give a pep talk to Israeli soldiers before Israel's 2023 ground invasion of Gaza. 95-year-old Ezra Yachin is also, by the way, which one is it? Is it Yachin or Yachin? Is also a veteran of the Deir Yassin massacre, one of the most horrific crimes during the Nakba. By the way, I've also shown you this video, and I also thought it might be that guy, but you know, I was like, it's got to be a fucking Nazi. Okay. All right, let's go next. Even 1 million members of the group are not worth a fingernail of speaker's group. Oh, this is fuck. I don't know anymore. I don't fucking know. I wanted to prove a point about how Zionism and Nazism are so compatible with one another, and it turns out it's literally they say the same shit. They say that it's 18 quotes. I've given up. I don't know. I don't fucking know. It could be both. Why not both? It's a Zionist and a Nazi. It's bar for bar. I don't know. I don't know anymore. It's a fucking Venn diagram that's a circle. Oh, this is the most difficult game of my life, dude. Okay. I'm going to get it right. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if this was a Nazi. I think maybe a Nazi. I think a Nazi said this. Let's see what the coin says. Heads. Okay, coin says Zionist. Let's see. Oh, thank God the coin is right. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. This might be my worst game that I've ever played on this fucking broadcast. Rabbi Yaakov Perrin, in homage to Baruch Goldstein, told mourners that even 1 million Arabs are not worth a Jewish fingernail. And angry voices in the congregation shouted, "We are all Goldsteins and Arabs out of Israel." On February 25th, 1994, Goldstein, dressed in an Israeli military uniform, entered a mosque in the Cave of the Patriarchs and opened fire on the 800 Palestinian Muslim worshippers praying there during the month of Ramadan, killing 29 and wounding 125 worshippers until he was beaten to death by the survivors. In responding to this act of Zionist terrorism, Israel did not punish extremist settlers, but instead imposed more restrictions on the Palestinian population. Bro, Chatter said, can we please look at the sources? Are you fucking stupid? You think the Cave of the Patriarchs massacre didn't happen? Like, what are you talking about? It's one of the most famous fucking acts of direct Zionist terror in Israeli history. Here, I'll give you someone who's talking about it. Roll the fucking loner box clip talking to a defender of Baruch Goldstein. Who has the clip? See it here. Fact sheet from the Institute of Middle East Understanding, the Ibrahimi Mosque massacre. Also, the sources are on the website. Go play the game on your own if you want. Here it is. Here is famous, according to Ethan Klein, Palestinian defender, loner box on a propaganda trip to Israel, talking to one of the settlers who is a defender of Baruch Goldstein. I wonder if they will call into question some of the actions that we just described.
2,000-year-old building, and you see that people come here, all kinds of Jews. It's an important site. Okay.
Jewish and Muslim sites are really close together.
Yeah, there's a door.
So when Mr. Goldstein did his thing, did you think
Mr. Goldstein?
Dr. Goldstein.
When Mr. Goldstein did his thing and he corrects him, he goes, Dr. Goldstein.
He didn't go to doctor school for you to call him Mr., but he was, you have to understand what the situation there was. And I'm in no way am I justifying his act.
Not justifying his act. Okay, that's good.
We completely abhor that act and have no justification for it. That being said, to understand the milieu of what was happening there, there was tremendous terrorism. He was a known doctor who had treated Arabs and Jews, and was a really kind of famous doctor around here. But there was a lot of terrorism. A lot of his friends died in his hands, and the army told him that on Purim of that year, there's going to be a massacre, get more beds ready, and he snapped, or whatever happened there, and he shot up these Muslim worshippers. And after that, they separated this building.
Yeah, I don't think Dr. Goldstein actually treated Arabs as a matter of fact. I think that's a lie as well. I don't believe that that is correct. Oh, look at that profile. Healer and militant, killer, chose violence, profile, gunman, doctor who often refused to treat Arabs. According to the Los Angeles Times, this is the first fucking thing that came up. Wow. Well, it seems like he was lying. Seems like this Baruch Goldstein defender was fucking lying about that. Hold on. I'm going to laser this, zap it away. Look at that. Look at that. That's crazy. Healer and militant, killer chose violence. Profile, gunman, a doctor who often refused to treat Arabs, was an extremist whose views only hardened. I don't get it. What is this video from? Are these guys in Israel? These are two famous Israel dick riders. One famously is a sex criminal, sex pest, who said he loves that Israel is doing a genocide and it should just do a genocide and get it over with. And the other who, at least like at a certain point, claimed that he was pro-Palestinian. Don't know if he still does, but refuses to say that Israel is doing a genocide right now. They're both in the West Bank talking to, I believe, Itamar Ben-Gvir's direct advisor, who is a supporter of, who is a fucking liar? What? Oh, you said no drama. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Yeah. Not only, by the way, this guy is a known sex pest because he fucked this guy's girlfriend and then revealed footage of this guy fucking this guy's girlfriend to other people, by the way. Don't know if they're still dating or not. He still defends him, though, weirdly enough. I don't know. Yeah, he did. He basically distributed revenge porn of him having sex with this guy's girlfriend without the consent of the other party. Yeah. Just if you want to understand like how fucking depraved these people are. These are the people who criticize you for an uncritical interview with a Houthi they claim is a Houthi. Like the well of depravity, for defenders of Israel is, I mean, it's a strange one. It is a strange one. Can we admit that it's just strange to still have any sort of loyalty to this other guy? Boner recently said with his whole chest it'd be anti-Semitic to give Palestinians equal rights to. So make of that what you will. Okay. All right. Let's do 3 more questions. God damn it. What's so horrifying about understanding that the entire group of people is the enemy? Okay. This is a Zionist. A Zionist has said that. Okay. A Zionist said that. Let's see. Heads, tails. Okay. Tails. Coin says Nazi. I think Zionist. Let's take a look. Okay, I was right. Coin was wrong. Fuck the coin. I was right. Coin was wrong. This was said by Ayelet Shaked, who served as Israel's Minister of Justice from 2015. A lot of justice he dished out from 2015 to 2019, and Minister of Interior from 2021 to 2022. And he said this on June 30th, 2014. What's so horrifying about understanding that the entire Palestinian people is the enemy? Every war is between two peoples, and every war, the people who started the war, that whole people is the enemy. They are all enemy combatants, and their blood shall be on their heads. Now this also includes the mothers of the martyrs, who send them all to hell with flowers and kisses. They should flag and going, we have to kill their offspring, because if we don't, then their offspring will produce more offspring. Here it is. Offspring is the most villainous word you can use for the children in this type of situation.
When there is a war, it doesn't matter who your enemy is. You need to destroy their offspring to prevent them from creating more offspring.
Cool. Just so you know, that's I think that's recent. So if you were just like wondering what the Israeli position is, maybe it's different from the Israeli politicians, but it seems like it's not. Okay. All right. Well, the coin fucked us here. We knew that it was a Zionist. Who said this? We must expel group and take their place. Okay. This is a Zionist. This is a Zionist. This is a Zionist. It's got to be like, it's going to be like Jabotinsky or something. Okay. It's going to be Jabotinsky, I suspect, but let's give it to the coin again. Trust the coin, trust the coin, trust the coin. Tails. Coin says Nazi. I say Zionist. Let's take a look. Oh, I was right again. Oh, it was David Ben-Gurion. It wasn't Jabotinsky. Holy fuck. Okay. Okay. Well, the coin was wrong. I was right. This was This was an easy one too. We shouldn't have left it to the fucking coin on that. That was an easy one. But we got to trust the coin. We got to trust the coin. Quoted from David Ben-Gurion's 5th of October 1937 letter to his son, where he discusses the 1937 recommendation by the Palestine Royal Peel Commission to partition Palestine. Given the density of the Arab population in the area allotted to the Jewish state, the commission recommended that 225,000 Arabs be transferred out of the proposed Jewish state, and that this transfer be, in the last resort, compulsory. In exchange, 1,250 Jews were transferred from the proposed Arab state. Wow, look at the numbers. Look at the fucking disparity there. Nothing has changed. All right, last question. The group wanted war. Now they have it. There is only one effective measure. Cut them out. Okay, Zionist. Zionist. It's a Zionist. He's talking about, okay, he says tails. He says Nazi. Coin says Nazi. I say Zionist. This could literally be fucking... this could be any number of... this could be a liberal Zionist. This could be an ultra-Zionist. I still think it's a Zionist. Coin says Nazi. I'm ignoring the coin and I'm going Zionist. Shut the fuck up! Fuck you! Fuck you! Hey! Fuck! Oh! Are you kidding me? Oh. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. The one time I said, fuck the coin, I'm so certain I should have trusted the coin. That's crazy. 7 right. 14 wrong. All right. Okay. What do you want? You want attention? Okay. Oh, here we go. All right. Hello. Oh. Hello. Oh, no. Oh, no. You're going to spill. Oh. She doesn't give a fuck that she's spilling.
Liberalism rocks. Israel is a settler colonialist state, and Zionists are neo-Nazis.
I love that intro because it's like, depending on whether you have a brain or not, that intro just like weeds out all of the losers who would hear that and go, oh, I can't believe it. I'm so mad. I'm so angry. I can't believe you're saying that. It's like one of those things where, you know, put that as an introduction to me. I know, I already covered the hilarious update to the story I covered yesterday. Hassan Piker covers me. Extreme drama alert.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, man?
Okay, welcome back to The Daily Show. I'm your host, Hassan Parker.
R.M. Brown talked about you a lot yesterday. Wait, what? Who's R.M. Brown?
Huh? Hassan Parker.
Who's R.M. Brown? Who's R.M. Brown?
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. God damn it. I don't want to make a big deal about this, okay?
But this is a crime, man.
Hassan Parker. He has caused irreparable damage to me and my family, and I have reported him to the FBI. I sent them some images that I created of things that I think he might do, that I think they might be interested in. Hassan Parker.
Before you go, I want to get your opinion on this remarkable New York Times fluff piece that they've done on a character called Hassan Piker, a character that...
Hey, that character's name is... Hassan Parker? Hassan Parker, idiot. Pendejo.
He described as a progressive mind in a MAGA body, because he works out, apparently that makes him a MAGA body, but he's as bad as MAGA as I'm blonde. What he is, Josh, is virulently anti-Israel. Josh, he has a hugely popular show on Twitch where he
it's not that
unashamedly praises Houthi terrorist, spreads all sorts of Hamas propaganda.
Oh, God damn it to hell.
I don't throw this around, but this is also a crime, this video. Because it got 1.6 million views, and if they were doing a little piece on me, and they shoved it in the back of a Katy Perry video. That's what this is. What is it? Katy Perry goes from pop icon to laughingstock. Oh, I would be pissed off about this if they tacked me, a thing on me at the end. I would go in there myself in the comments. Oh yeah, Katy Perry sucks. You should check the end of this video. They're making fun of that guy. Seems cool though.
Hassan Parker.
Seems that leftism destroys everything. Even the biggest superstars like Beyonce and Katy Perry.
Seems like leftism destroys everything, like revolutionary leftist leaders like Katy Perry.
Did she leave any discernible talent she had in space? I mean, imagine...
Whoa! What is this, the Jeff Ross of Australia?
She spit on them. Now, to round up our little musical interlude, let's check in with these charmers. I played this clip for you when it happened. Here is Kneecap at Coachella singing Coachella is in a Box, a song about the late, great Margaret Thatcher.
This lady is so crazy, bro. How is she real? How, like, it's shocking that there are people like this. But I guess, why would that confuse me? I mean, look at the state of affairs nowadays.
Okay. And I'm not putting this lightly, but they should be in jail. Okay, whatever. Oh, wow. 1.6 million views. If it ain't got views, it ain't news. If it ain't got views...
Show me the proof, dumbass.
Okay. A lot of videos have been coming up about this for me. The New York Times did a big article about
Hassan Parker.
Even this satirical news channel where people make fun of accents, where people make fun of talking, how funny talking is, they're all pissed off about it. But I wanted to look at probably the wackiest reaction to this, which is the free press.
This was unfree.
Until they freed its ass. Ooh, they freed the press? Oh, God bless you.
Praise God.
Oh, praises be, and
God bless you.
What did they do? They freed the press.
Meet Hassan Piker.
Nice to meet you.
The 33-year-old streamer telling Gen Z that socialism rocks, Israel is a settler colonialist state, and Zionists are neo-Nazis.
I love that intro because it's like, depending on whether you have a fucking brain or not, that intro just like weeds out all of the losers who would hear that and go, oh, I can't believe it. I'm so mad. I'm so angry. I can't believe you're saying that. It's like one of those things where, you know, put that as an introduction to me 30 years from now, and people are going to be like, wow, this guy was really on the money, huh? What a crazy guy. Notice how this guy is making fun of him and thinking that, you know, these statements that we now have established as objectively true statements, now that it's, you know, in the rear view mirror, this guy was saying he was implying that those are negative things to say, the wrong things to say.
What's with that guy's voice, man? That's a golden voice right there.
Meet Hassan Piker.
Meet Hassan Parker. Meet Hassan Parker. Hi, I work for the free press. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to give that guy a hard time.
She spit on him.
Every day, Hassan live streams for 8 hours from his multi-million-dollar West Hollywood home.
Oh, that son of a bitch. Oh, that putrid son of a bitch. He's got a multi-million-dollar home in Hollyweird? Wait. Hold on. Did some rancid billionaire give him all that money? They didn't? Oh, that son of a... I'm out of here, man. Did a demented billionaire give him that money to set up a YouTube channel that nobody watches? No? Oh, that son of a...
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh my God, may God have mercy on the soul of...
Hassan Parker.
Hassan Parker.
Progressives trying to reach young people in a MAGA-dominated new media landscape think Hassan could be a savior.
Okay. In a world where nobody wants this crap, he's trying to do this crap. That sucks. Anyway, I gotta get the hell out of here because my voice is literally too low and beautiful. It's breaking the audio equipment.
You can read my piece about Hassan Piker and more at thefp.com.
Oh, I can? I don't have time, man. I'd love to, but I don't have time. I don't have time because I have to...
Make pee-pee.
Okay, I did have to...
Make pee-pee.
But I did read this article from the Free Press.
Finally! God damn it, the press has been freed.
This press is so free, it's out here like...
This was a terrifying read and an important one. I didn't leave the progressive left. Let me guess, he said the progressive left me.
Read this whole thing. It's about what you would expect, you know, but there are some very funny parts in this. Let's check those out.
Where the Times gets it right is in its assertion that the 33-year-old influencer is perceived as a savior of American progressivism in an era when Democrats seem at a loss to counter the bro-y populism of the MAGA right. Piker uses the MAGA-coded activities of weightlifting and trips to the gun range to make socialist politics hip, courting an audience of young and very online men who have been drifting right.
Okay. Oh, Christ Jesus, thank God that the what is it? The press. How do you say that? Thank God that the press has been freed. You know, I was reading this, I was like, okay, this is about what I expected, please. You know, the free press and Barry Weiss, every video that I've watched or article I've read from this, there's something so stupid that it's hilarious. I was like, please, the free press, don't let me down. And here was the first glimmer. Here was the first glimmer of comedy. The New York Times originally did this. They did some headline. What the hell did it say? It was like a left-wing guy in a MAGA body or something like that. And then I think they changed it. You know, I've been all around the country, you know, to some of the, what, quote-unquote reddest parts of the country, been walking around all there. You know, there are body types of all types all around. So this is one of those things that just, like, people say on the internet that, like, on its face doesn't make any sense. Like, you only believe it if you're on the internet a little too long. Oh, if you take...
Can you imagine doing a range video today? I would.
And go to the gym. That's political. You're on a political side. Oh, I am? Yep. Okay. Which one? I don't remember. This is one of those things where it's just like, either this is just stupid internet media crap. Oh, you work out? That's political. There's a political thing of that. I'm just lifting a heavy thing to try to be cute. Oh, no. That's a political act. Like, it's either just ding-dongs in the media repeating dumb crap, or, at worst, it's like an active attempt to make people stupider, I feel like. But what's the other part that this goddamn dumb, stupid thing says? This guy. Hassan Parker.
Is it illegal for me to gift you firearms? Yes.
Uses MAGA-coded activities of weightlifting and trips to the range to make socialist politics hip, courting an audience of young and very online men who have been drifting right. This kind of makes... I know what they're doing here. This is where it gets really funny. You know, you're reading this, you're like, oh man. You know, young people, obviously, they gravitate toward Margaret Thatcher type political crap.
I gotta pee.
That's why Kneecap is stupid. Like that Arnor political channel said. They love that kind of stuff. Reaganomics and all this crap. George W. Bush. I am a George W. Bush fan, but only of the paintings. You know, I'm a young, cool man. Strong, handsome. And I'm gravitating toward the right in one way. I like George W. Bush's paintings because the faces are off, kind of, you know? Like there's always like one eye looking the wrong way, and I enjoy that. But this part of the thing makes it seem like, oh man, young men, you know, they love Ronald Reagan type crap, George W. Bush type crap. So this guy's kind of doing a trick. This 33-year-old Twitch streamer is kind of doing a trick. He said, how can I trick these people away from their, you know, their very natural gravitation toward insane, lunatic political ideas to this stuff? Man, I know I'll get strong, bro. I'll get strong and I'll start going like this. Man, this guy's like the goddamn Joker. What's the guy's name?
Hassan Parker?
Hassan Parker. He did all that just to trick impressionable 20-somethings like me.
In 2018, he started streaming on Twitch, a YouTube-like platform where content creators record themselves reacting live to anything from...
Okay, I don't think we need an explanation on what Twitch is. Okay, go ahead.
Video game tournaments to breaking news.
Right.
There, Piker soon learned that siding with radical Islamists against America was a good way to get a lot of attention.
Ugh, things just don't change at all when you think about it, because this is the exact same commentary that existed in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, and it's the exact same commentary that exists right now. It's so goddamn annoying. This is 2003, okay? The year is 2003. People who criticize American foreign policy are being called radical Islamists. America's bombing Yemen. The year is 2000. Well, I guess, were we bombing Yemen in 2003? I guess we weren't. The year is 2025. America is still interfering in the affairs of the Middle East. Those who criticize such actions are being called radical Islamists. Incredible stuff.
Okay, all right.
Piker's rise isn't just the story of a young man realizing he can get rich by telling young Americans to hate their country and love their enemies.
Okay. Wait, who did that?
Hassan Parker.
Hassan Parker did that? God damn. How is he walking free? This publication is called The Free Press. He should be... Hold on. Let me workshop this one out. He should be pressed by the police to not be free because he has to go to jail. That's pretty good what I just did right there.
Hassan Parker.
And I'm talking about Hassan Parker there. Okay, so it's not just a story of this guy. He hates everybody. He hates everybody. This sicko. What else is it the story of?
It's the story of a platform that lets him promote it.
Illegal. Should be. Hello. Hey, we call ourselves the Free Press, but this guy should go to jail, I guess, or Twitch should do.
Yeah. Maybe the press shouldn't be so free, you know? When we say it's the free press, what we mean is free to say slurs, okay? And nothing but slurs, but also only the kinds of slurs that we like. Because obviously saying free Palestine, also a slur, but the kind of slur that we don't like.
Make him go to jail. Is there a Twitch jail? Okay, guys, I just want to make a quick note here for you to shut the hell up, okay? Quick note, alert. Quick note, quick memo, shut up, man. You need to shut up because many people out there might see like a contradiction here. Oh, the free press. Oh, shit. You know, you might be like, oh, the whole point of a free press is to criticize things such as, you know, the government of the country that you live in's foreign policy, for example, you know. No, that's hating your country. You also might see that the free press, the lady who started this is like, oh my God, there's censorship on Twitter. That's an outrage. That shouldn't be allowed. Oh, but there's a guy on Twitch saying things I don't like. Maybe that shouldn't be allowed. It's the story of the platform that lets him promote it. They're letting someone say stuff? No. That's a no right there. You might see a contradiction there, the free press. Yet, I don't know if they should let this guy. You might see a contradiction. It's not. Again, shut your mouth, man. Are you crazy? Shut up.
Think that our audience is smart enough.
Yeah. Thank God.
They want to be treated like adults and they want to hear the Steelman best version of different sides of an argument.
That's exactly, man. Like that the guy hates the country and he hates America. And he loves our enemies. That's Steelmanning.
Different sides of an argument.
That's a very rare type of person.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, it's very rare.
Yeah, I think one of the things that is so strange to me about this
Let's hear about it.
Somehow caring about outsized corporate power, caring about the amount of power that a number of extraordinarily wealthy individuals or political cliques within companies have over the entire world. The idea that that's now coded as a right-wing or conservative.
What is this video? Who are these people? This is Barry Weiss, who is a incredibly annoying member of the media who for years and years wrote at the New York Times and was like, she's responsible for that famous article, The Intellectual Dark Web, that branded the intellectual dark web as what it is, calling Ben Shapiro the gladiator of the intellectual right. She is responsible for Rafat al-Dar being killed by the Israeli occupying force. Him and his entire family were assassinated by the IDF after Barry Weiss basically put a hit out on him. She has spent most of her career championing being a free speech advocate while simultaneously, on the other hand, constantly trying to get people fired for anti-Israel sentiment, pro-Palestinian sentiment, that sort of thing. She's a disgusting monster. And now she has a platform called the Free Press because the intellectual giant, billionaire, vampire person, Peter Thiel, really likes her opinions. She also constantly tried getting canceled for the New York Times, not realizing that the New York Times loves when people are being dumbass reactionaries on their payroll. So she never actually got canceled or fired from the New York Times, and then turned around and self-canceled, basically said that like the vibes were bad and that people just couldn't, like the people at the New York Times did not fuck with her at all. So she basically self-fired herself. Like she left the New York Times to get hundreds of millions of dollars from Peter Thiel to start the Free Press. And also, in a move not dissimilar to Donald Trump, start a fake unaccredited college called Austin. I think, what is it? University of Austin or Austin University? It is one of the Free Press is one of the worst fucking outlets out there. Why we shouldn't trust the facts coming out of Gaza. The Gaza famine myth. How lazy journalism, bad data, and skewed statistics fueled accusations of war crimes against Israel. If there was true karma, if there was true justice, if there was a Nuremberg-style trial, the Free Press writers, including Barry Weiss, would probably be criminally punished for their genocide denial and propaganda. Yeah, she has a fake college, an unaccredited university called like Austin University or whatever. Hold on, Austin University is fake. My mother is getting her degree there. No, University of Austin is the university, or UAT. University of Austin, not Austin University. University of Austin, that's the one, right? I don't even care enough to know which fucking university. Yeah, University of Texas Austin is real. That's not what I'm talking about. Austin University. University of Austin, Texas is fake. University of Texas at Austin is real. So yeah, the problem is it also deliberately has a weird name like that. And I think it's like intentionally confusing. Yeah, here, this is it. University of Austin, Texas. I want to let the record show that he stole 4 of my Elite Core protein shakes last night. 4 of them. Not 1, not 2, not even 3, but 4 of them. And he was walking out of the house when I caught him. 4 of them. And then he has the audacity to say I am not welcoming. That's crazy. As I asked the chat when I first started the show, what is this? Way better video than China Discourse. The dynamic between the Fear and podcast.
Who do you think of the 3 of us is most likely to go to hell?
Oh. You're gay. Oh. Wait, what the hell? This is from a month ago. It has 100,000 views. What the hell? What the helly? I have beef. We're beefing. Okay. March. F you. Whoa. Yeah, that's right. Whoa. Moving quickly to Cutie Cinderella. F you. Okay. Whoa. Will, you're fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. What is happening?
Shut up.
Why
Shut
are
up.
people yelling at me?
So you just died. What song do you want to sing?
My neck, my back,
Wow.
leg, my pussy, and my crack.
Honestly, like,
That's
she's,
awesome.
She's kind of hot.
And it looks like Cutie.
Oh, Sean thinks I'm hot.
That's what I'm saying.
There you go.
In his defense, he does have almost full-blown face blindness.
That's true.
There was a time in our life
Wait
where
a
he
second,
would go
what?
out at
In his
clubs.
defense.
Wait.
I have no idea
Shut
what
the fuck up.
Shut up, faggot.
up. Shut up.
Wait, you should tell your airport story that you texted me.
What happened is super early in the morning.
No, it was super late at night.
Or super late at night. I'm flying to England.
Okay, same def.
No, I know. No,
Yeah,
you,
Mr. I got
Don't
18
have
on my
autism.
autism.
Hold on.
Don't have
For the
autism,
record,
by the
you
way.
would never
It
leave.
was at night.
You would never leave early in the morning to go to England because you would arrive at a weird time. They would never do that.
Okay.
You're really defeating the allegations. It's really late at night. It's a red eye.
Yeah, it always is.
You cunt.
Unless you leave from JFK, you can leave in the morning. Sorry, East Coast. Different. Go ahead. Sorry.
Was it an Airbus or a Boeing?
It was an Airbus A380.
Can I tell my story now?
That's what it was.
That's one of my favorite movies.
Oh, I love that movie. Oh gosh, get off your phone, faggot.
I'm trying to log my calories.
I don't think my boyfriend would like me sharing, especially after you two walked in and showed me your penises.
We could share a bit.
We did not show you our penises. You put us in these hussy costumes.
Yep.
In her defense, you did both show her.
They walked in. They said, "Can you?"
Are these live? No, this is our podcast called The Fear and Podcast. Isn't there? I'm always shocked that there are still people who don't watch the podcast.
my wiener?
What? Whales commit suicide.
They
Right.
do?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
and sometimes your mom goes to the beach.
Oh my god. Well, at least I have one.
I'm not gonna look at myself naked.
You are beautiful in every
It's fine. We all have. We all have.
Words can bring you down. Oh, don't ever say we don't cater to you. We're serenading you right now, you wet bitch. The celebrity look like you get is Margot Robbie.
Get Margot Robbie from I, Tonya.
Okay, but like if you went to rehab, then you could just be Margot Robbie.
He doesn't look you in the eyes when he talks to you. He ignores
That's
you.
not Mystique. That's autism.
Okay, that's true.
Austin has been a part of, I think, 4.
Oh,
he's done great.
You know, that's so rich because you didn't invite me to any of the other ones, and I'm not in a group chat where I know the itinerary. So how rich is that?
Boys, we have a guest. Boys.
How rich?
This is great.
How rich is that? Not in the group chat. Don't have the itinerary.
No.
Texting the group multiple different times. Where's the address? No response.
I do text every morning.
I'm going to defend myself, Connor, because it's not often that I get the opportunity to do so.
Those are the things that interest me, even when they have no practical use.
Train schedules?
I don't have any of those.
Austin, we just talked about my flight flying into London, and you literally corrected numerous details.
Let me,
and then wouldn't stop talking about how you.
Do you collect historical pieces of like Jets history and scores and things of that nature?
Do I collect them?
So the reason why I know the answers to these questions is I have flown on those flights.
But you also actively look at flight maps.
Then when it is relative to like, I'm not just like looking at flight maps.
You look at your friends' flight maps too.
If they're like on a plane and I'm like seeing when they're going to arrive or when they need some information. Sometimes I'll look in the sky and I'll be like, I wonder what plane that is, and I'll pull out the
I didn't tell you what he said. That's insane. Okay, that's you.
You could just have one.
Like start vibing a girl, and then he'd like lean over and be like, "Is this person attractive?"
Wait, really?
I can't see in the dark because I
wait. Would you with them and just tell them yeah, and then sometimes they wouldn't?
No, he's dude.
I couldn't do that.
No,
that's like leading a blind man into traffic.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. 2, 3, 2, 1.
Good big dog.
Oh, Fifi.
Oh, wait, yours is way better than mine. You just scared the shit out of me. That was sick. And
thank you.
Yours is amazing. What do you have?
Yeah,
like, come on, drop something.
I don't have dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me list the ethnicities that I have slept with.
I'd love.
Are
to
you
hear
ready?
This. Yeah.
Japanese.
Yeah.
Filipino.
Yeah. White.
Have you ever had sex with someone who doesn't know how to do ballet?
I mean, the Japanese guy was a ballerina. He was a ballerina. The clitoris and the G-spot conversation, how I thought that those were different things, that was kind of a joke. This is dead serious.
The clitoris and the G-spot are different things.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Okay. Hold on.
I've heard from multiple people that they don't know how to behave when they visit your house.
Because he doesn't talk to you. I walked into his house. I had a full conversation with his mother. He is so unaccommodating. It's crazy.
I'm in the zone, dude.
Dude, this is when you come over to Hassan's house, you'll just sit there like next to him like a hostage and just listen to him talk.
I'm in the fucking
about
zone.
something wild. When you meet Hassan, it's just like, okay.
You're like a.
I want to let the record show that he stole 4 of my Elite Core protein shakes last night. 4 of them. Not 1, not 2, not even 3, but 4 of them. And he was walking out of the house when I caught him. 4 of them. And then he has the audacity to say I am not welcoming. That's crazy. As I asked the chat when I first started the show, it's not unreasonable for me to say something about that, right? That's like he's basically doing felony territory, okay? Grand larceny territory in Trump's America.
Aloof, that's the word.
He's aloof. Whenever I introduce people to him, I'm like, hey, now don't
expect a human interaction.
I'll be like, hey, don't expect him. He may not say hello.
Wait, what? I do say hello. That's crazy. Okay, y'all are goofing.
No, it's so true. It's absolutely
pretty true.
Hassan was making fun of my pet voice. Do you have a pet voice?
Of course.
Yeah.
Is that an ick?
That's an ick.
Hey, cutie, let me hear your pet voice.
Hiya, come here, little girls. Hi, girly.
Hey,
Hi, girly.
Okay, you ready for mine?
Yeah.
Hiya, come here, Kaya.
It's so weird. When he did this earlier, I was like, I thought there was a different person.
Such a good girl. Such a good girl. Come here, Kaya.
I don't like it.
Why? Why?
I don't
Why
know.
don't you like it?
It's doing too much.
Okay, how about this? This is a little more chill.
Okay. That sounds like when I
sounds
turn
like a fork in the microwave.
I just want you to brace yourself for this.
I'm ready.
This is what Ludwig currently looks like.
I can't even pretend to be nice about it. I found myself being unable, call me weak, being unable to find the capacity to be kind.
Do you find him physically attractive still?
No. He looks like a Lego head. It's that flat on the back.
We have a real do nothing and win strategy here at the Fear End podcast.
Yeah.
And the yard keeps collapsing in and of itself as we just stand
It looks like a
tall.
skinhead meeting.
It's worse than a Klan meeting. They look British.
Each ticket is rated on a scale of 1 to 10, so you know you're getting a good deal. So look for the green dots. Green means a bargain. Red means you're getting... Yeah.
Holy shit. My options at this point is to shit myself in the car or to pull off the side.
Well, look is behind you. This is a very special park in Salt Lake City, Utah. That is, you might have guessed it, Joseph Smith as a Sphinx. Yeah, that is the Joseph Smith Sphinx. And by the way, this episode of the Fear End podcast has another cutie story similar to this one. She didn't shit herself on this story, but yeah. But why? It's because this bitch left us for like 8 months. Okay? She was like, oh, my uncle's dead. Oh my God. It's like, how many uncles do you have? Like 11. It's like, all right, you get a week. All right? You get a week. Oh, I got to go spend time with my family. And then she did like a Midwest tour only to fucking land in Utah and then get an Airbnb and then permanently occupy the fucking Airbnb and was gone for entirely too long. She was gone for like 8 months. So we kept texting her like, hey, are you planning on coming back? Like, when do you plan on coming back? That would be cool if you came back at some point. And she fucking, they meant, why is Joseph Smith a Sphinx? Excuse me. Some questions don't need answers. Some questions don't need answers. But she was grieving? No, the fuck she wasn't. Okay? No. You get a 1 week grieving period. If you have 10 uncles, if you have 11 uncles and one of them dies, you have 10 uncles. Okay? You get 1 week. If it's your favorite uncle, 2. No 8 months. What do you mean? So basically, we literally flew to her. We flew to her. And it still took her another month to come back after that.
I'd 5 feet away from people and just try to shit in the bushes. So I veer off to the side. I get out of my car. I run. I open the side door and I just shit on the side of the road. It was my only option.
Wait. You shat in the wild?
Yes.
Like straight booty cheeks looking into the
Yes.
moonlight.
What you don't understand is also the highway is elevated. So everyone on the highway that stands
There's
still
a new
can just
version
see
of this.
me. It wasn't moonlight. It was middle of day. It was like 1 p.m.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
No. And think about that.
Shit in the car.
No, you can't shit in the car.
You made the right choice.
Okay.
You made the
should
right
have still
choice.
used the grocery bag outdoors, though.
I pooped outside. So finally, I pull up to a gas station. I get out of my car. I go inside. I buy baby wipes. I buy air freshener.
I love the Fear End podcast because maybe I'm crazy for saying this, but I feel like because they're so insane, I guess with the exception of Will sometimes, but even he has his crazy moments. I feel like I'm the only sane person on the podcast. Okay, I don't know. That's just what it feels like to me. even going through these episodes.
Yes.
I buy deodorant. I buy just like anything I can that I think, okay, this is gonna fix this situation.
Nothing is gonna fix this
I purchase it. I go to the bathroom. When I go to the bathroom, I pull my pants down, and I realize that when I shit on the side of the road, that I hadn't pulled my pants out of the way.
Oh no!
So the back of my pants. Listen, I don't care about any of you being sexually attracted to me. I'll tell you everything. So my shit was the consistency of like soft serve. All down the back, because when I shit, I like pulled, right? But you didn't pull my trajectory was off. All down the back of my leggings is shit.
So you walked to the gas station, they were like, damn, that's a Dookie girl. They were like, that's Dookie Cinderella.
Yes.
What if you met a fan?
Right.
Could you imagine?
What's a PSA that you have?
Everything can be solved with ass. Think about it, okay? A nigga mad, right? He need to take his shit. He take his shit and he like, You know what I'm saying? What do gay niggas do when they get upset? Ass play. Think about it. Think about it. Ass play. Niggas mad. Why? Because they got to stick up their ass. Pull the stick out.
Shopify.com/fear. What would you sell if you could sell something? Quick. 3, 2, 1.
Penises. Fuck. Sorry. Let's do that again.
That's it. That's it. Yeah.
Claudia and I watched your stream on election night. I loved partially because
Save
it was
the outcome.
Speak for yourself.
Yo, that Dookie Cinderella line, bro. Yeah, I got it. People forget. I got it. This was an incredible edit. Holy shit. And it got 100,000 views. What the hell? I don't watch the pod because y'all ain't as funny as you think you are. There's always one. There's always a person that's got to be like this. Okay, shut up. All right, here's the new one. Fear and making me feel like a child of divorce. Oh. No, you don't. But, Judy, what has happened?
Oh my God. So first of all, everyone's talking about tariffs and I'm way too busy to be on top of things. So you guys know.
Right.
So of course I know the hosts of the Lemonade Stand podcast. I call them. I say, hey, are there 3 white men that could give me their perspective here? And they said, shut up, we're recording. And I said, oh my God. Okay, sorry. So then I called Caroline.
Is he a joke to you? No, where they put coffee in it. Put your fucking phones away!
I'm being good. I'm being good.
I don't want to
Yeah,
be
guess
a
what
bitch.
size I wear.
I don't need to
so
know.
tiny.
Oh my God,
I don't
thanks.
need extra small.
Just
I
like
don't
my tampon size.
need to know what size you wear because I was just sending you a link.
Q-tip and throws it in her pussy.
I'm good
and
for
that's-
a month.
Cutie Cinderella crossed the line.
What'd she say?
She said Farley needs braces. Our God is an awesome God.
We don't
He
sing that.
reign- Okay.
But
We're just not connecting today, guys.
I know.
We are on different pages.
Do you shave below your nipples?
No.
No, he just doesn't have.
Is that just natural hair?
I have like weird bat symbol hair that's just here.
Is that as much hair as you grow?
Yeah.
I don't have any either.
Yeah, so let's see your tits.
Come on, it's the least you can do. Go dump them out.
Yeah, just
It's literally wet under here from the
Just
soup.
dump one. We got to meet and interview so many influential queer people.
Did you ask Jojo Siva to come on the podcast?
No.
No.
What the hell are you doing?
What am I supposed to do? I feel like it would have been very
What the
self-serving.
hell are you doing?
What was? Well, I guess this is incredibly problematic, and I do apologize.
It seems friendly enough.
I think. Well, you know what? I think that's powerful.
I think it's friendly enough.
Good for him.
You're the one making it weird.
No, I think it's great.
Okay. All right.
I just think it's wonderful.
When you panic, you get so funny.
I think it's wonderful, and I support all of it. I love Down syndrome. I think it's great.
No one didn't think that you did. For the record.
I just want to say that I'm for it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm
great. So let him cook. Let him cook.
No,
You're
there's-
pro what?
It is what it is, and I align with it.
Doctor.
Give me the news. I got a bad case of loving you. Except I don't got a bad case of that. But Hassan has a sinus infection. And he doesn't know where to find a doctor. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and
Imagine
compare
how tired we are of it. We're getting suited and booted.
Yeah,
and I'm looking over the
spectacular.
Thank you so much.
You had the Gucci
suit.
red velvet cupcake suit.
And a representative from Gucci found me and was like, head to toe Gucci. We'll remember that. And
it was fantastic.
Thank you.
It was very tasteful.
But we were getting ready.
Austin, you looked good.
You look great.
You looked great.
He's being cunty.
Are
know
you kidding me right now? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Patreon. Buenos días a las personas que hablan español a el Patreon.
I didn't know you had that in you.
Oh, of course. I think it's time we start speaking other languages.
Oh, that's smart.
To open up our audience.
I'll do Japanese. Mizu korosai.
Yeah.
Bonjour, mon amis.
Hassan, do a language.
Patreon'da Türkçe konuşuyoruz.
No, not that one. Come on.
That
What
one
the
doesn't-
fuck? Okay, listen. I did a.
Whenever I get into like gay spaces, it is abundantly clear that I'm not very well rehearsed in gay culture.
Yeah.
And so I get very nervous.
It's because your only experience in gay spaces is like the Abbey.
Oh.
Gay people are just people. Just
Wait.
do like normal events.
I know I'm gay.
It's not just supposed to be like gay.
Stop gaslighting him.
It's not about gay exclusive events.
I know. I've had romantic dates with
Stop
people.
telling our son how to be gay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the thing. Friend breakups are like sometimes more hurtful than real breakups.
Wouldn't know about it.
When
10 years going strong.
When
Gay
you're-
as fuck.
We'll go to Cuba, and then we'll go to Miami. No. Why not? If we wanted to go to Miami, we could go to the beach.
So anyway, he can go to Miami and
Yeah,
we'll go to
you
Cuba.
stay in Miami. You can stay at the Ritz
Do
Carlton
you
or
think
wherever the
that Cuba
fuck.
doesn't have beaches?
We can also go to Miami. We could do it all.
No, I don't want to go
I
to
know
Miami.
Cuba has beach. It's an island.
Cuba has beach. Yeah, no, you can come too. Cuba's gay as fuck, by the way.
Oh, I know.
So,
I've been to
Miami?
comparing Cuba to Miami.
Are people gonna be mad at me?
Last thing I will say is,
can you help me?
They're not going to get mad at you. They're going to get mad at me.
But I'm with you guys, and so I'm happy. And we're gonna go to Disney, and we're gonna eat good food.
Yeah.
And we're gonna go on the roller coasters. Go on. Let's do Extreme Homemaker.
I'm gonna bring $100,000 in U.S. dollars cash briefcase. What? I need it to get out of the country anyway. I'm not gonna be able to survive here. What do I do if Trump takes away my rights? Is there like a Swiss bank account I can put my cash in? Do you know anybody?
What do you think is going to happen?
Hassan, what could I do that would make you cry?
There's nothing.
Nothing I could do?
No.
What if I just took a shit on your doorstep?
I beat your ass.
Would you beat my ass? On the plane today, she moves to the seat. She said she's going to grab onto me during turbulence. She apologized in advance. I said, no worries, no problem. And then I panicked. So I just was like...
Fondled her breast. Just haphazard.
Turbulence.
Smack her tits. Oh!
I'm straight, I promise.
And what happened?
So I told her to download a flight app that you can check your altitude. And I said...
I was worried she was coming on to me, so I pretended to be autistic. Can I show you some pictures of me on trains? You two have to take the test now.
Oh, we will.
Because I'm starting to think I'm the only one in this room that doesn't like trains.
No, see, I don't like trains. I like planes.
Very different. Objectively, a worse method of travel, even though obviously, it is phenomenal that it exists. I'm on board.
Objectively a better way of traveling.
No, I would say it's a worse method of travel because trains are way more cozy. They're just cozier. Like when you get on a train, it's like you feel.
No, you don't.
You feel like a security
Are you kidding
blanket.
me? It's turbulent.
Am I wrong? Can I? Okay. Obviously, it's impossible to explain this to an American. It's like trying to fucking teach a dog what the colors of the rainbow is. You know what I mean? Because Americans have never encountered public transit and are terrified of things that they've never encountered. Like they think it's Slender Man or something. But trains are definitely a cozier mode of travel. the problem is we just don't have them here, so people don't understand. You can get up and walk freely on a train if you want. Can't do that on a plane. I mean, you can walk a little bit on the plane too, but I think the thing about the train that's cozier is that, one, it's on the ground. It's connected to the ground. And two, there's more space. It's more spacious. Like, I don't know. It's just, it's nicer. It's faster to board, faster to travel. Like, there's an entire cart, you know what I mean? There's like a dining cart. There's commerce happening inside of trains, whereas like the commerce happening inside of a plane is so, is just so lifeless, you know? Someone pushing a cart. It's just better. Trains are better. The Amtrak is the best way to travel the country. So many retired couples do it because it can be relatively cheap. I heard that that's not the case. If you want to do a coast to coast from New York to California, Amtrak is $5,000 on round trip. And it takes 78 hours, I think, to get from one coast to the next. So from what I understand, it's not great. And even the first class, even the first class travel on Amtrak is like, all right. When I say trains are great, I mean like just universally excluding the United States of America. Sorry, $5,000 is for first class. $5,000 is first class back and forth. So like 2,500. I live like a 2-hour train ride from New York for a month pass for students. It was 500. Like, are you joking? And first class on Amtrak, coast to coast, is also you get your own cabin. Like, you get your own private cabin, from what I understand.
Turbulence 100% of the time.
What?
On a plane. Air travel is much smoother.
Are you insane? You cannot be serious right now. The turbulence on a train is nothing. It's just, it's comforting.
Have you been on a track?
It's repetitive sounds and noises that give you comfort. On a plane, turbulence means you're going down. You're going to die. Fioran have a bra and the dynamic between the Fioran podcast is crazy. This Fioran TikTok got 1.8 million views and the comments are thirsting for Will.
My knees look fat. They look fat.
It's literally not even a part of the body that gets fat.
Cover up. Can I have a blanket? Is there a blanket, Mark? Yay.
Wow, that's so sexy.
He's not even my type, and immediately I was attracted to everything. He's the epitome of the female gaze. This man always does the sweetest things. He carries bags, he offers coats and hoodies. He's so caring. Ugly dudes need to take notes because this makes you 10x more attractive. Oh my God, that's kind of a diss. Favorite Fioran member? Whose Discord is this? $19 votes. Not a single one for me. Cutie clip from the Asian episode.
Like you call them YNs in 2024.
What's that YN? Am I saying something bad?
So technically you said nigga, but you did.
Oh my God! Don't say that! We gotta cut that out! Oh my God!
Well, there you have your you have your cinema moment.
Why did no one say anything?
You said it so naturally. I felt like you had said it before.
I know. I'm so stressed.
Yeah, it's okay though.
I'm going to jail.
You need to.
What's Ute?
We have a great dynamic, actually. We really do. We really have a great dynamic.
So that's why.
It's awesome. It works perfectly. What is this?
Don't they have Baba Doobie Dabo, whatever she's playing too? Biba Dabo, Biba Dabo.
Fuck.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. RFK might be right about autistic people. What the fuck?
You say the name.
Fuck?
Baby Doobie. Baby Doobie.
Baby Doobie.
You sounded like you were trying to scat. You were like, hey, is it Baba Doobie that boy? That was crazy.
Crazy.
You just kept intensifying.
I'm 33 years old. I don't know these fucking things.
You just kept intensifying the scat.
Yeah.
What is it, Baba?
If the more you yell it, doesn't make it more right.
Baba Doobie.
Baby Doobie.
Baby Doobie.
Fuck.
It's close enough.
What about them? What's he?
They're also like a TikTok first.
right when we saw each other or something.
And ID cards.
He gave us our third wave ID cards. And this was, again, I just reached them.
Why was the school letting this happen? Oh, God, I'm telling you, I love what they were letting you do back then at school, man. They would let teachers get away with whatever the fuck they wanted to do. Awesome. Please watch this as high school turned to a fascist regime in 5 days.
It all started with one profound question in the classroom. How could the German people sit back while the Nazis murdered those around them? Himself at a loss for words. He didn't have an answer. At least, not one that truly satisfied him. The question haunted him, lingering in his mind long after the class had ended. But Jones...
Israel, dude. Look at Israel. The answer is right there.
Was not just any teacher. He was the kind of teacher every student wished for. Charismatic, engaging, and deeply invested in their learning.
He did innovative things too. He was bringing guests to the class. Very interesting, controversial guests. He brought in a communist. He brought in a Klansman. He brought in a member of the American Nazi Party to talk about white supremacy.
All the way through, he was presenting different sides of every question. I remember when we studied about Vietnam, he made us write 10 arguments for, 10 arguments against.
He didn't try to be...
I would rather have an entire legion of AI chatters than the current bots that I have in the chat that are all saying, "Is this AI?" in unison. You guys are so funny, dude. Chat, y'all are funny as f, dog. That's crazy. No one ever made that joke.
Be above you. He tried to, I would say that Jones had a capacity to teach with you.
And for Jones, caring for his students meant more than just delivering lessons. Determined to teach them in a way they would never forget, he devised an experiment that would literally change their life. One that would challenge not only their understanding of themselves, but also our collective understanding of human nature. When the students arrived, they noticed the chairs and tables were arranged into 6 neat rows, and the room echoed with the dramatic strains of Wagnerian music. The students, accustomed to a free-flowing atmosphere, were left wondering what they were going to learn that day. It's normal for them to wonder, but this time, something felt different, unnerving even.
It's funny, he didn't quite have the smile in his expression. He didn't quite have the smile in his eyes either.
And then he broke his silence and gave them a unified goal.
I remember clearly from him and classmates that if we followed what was asked of us, we'd all get A's.
He said that if we were active party members, we would get an A. If we were passive party members, we would get a C. If we tried a revolution and failed, we would get an F. But if our revolution succeeded, we would get an A.
To make matters even more confusing is when he wrote "strength through discipline" on the blackboard.
Today I'm going to talk to you about discipline. Power through discipline. Success? Success through discipline. You play football? You know it takes discipline to win. What about ballet dancers? Same goes with painters, scientists. It is all discipline.
Dude, what the f were teachers allowed to do in like the 60s and 70s? Isn't this when like the famous like teacher describes some stuff happened too? I forget what it was, but like, bro, they used to let you do shit. You could beat the shit out of your students. You could just like do little mind tricks on them and stuff, I guess. And then they made movies about how your mind tricks were awesome. Truly a wild state of affairs back then. I genuinely think public schools in the 60s in America was just no holds barred. Like, you can do whatever the f you want to these kids, man. Like the lady with the brown eyes or the master race. I forget her name. Yeah, Jane Elliott, brown eyes, blue eyes. And then if you were wild enough, they let you go on television and they presented you as like a brilliant innovator.
Control. The strength of the will.
He wanted his students to succeed, so To achieve that, he devised a few simple exercises.
One of the first things that he did for us was give us an exercise where we put our hands behind our back and lock them together.
Then, he told the students to stand outside the classroom and wait until he called them in. As soon as they entered, they were to enter as swiftly as they could, assume their seats with perfect posture, and all the while, he would record how fast they were.
And then Mr. Jones would look at the stopwatch and say, I think we can do it faster.
Like, what class is this? Because I know it ain't geography. Do Americans even have that as a class?
Excellent. Half the time.
It might have even surprised Jones how quickly they followed his orders with just simple exercises. But at the end of the day, that was his goal and he did it flawlessly. The experiment was supposed to be over that day until he came to class the next morning.
Well, I entered the class the second day and I really anticipated that the class would be back to normal. There'd be this hubbub of excitement and we would discuss the first day,
But before we dive into what happened next, let me spoil something for you. Ron Jones never actually did answer his students' question. Sure, he started a revolution and things spiraled completely out of control, but the original question still remained. How could the German people sit back while the Nazis those around them? After spending a total of 72 hours researching what made this experiment escalate so drastically, I've identified 3 puzzle pieces that I believe explain why it happened. And as we walk through the story together, I'll reveal them one by one.
It's so funny. Again.
So it'll...
Literally, this is Israel right now. Israel right now. If you are wondering, how does the world stand idly by as the Holocaust happens? Look at Gaza right now. Look at your neighbors. Look at your own personal opinion on the issue. Look at your own personal opinion on those who are fighting back against this Holocaust that is taking place. You don't have to imagine how could this have happened. We are currently living through it. That's it.
Will make sense.
Now, discipline is one thing, but there's something more. It's community.
This was the moment when it all changed for Jones because instead of taking responsibility over the class, he completely forgot both the lesson he wanted to teach and his role.
We need a symbol for our new community. A wave is a pattern of change. It has movement, direction, and impact. And from now on, we will be known as the wave.
Introduced a specific way for students to ask questions in class.
First of all, we would have to say Mr. Jones to start, and that our answers to these questions would have to be 3 words or less.
Mr. Ross, Chamberlain. Now that's the way to answer a question. Punctual, precise.
very, very brief, cryptic, short, sharp.
He also came up with a salute.
And the salute was like this.
It was pretty much just like, and we had to do this, right, when we saw each other or something.
And ID cards.
He gave us our third wave ID cards. And this was, again, I just reached in.
Why was the school letting this happen? Oh, God, I'm telling you, I love what they were letting you do back then at school, man. They would let teachers get away with whatever the they wanted to do. Awesome.
In my drawer, and there was a bunch of index cards. So I pulled them out and passed them out to each student.
This is a Strength Through Discipline membership card.
And just as things were starting to get serious, doubters began to emerge as well.
I'm a big question asker, and lo and behold, that is precisely what I did. I think I stood up by my desk and said, Mr. Jones, why can't we just say what we think? Why can't we just express our opinions about what we think about the third wave? And at that point, he said, you to the library for the rest of the semester.
Understandable.
Like, are there no parents? Are there no parents? The children are not going home and being like, hey, by the way, at world history class in high school, my teacher basically sent me to the library for the rest of the semester. Like, ain't nobody... It was an experiment. I understand that. I'm just saying, where are the parents at?
Any room for dissent, and the formation of the third wave movement had never been clearer than on that day, as all the doubters were cast aside and labeled as the breakers. Jones wrote, "Strength through action, the final principle of the third wave movement."
You are all to actively recruit new members.
And they got cameras in the fucking classroom and everything. And also high school students look like they're 40. Or is this the actual reenactment of it? That's a movie? Oh, this is the movie reenactment of it? Swag wasn't invented yet? Wait, when the fuck? What year did they do this that the reenactment looks like it's from the 70s? Hold up. What year was this experiment conducted that in the 60s? Okay, so it was in 1967. And the reenactment is from when? 1981? Something about the timeline does not add up here. 1967 for the class, 1981 for the movie. Okay, that makes sense, actually. Never mind. This could be in that, yeah.
Members. Each new member must demonstrate knowledge of our rules and pledge strict obedience to them.
Mr. Ross, for the first time I feel like I'm part of something great.
Mr. Ross, this is like being born again. Mr. Ross, I feel the same way.
Mr. Ross, I'm proud of the way.
This brings me to the first reason why things spiraled out of control. The power of belonging to a group and how it can shape our behavior is a recurring theme in psychology.
I'm going to say it again. They should let random insane teachers experiment on students again. They should just let, like, you can't do this anymore. You know what I mean? Let the fucking crazy teachers let their freak flags fly, you know? Clearly. I mean, they were making movies out of it even. Like, they were like, this is so OP. This is so cool.
Take, for instance, the blue eyes, brown eyes experiment conducted by teacher Jane Elliott with elementary school students. Despite their young age, they quickly conformed to roles of superiority and inferiority based on eye color alone. A similar pattern emerged in the infamous Stanford prison experiment, where individuals assigned as either guards or prisoners embraced their roles with surprising intensity. Shared identity does not have to stem from something profound. It can arise from trivial distinctions like eye color. Given the right circumstances, people of any age can be influenced to adopt behaviors aligned with a group identity, often without realizing the potential consequences. And that's what makes it so dangerous. The influence of the simple exercises from day one was so pervasive that it didn't just shape the students, it transformed Jones himself, turning him from a teacher into the leader of a movement. Meanwhile, the breakers began pushing back by putting up anti-movement posters around the campus. However, their efforts were swiftly countered by Jones's loyal followers, where they tore down their posters and replaced them with their own propaganda. Jones's students handed out flyers, put up banners, and set up recruitment tables to draw in more members. But when students from outside the class asked about the movement and its beliefs, the recruitment methods were peculiar, confrontational even, and at times almost forceful.
It was between classes and I'm walking down this hallway, and at this point I encounter a table like this where there are two guys standing behind it. There is a banner on the wall and the banner says the third wave. They constantly repeated this The
experiment was proven wrong. Prison guard experiment. Look up from your bloody bowl a second, mate. Guy who's really upset that I'm not relitigating something that you learn in fucking Psych 101 in undergraduate, on your undergraduate course. Dude! If you don't fucking tell them, they're gonna think it's real! It was debunked! Yeah, I know. Not only was it unethical, but yeah, I know. It's like one of the first things they teach you in Psych 101. I mean, it's not...
without really telling me what this was about. At this point, I decided, no, I'm not interested. I'm going to walk away, and as I start to take a step away, one of the guys walks around the corner, produces a small spiral wound binder and a pencil, and what he's going to do is he wants my name. I refused to give him my name. The other guy started to move over like it was actually going to be confrontational. At that time, I was getting ready to go to battle. It looked like maybe it was going to be a fist fight right here in the hallway.
Confusion and fear were rampant at this point, with fistfights breaking out frequently. It had truly become a frightening environment as Jones's followers could no longer see those outside their group the same way. The division was stark and tensions were escalating. In one instance, inside the teacher's faculty room, a student sat at a table in the corner.
Dude, American high schools used to be sick. They don't do that anymore. They don't let you do fun shit anymore in high school, bro. This is what I mean. All they got is being transgender. They don't let you experiment with fascism. All you got is kitty litter boxes.
Another teacher asked him to return to class. He refused, calmly stating that he had appointed himself as Jones's personal bodyguard. It turned out he needed the protection all along. Jones's classroom had been vandalized. Banners and posters were torn down. Chairs and tables flipped upside down. It was a complete mess. Tensions between the third wave and the breakers had reached an all-time high. And in response, Jones closed the curtains, shut the door, and locked his students inside the darkened...
Like, this is what I mean. This is, like, you can't do any of this, man. Like, on the one hand, I'm like, let's see where this goes. On the other hand, I feel like there are numerous ethical violations here that a principal would have stopped dead in its fucking tracks, like on day 2. You did what to the kids? Are you out of your fucking mind? But I guess in the 60s, they were just letting you do whatever you want, dude.
We were kept standing. And then he changed the whole process on us.
Jones then reminded everyone of his authority, emphasizing that this was not just a game. The movement, he insisted, was far bigger than himself and his students. It was real, something that extended beyond the walls of their campus. He claimed that teachers from across the nation were involved and that they were all coming together to form a third political party in the country.
This was happening in San Francisco. He said this is happening in Chicago. This is happening in Philadelphia. This is happening in New York. And because it was working so well, they were going to come out with their party leader the next day.
That changed the simulation. That changed it to being the stakes were raised and all of a sudden it was bigger than me. And it wasn't something that I could pull out of and have it stop.
One of my fellow classmates from the back said, "Mr. Jones, what about this?" And it was a color ad and it said, "The third wave is coming."
And I reached over and grabbed it and I said, and this is the signal of action. And tomorrow we're going to have a rally. You're going to meet a presidential candidate that's going to explain the purpose of the wave. And this is our new leader. And we're going to rise up together and change the world.
The event was set to take place the next day at noon in the...
This is like some sort of high school fighting manga. Why the fuck were American schools in the 60s just Yankee Tokyo Revengers? That's just what it was, dude. And now it's all woke. Now they teach stuff like slavery and also say it's bad, you know?
Large assembly hall. After making his announcement, Ron Jones abruptly left the students alone in the darkened room. The shock caused by the vandalism only reinforced compliance among Jones's followers, pushing them deeper into the movement. Additionally,
yeah, from Tokyo Revengers, the Wokyo Revengers freaking got him. Hell yeah.
The lack of intervention when students were sent to the library for speaking out against Jones made the entire experiment even more convincing. As more people witnessed these punishments without stepping in, the bystander effect took hold. The responsibility to intervene in the face of injustice diminishes when others remain passive. On top of that, the pressure to conform to the group's actions played a significant role, making it even harder for individuals to resist the...
I don't want to be taught slavery if this is how Americans teach fascism. Oh my God. Well, I mean, slavery comes after, don't you think?
Movement's growing influence. With how fast things have developed in just 4 days, the real question remained. Could it still be stopped? The day had finally arrived. The room was packed. Nearly 200 students filled the space. What had begun as an innocent classroom experiment had now consumed the entire...
How come they never do studies like this, but for communism? You know what I mean? There's never any there's never any like democratic organization that takes place in these fucking studies. It's always for evil shit. Oh, we taught these kids how to be more fascist. Like, they're already fucking teenagers, okay? Teenagers have two speeds, fascist or anarchist. Nothing in between, regardless. Why is it always leaning into the worst behaviors of teenagers? And never into, I don't know, proving that this is how communism works. This is how we build communism. No.
Higher school, as if everyone had fallen under a spell.
Oh, in a moment, our national leader will address us. Robert. Mr. Ross, yes.
Americans learning about fascism, let's be fascist. They're already fascist. They're epigenetic. Their epigenetic predetermined conditions are fascism. It's their destiny. They're just simply following through on it. They're just simply following what their destiny is.
Turn on the television set.
Time passed and unease began to settle in. The students grew restless. The television, meant to reveal their supposed leader, was instead displaying nothing but static. Suddenly, the lights blazed on and the television flickered to life, revealing not their awaited leader, but a speech by Adolf Hitler. Images of the Holocaust flooded the screen, a horrifying realization dawning upon them. Jones looked out at the stunned crowd.
There is no national youth movement.
Freaking got him, chat.
You thought you were so special, better than everyone outside this room.
And just said, what I have witnessed for the last week and a half, or week, whatever it was, what I have witnessed has really sickened me.
Because we are no better or worse than the Germans. We were just like them. We'd work on the defense plan.
Wow, this guy was a real woke, dude. Nathan Fielder could never. I'm not gonna lie, this is a little bit. This story is so fucking stupid. Oh, I feel like this is exactly the type of story where people go, no, dude, it's brilliant. Like, the point he was making was so brilliant. It's so profound. Dude, what? You don't understand. What in the M. Night Shyamalan? Yeah, you really pulled it off, dude.
So we witnessed this.
Yeah, this only proves the American precondition towards fascism. That a bunch of teenagers were so ready. Well, if it happens without the internet in 5 days, how many days does it take on Twitter? You know, something to think about.
Desolation.
I was liking it. The adulation, the power, the control. By the fourth day, my wife was saying to me, you have to stop this. It is very dangerous.
For years, I tried to hide from it, avoid it, not discuss it. It's a responsibility to really try to understand what is good and what is evil.
Now this guy gives speaking tours?
I thought it would be a one-day exercise, and it turned out to be a one-week existence in terror, actually.
My ego was inflated and my sense of power and control was elevated, and I liked it. That's the problem. But I'm at least aware of that.
Psychologist Philip Zimbardo coined the term the Lucifer effect to describe how individuals under the pressure of a specific role within a group dynamic can become consumed by their power, something that was clearly at play in this experiment. Likewise, Stanley Milgram's obedience theory helps explain why Jones's followers were so willing to comply with his orders. They believed that their actions were justified under his authority, absolving them of personal responsibility and further entrenching them in the movement.
You had to be.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be that guy. I'm not exactly the most sophisticated intellectual, okay? But I feel like this is the most dumbed down version of like how fascism manifests I could have ever encountered. Every aspect of this is so ridiculous. Am I wrong? Am I crazy? Maybe you guys will counter what I'm saying here and be like, no, it's brilliant and here's why. But like this is so silly. Maybe I'm missing something, but isn't the way this makes things tangible that seems so far-fetched for the individual a good thing? Sure. Did it work? No. Remember that this was only about 10 years after school desegregation? Yeah, except schools have not desegregated, and they're more segregated than they were during desegregation at this point. And it's not just about the high schoolers that like learned this lesson and kept it going or whatever. I'm talking about the overarching, supposedly like the overarching lesson that was taught to every American. Yeah. Also, the power dynamic here is a little bit more. I mean, it's not like you are the adult responsible for the well-being of children. And as the adult responsible for the well-being of children, you have a tremendous amount of power and influence over their lives. Not only are they extra malleable, but also you are the authority figure. And because of that, I feel like it's much easier to hit the Adolf Hitler mode in 4 days than the way it would work in normal society.
Be there to see people crying, horribly and shocked. The look of shock was like the earth was ending, and they didn't know what to do. People couldn't walk. They were sitting down in the chairs, and some people wanted to leave, didn't know whether to leave or not.
The lights were out as people were leaving. I remember some students crying, some students having to hold each other. I remember one guy walking by going, "Oh, I knew it was a joke all along." I don't think he felt that way, honestly.
When I came back to the classroom, my memory of the students were that they looked like mirages. A mirage on the highway in the hot summer, the shaking appearance. That's my memory of the students. They seemed to be trembling. Some of them seemed so shaky that if you just did that to them, they'd fall over.
For the students to fully recover from the experience, complaints had been circulating since the movement first took shape, and the more conservative teachers had already been working behind the scenes to have Jones removed from the school. Eventually, their efforts succeeded, and he was forced to leave. It was a painful experience for everyone involved, especially for Jones, who had to give up what he loved most, teaching. It took him 10 years to finally find the courage to document what had happened during those fateful days.
Taiwanese student anxious. But again, right now at a glance, unless you go through it piece by piece, unless you're paying close attention to it, you might not be able to make out that it is AI at all.
When we get in there, I want no bullshit. You stay on my 6 at all times.
Bald and Bankrupt is pro-China now? Oh, God. Oh, God. It's the tide shift is here.
Drop Dead Years set live at the Hollywood Bowl, and I was laughing my ass off the whole time. Best special yet. I thought you might want to know about this new AI company popping up in San Francisco, where I live, that is directly stealing jobs from college grads. All right, these freaks call themselves artisans, and they are virtual BDRs, business development reps. A BDR is essentially an entry-level sales position for grads trying to break into the business world, a starting position to move up in that company, a spot to learn about an industry, to gain experience, etc. I myself started as a BDR selling data to real estate developers. I learned about the industry, now I am a developer. Good trajectory, right? These dipshits don't seem to think so. Anyways, the worst part are their creepy-ass billboards. They feature this AI-created broad with fake blue eyes with captions like, "Stop hiring humans." Whoa, that's aggressive. "Artisans won't bail on work for a Napa trip." Now they're blaming you for being human? This is happening in San Francisco. And my favorite, "Ava won't miss work after a long night at Balboa, a famous bar down the street from the billboard." Wow. Okay, these people that make these things, I am telling you right now, these people are a virus. There's human beings out there that are a virus and need to be, and virus people, for whatever reason, are built to tell normal people the direction that we are all headed in. But there's another part of me that thinks that that's God's plan if you believe in a higher power. I think it's all sort of the, you know that there's bacteria in your gut that is there your whole life for when you die. And when you die, for whatever reason, it activates, and its job is to begin the decomposing process. So I feel like sociopaths, narcissists, and people that are just, one of these, win at any cost, fake it till you make it, these psychos with no boundaries. I feel like their job is to end the human race. And everything on this planet has a beginning, middle, and end. I think God's just watching it like a TV show. And this is sort of the, that movie Westworld? Like all the different periods, technology from cavemen to like Roman times, colonization, slavery, world wars, all of this shit has just been like, different period pieces to watch. And then when the robots come, God's just going to be watching it like he's watching like Blade Runner or something. But it will all be wildly entertaining. And I think these sociopaths will always keep us divided. We'll never be able to fight back against them. And what will take them out is the same thing that's going to take us out, which is technology. That's what I think. But I'll tell you this, man, they can't stop you from having a good time and being nice to another human being. You watch these politicians get paid off by these AI people, and if we start like rebelling against robots, these robots will get rights, and if you tip over a robot in the future, it will be considered a hate crime. Anyway, sure, these corporations will save money in the short term on wages, but hiring a BDR is how companies identify talent and promote.
I'll give you one example of this that is so normalized that people don't even consider it to be weird. Pedestrian jaywalking, laws against pedestrians. Okay, if you were to close your eyes and think about it, it is such a strange law that it is illegal to cross the road. Like, what do you mean? Why would it be illegal to cross the road? It's because of our car-reliant infrastructure. That's car rights, okay? That's driver's rights. That design is identical to what Bill Burr is suggesting right here, which is that, rebelling against robots will be illegal in the future.
Promote from within. I'm laughing to myself thinking about the day when they come out with AI sales managers and AI execs. So short-sighted. Yeah, they'll basically get run over by the bus that they think they're on. Yeah, that's how the world works. Everybody thinks they're...
It's not illegal to jaywalk in California anymore since 2023 after the bill passed. Stop spreading misinformation. Calm down. Okay? I'm talking about the fact that jaywalking laws even exist. I'm not saying in the state of California. I'm talking about the reasoning as to why they were designed. Okay? Jesus Christ, dude. Calm down.
They're on the bus, but you're really hanging onto the hood ornament like Indiana Jones. Anyway, I have attached pics of the billboard below if you want to tweet about it. Thanks for the laughs and go yourself. Wow. Wow. I mean, that's a watershed moment in advertising. It's not a good moment, but it is a definite things are not the same again. The first billboard that is openly hostile towards human labor. Wow. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take. What can you do to bring us all together as human beings? That's not that type of stuff does not care about red or blue ties. You guys got to get out of this politics stuff. You got to get out of these ideologies. You got to get out of this. You're a conservative. I'm a liberal. You're a snowflake. I'm a this or whatever. Got to get out of that stuff.
Class.
Racism, all of that stuff. It's all designed so this stuff can take us out. Just keeping us divided. There is an us and there is a them.
Also, rage bait has become processed. Google VO3 realism just broke the internet yesterday. This is 100% AI. This is something I've been meaning to tackle, something I've been meaning to talk about as well, because I've watched some of these videos. And this is probably the most, I mean, look at his mouth, with the exception of some classic markers of AI generated content. These videos, I would say, are the closest we have gotten to, like, this is the most advanced version of generative AI that I've seen so far. And of course, predictably, my TikTok timeline also has literally versions of this that is already like street interviews and rage bait.
What's one move with AI that makes haters go crazy every time?
Look at the way his mouth is moving. It's not just Twitter artifacting, okay? It's 100%. You can tell. There's like this still uncanny feeling, and also the voices. The AI voice generation is still like kind of robotic. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know what the actual markers are, but there is something very robotic about the way that these people talk. Having said that, if you didn't know this was AI and you were just like kind of glancing at it from a distance, you would not have considered this to be AI, I don't think.
What's one move with AI that makes haters go crazy every time?
Oh, y'all got to give them that. This is wild. It's over. We are cooked on that thread. You get me?
What's one move with AI?
I think in the near future, photos and videos won't be accepted as evidence in courts. Yeah, there are some, yeah.
AI that makes haters.
There's here.
So I went to the zoo the other day, and all they had was one dog. It was a Shih Tzu.
This is AI. This one is a great example of how dog shit it is still. Like, look at how dog shit it is. Look at how dog shit this is in terms of like their movement. In terms of like the way they react to stimuli in the environment, like it's just not a way humans would react. But again, right now at a glance, unless you go through it piece by piece, unless you're paying close attention to it, you might not be able to make out that it is AI at all.
When we get in there, I want no bullshit. You stay on my 6 at all times.
There are still obviously like parts of this that just like don't make any sense. Like, why is this door open? Like, this is an open door. He's driving with the door open. Like the car doesn't make any sense. Like, how big is this vehicle, dude? Like a lot of this stuff is still not great, but anyway, yeah, some are SWAT, I guess. Anyway, look. What is SWAT? But it's not SWAT. It's just SMT. Yeah, like the door was open, but now it's open as well.
Stay sharp. These fuckers are nasty and dangerous.
Like, look, stay sharp. These fuckers are nasty and dangerous. Like, it's so robotic.
Stay sharp. These fuckers are nasty and dangerous. Stay alert. What the hell happened here? Where are the bodies?
Like, what are these guns? What is this? What is this? People who see this and think it's cool are of low intelligence. I agree. Okay, I do. I think it's... Yeah, also, the gun is firing on its own, even though the finger... Look at this. The gun is firing on its own. It's not coming out of the barrel. Okay. And he's not even pulling the trigger. Like, there's stuff like this. There is a lot of stuff, like little things. But if you were to look at it, if you were to look at the entirety of the output at a distance with your eyes kind of squinting, you would probably not immediately peg this as like AI. The gun is changing. The big thing too is you have to take extra time now to decipher if it's real or not, which most people won't have the diligence to do consistently. Not only will most people not have the diligence to do this consistently, as I showed you yesterday, people don't even have the capacity to watch a 37-second video and instead would rather just rely on what the description is. And one of those people is literally Jake fucking Tapper. I posted this yesterday. I said a fascinating phenomenon nowadays is people clipping things in context and simply claiming I'm saying the opposite of what I'm saying in the description. This is 37 seconds long, and this dumbass lied about everything. Jake Tapper literally retweeted this post. Okay? The video is me arguing against what the description is suggesting I'm doing. The idea that this was a false flag. And yet it doesn't matter. So if that is how stupid people are at this point, why the fuck would you ever expect them to go through and figure out whether something is AI generated or not? Fortnite gameplay that never happened. Here it is.
Oh my god. Yes! Woo! Victory Royale with a pickaxe!
The pickaxe is...
Oh my god. Yes!
No
Make
more.
characters talk in video, talk from prompt.
Silence.
Yes, we can talk.
We can talk.
We can talk.
We can talk with accents.
Oh, I think that would be marvelous.
Yes, it is very fun. But
Yes, it is very good.
It's very fun.
What's going on back there?
Yes.
We can talk.
Yes.
We can
Eyes
talk.
are busted every time. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes.
Yes. We can talk.
No.
Eyes are so freaky. The eyes are so freaky.
We can talk as cartoons.
This is amazing.
Imagine all the narrative possibilities.
We can sing talk.
Okay, I will say Gal Gadot is cooked after this, okay? No notes. Gal Gadot is cooked, okay? Career over. Who will hire her now when AI basically has the same exact demonic, lifeless, soulless energy that she brings to every work that she's a part of? Hell no! I mean, the AI can do that, okay? She cooked. She is absolutely destroyed. Her job is over, okay? Her career is over. Let's be real. It's done. It's donezo.
Let's talk.
So, what are we going to talk about now? What are we going to talk about now that we can talk?
I have no idea. What do you want to talk about?
Now that I can talk.
I love that pause after where it's like,
Now that I can talk.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have something to say.
We can talk about how magical this is.
I'm a hallucination. I want to say something important, something deep. The future is still in our hands.
That's cliche dialogue.
Let's not talk.
you can also tell that the people that are writing these prompts, or the people that have like, I don't know, like the boundaries that have been placed on this AI are so, like, they are made by STEM lords and Redditors, okay? Because like the person who prompted this is like, oh, it's brilliant. This is so crazy. It's like AI recognizing that they're AI and recognizing that they can talk. It's like, oh my God. It's so soulless. Like the human component of this is soulless as well, okay? And you can tell that it is soulless. STEM writers all the way down. I swear to God. This is what happens when you fucking defund the humanities, dude.
Let's not talk.
AI video just made it hugely. Here, this is another one.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Whoa!
How much wood would a
Yeah. Okay, there's more. Yeah, it's shit like this too. And weirdly enough, some of them actually still have like a CGI component to it. Like, I don't know why this looks like CGI. It's supposed to be realistic, but
The sum of the squares of the two shorter sides is equal to the square of the longest side.
if you notice, like, there is still a lifeless, there's still something that's so completely lifeless to it. It's trained on CGI probably and game graphics. Yeah. With the audio, there's something lifeless about it, though. Like the performance of it all is still very much lifeless. Is it bad that I like the idea of sentient robots? I mean, it's fine. I don't know. But this is something totally different. This is slop, okay? This is not sentience. This is just a machine spitting out basically all of the data that we've put online, and just like spitting it out in this like hollowed out lifeless, soulless version. Yeah, here's the news media generated British news anchors saying in shocking news, J.K. Rowling's yacht sank with her on board after being attacked by orcas off the coast of Turkey. This prompt took 2 minutes to generate.
In shocking news, J.K. Rowling's yacht sank with her on board after being attacked by orcas off the coast of Turkey.
Yeah. Even if it looks like AI to you, boomers won't have a clue. This has serious potential to manipulate people on a massive scale. Yes, I do think that. I obviously think that it has the capacity to even dupe Zoomers and everybody else too.
So this is an AI video about nothing?
It's about nothing. Who would watch a video about nothing?
So this is
great question. This one was like the craziest one. And the reason why this is the craziest one is because so the AI also, like the generative AI now also mimics a lot of the speech patterns and quirks that people have in the real world. It's still somewhat fake, but look at this.
Welcome to a non-existent car show. Let's see.
What is up with the audio, by the way? There's something so strange about the audio where it has like this, I recorded this in a bathroom. Like it always sounds like it's like the audio is coming out of a bathroom or something. I don't know what it is. It's not just Twitter. No, stop saying it's Twitter.
Some opinions.
I mean, man, the acceleration is crazy. You look far, step on the pedal, and you are there.
I feel safe with him in an SUV, and it seems to be like the right type of car for him.
Like, do you see the way that they're talking? It's flat. There's still a flatness to it because it's AI, but like it's not, how do I describe it? There are things that people do, like I'm doing, the ahs and the ums and the stopping and maybe even saying something wrong, or the stutters that normal human beings have when they are delivering a speech. And the AI is also now generating those things as well in an effort to make the speech patterns look more natural. Legitimate audio doofus here. They have all weird phrasing issues. The car show one whiplash my ass strongly just then. Yeah.
I think the range is only going to get
like only gum. Like that's deliberate. You understand? Like that type of stuff is interesting because like it actually is factoring in mannerisms in an effort to make it seem like the person that is on screen has a soul. But no, that's not. The only gum is deliberate, chatters. That is deliberate. The AI is factoring that in.
I think the range is only going to get better. Sorry.
When you listen to it a couple times over, then you start to realize that like the AI put that blip in there, but it doesn't sound natural. It doesn't sound the way that a human being would say. But this is genuinely a major upgrade from where this shit used to be overall. Like the Will Smith spaghetti video comes to mind. That was only like what, 3 years ago? Like think about how advanced, think about how much generative AI has progressed. That was from 2023. No, was it only 2 years ago? Damn. The gum makes more sense with the following it starting with the G.
We don't want to drive gas cars anymore.
Yeah, no more gas cars.
Look at the inorganic movements, by the way. I don't know what causes that, but it always feels like in the real world, Obviously, if you're filming real human beings, when their movement is happening, there isn't motion blur. But I don't know if it's because of the information that it's like, the information that it is training off of. But like the hand looks swollen, and when it's moving, it moves like there's motion blur.
Or
Yeah, no more gas cars.
You can see I'm.
This was 2 years ago. That's crazy that this was 2 years ago. Holy shit.
Uncle Phil, come try this. Fresh pasta of Bel Air.
Oh, that's hot.
It should have stayed like this. Inconsistency. AI cannot handle when consistency is broken, like putting something behind another item. Yeah, here. It's Spaghetti 2023 versus 2024. And this is from 1 year ago.
Hey, Uncle Phil, come try this.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
This part of my life is called being stupid.
The freshest spaghetti and meatballs of Bel Air.
What? That's hot.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hot.
Yeah.
Love will make you do crazy things.
Don't ever do that.
Keep my wife's spaghetti out your fucking.
No, this isn't AI generated. Wait, what? This is not AI generated. This is real. He did a skit. Yeah, what the fuck? Anyway, I have it with 2025 though. This is AI generated. Here, let's take a look. I mean, that's the 2.1 version, not the new one also. Yeah, this is 2.1. The new one, is there an even newer one? Everyone's talking about VO3, but meanwhile, Kling is about to drop 2.1, and trust me, it's going to hit hard. Is there a VO one as well? The VO3 Google one? What the fuck are the utensils he's using, bro? This dog shit. Look at the utensils. Who would drink orange juice with a plate of spaghetti bolognese? Oh, why is it crunchy still? Why is it still crunchy, bro? I think the AI audio is the same as AI video. There's weird artifacts and traits that arise from breaking down the sources. Biggest thing I hear is the reverb space never matches the scene. Yeah, this one actually, the reason why I wanted to show you the car show one though, is that it seeks to address that. If you noticed, it tries to mimic crowd noises. It tries to make it seem as though like the person talking is actually talking into a microphone in a crowded area where the microphone noise gate is like picking up some of the other stuff. Hell's Angels, by the way, they still have such a hard time with like the writing. They suck at writing.
Kind of a
like, look, it doesn't even say angels on here. It doesn't make any sense. Hell's Angels with a HEL. Here, anyway, let's watch.